The nine-eyed Taoist had a row of vertical eyes between its brows, every one of them closed. There was a bit of mist curling around his forehead that blurred his appearance. His figure was tall and slender, a human form elder. He wore gray Taoist robes, a great pressure spreading from him. As he stood there, he was like an abyss, deep and immeasurable. This was a powerful individual from the other side, one who cultivated the Nine Eyes' divine ability. His magical force exceeded others at his level, a well-known figure in his generation. Even this type of individual arrived, one could see just how much importance the other side attached to Huang. They feared that their younger generation might suffer great losses, so an older generation figure personally oversaw this trip to Divine Medicine Mountain Range. Of course, at this time, a few creatures believed that they were no longer here just for Huang, but rather to catch a bigger fish from Imperial Pass, waiting for them to provide assistance. Youngster, even if you are very strong, there is no need to behave this arrogantly, right? This world has never lacked geniuses, but the ones who manage to survive are few. Even those who were known as number one in history, how many of them truly reached the final step? Most of them all came to a premature end. The nine-eyed Taoist spoke out, not all that kind. Even though he didn't berate the sure how, this type of warning clearly displayed his attitude, his killing intent undisguised. Old thing, stop trying to boast with your age. Do you feel like being able to survive through your youth is that special? If you died at your current age, then it'd be even more disgraceful. Can't be considered dying at a ripe old age at all. Sure how wasn't polite at all, opposing with equal harshness. Shut your mouth. You dare disobey Nine-Eyed Great One? Huang, you can forget about escaping death today. There were youngsters who shouted. Unbridled. We'll see how you beg for mercy soon. The Great One will personally suppress and kill you, someone said coldly. The foreign youngsters were naturally upset. They admitted that Huang was powerful, but he actually dared show disrespect to their side's well-known senior. This left them feeling extremely angry. Heh! What a pity Gu Clan's people aren't here. The fearless lion who retraced his roots isn't in this area either. Otherwise, why would Elder have to take action? The younger generation would have been enough to easily kill you, someone said coldly. Sure how didn't get angry at all. He walked forward, fully emerging from the forest, completely calm as he said, Then just come. There's no need to be polite. The nine-eyed Taoist had another elder at his side, one with golden hair and beard. He spoke up, saying, This youngster really is arrogant. Even though I was also quite frivolous back then, I never dared look down on all creatures under the sky like this. Heh, youngster, even though you aren't simple, you still haven't achieved the Tao in the end. Your ancestors, for example, the ancient people of the last great era, were also arrogant, but all of them were defeated, some of them even serving us as servants now. Since you are so insolent, I don't mind refining you into a battle servant to use in my manner. There were two great experts here. This golden-haired, golden-bearded elder wasn't that tall, could be said to be quite short, but his aura was intimidating, releasing a strong bloody aura. His words really were harsh, as if a golden bell was ringing. He mentioned the ancient people, basically tearing at the old wounds of the Nine Heavens cultivators. This was a reality the people of Imperial Pass were least willing to face. There's nothing left to say, capture him, the nine-eyed Taoist said coldly, walking forward. All of the young cultivators followed up, surrounding Sure How to encircle and kill him. Sure Hao's smile was like a budding flower. He was just that brash, taking the initiative to move closer, continuously provoking them. He was actually scared that these people would remain too calm, that they would scatter out. If that happened, it wouldn't be as easy to completely wipe them out. It was because what he was most worried about was that the nine-eyed Taoist and golden hair and beard elder were too sharp, that they might run after sensing the undead knight's aura ahead of time. However, the reality was that he worried too much. This group of people didn't enter the mountains too long ago, not aware of the undead knight's existence, so why would they be on their guard? Tao brother, I think it's better if you let me go first. I already promised that I was going to refine this child into a battle servant, so I can't just go back on my word, can I? The golden elder said with a smile, his voice extremely cold and cruel. That's not too bad of an idea. I'll leave him to you then. Nine-eyed Taoist nodded. Heh. A generation's fierce individual, Huang, is finally going to die. What a pity. I was never able to see my Emperor clan's young Great One personally take action. I wanted to see that great moment where Huang is barehandedly torn in half by his hands. Someone said with a sigh. Acting arrogant because of your age. I'm not going to keep you company anymore. I'm leaving, Xianxia said, trying to leave. You already came all the way here, yet you still want to leave? Why don't you just stay behind? The golden-haired and bearded elder said coldly. With a Hong sound, he shook his sleeve in Xianxia's direction. He immediately used the worth within sleeve, his great sleeve forming a hazy world, covering Xianxia underneath, about to suck him in. Could be said to be a move that looked down on Xianxia greatly. He wanted to capture Xianxia with just the raise of his hand. Since you asked me so nicely, then I'll just stay. However, don't regret this now. Xianxia stood there, his body perfectly straight as he stood in the strong winds. And, suddenly, the golden-haired elder was shocked. It was because when his great sleeve landed, a streak of dark light rushed over. It was too fast. To be more precise, it should be someone else who rushed into his world within sleeve. He hurriedly raised his hand to press downwards, using great magical force, going all out to suppress and kill the other party. Pooh! However, he immediately suffered a loss, blood splashing outwards. That hand rotted and then the entire arm was grabbed. In addition, the world within sleeve collapsed. Hong long. Black mist overflowed, spreading in all directions. The undead knight revealed himself, grabbing him just like that, locking down his body. He couldn't move at all. The main reason was because he was careless, thinking that he could capture Huang with just a raise of his hand. He never expected this crazy undead knight to be secretly watching him. Moreover, the undead knight was too strong, so capturing him wasn't a problem at all. Ah! The golden-haired elder's hair immediately dried up, body shriveling up, flesh decaying, immediately suffering greatly. This all took place too quickly, shocking everyone. They originally thought that Huang was going to be captured. Who would have expected that their own side's well-known individual would encounter a disaster? Didn't you want me to stay behind? Sure, I am standing right here. Seeing as how you're suffering right now, perhaps I should just help set you free, Xianxia said. He drew the everlasting sword core, brandishing it like peeling a radish. With a pu sound, the golden-haired elder's head fell onto the ground. His primordial spirit wasn't erased, wishing to escape. However, a wave of black death energy winded about, so it couldn't escape. Pooh! Xianxia swung out the sword, piercing through it. Everyone was struck dumb, bodies going cold from head to toe, as if they had just went through a nightmare, all of them finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. All of this happened too quickly. Many people were unable to even react. Withdraw, that's an undead knight, Nine-eyed Taoist roared out. However, it was already too late. The undead knight had long made preparations, waiting for this moment to deliver a vicious attack. The rotting wings behind it immediately spread, surrounding this place. What was the so-called hiding the sky, covering the sun? Right now, these black wings displayed the best example. They carried black mist, overflowing into the sky, covering heaven and earth. Death energy spread, covering the forest. Powerful domains spread, locking down this place. All of the creatures were in miserable states, their flesh either decaying from corrosion or locked down in place, unable to escape. Shua! The nine-eyed Taoist immediately took action, opening the 9 vertical eyes. 9 streaks of divine light shot out like a heaven-reaching rainbow, releasing an astonishing aura. He tore open the black mist, opening a corner of the seal, wishing to bring everyone with him and escape from this place. However, the undead knight really was too powerful. No matter how heaven-defying the nine-eyed Taoist was, well known for many years, an established king clan expert, he was still far from being its match. The undead knight's pair of wings surrounded the rainbow light. Sparks flew in all directions, black mist surging. Under dang-dang sounds, the light released by the 9 divine eyes all broke down, the divine ability destroyed. This was especially the case when the rotting wings descended, directly closing in, crushing the nine-eyed Taoist's body. It covered his head, covering the 9 divine eyes. At this moment, the undead knight used a special ancient method to seal up heaven and earth. Apart from sure how, shackles were applied to everyone. I can't move, can't escape. This is bad. Nine-eyed Taoist Senior even released such a power divine ability. Yet in the end, before he even had a chance to go all out, he was suppressed. There were some people who were suffering the pain of their flesh rotting, screaming out in pain. Truly senseless. I don't even feel like I accomplished anything at all. Sure how shook his head. It was because he wasn't the one who captured them, but rather the undead knight displaying might, immediately suppressing all of these creatures. Sigh, why aren't you all running? If I take action like this, it's just like cutting scarecrows. What is the difference? Sure how had on an unwilling expression. Everyone was furious, really wanting to swear out loud. This little bastard was too hateful. They fell for his tricks, now ending up in his hands, so they were definitely going to suffer a calamity. At the same time, there were others who were absolutely terrified. After all, there was an undead knight here who was actually standing together with Sure How. I really am a benevolent person. It pains me to see others suffer. You all were affected by the undead knight's curse, in so much pain. I think it's better if I send you all on your way, free you all from your suffering. Sure How said. He walked forward, raising the sword core. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end, at the same time feeling sullen. This wasn't a battle at all. No one displaying their true, terrifying cultivation before being sealed by the undead knight. They were going to die just like that. It really was too shameful of a death. This was especially the case for the nine-eyed Taoist, known as an outstanding individual in his generation, someone with a great reputation, yet now he was going to die in such a strange way. This really was hard to accept. Guess I'll just start from you. Sure How walked towards the nine-eyed Taoist. Little bastard, you? The nine-eyed Taoist was humiliated and furious, berating him. In the end, acting fierce like this only brought himself more suffering. Sure How's attacks were really inaccurate, cutting out many times, chopping nine-eyed Taoist like a vegetable. After his body broke into many parts, only then could he be considered killed, primordial spirit extinguished. All of the young creatures shivered in fear, at the same time feeling sorrow for nine-eyed Taoist. The glorious expert of a generation actually died in such a cowardly manner. It really was too shameful. Pooh! Then, Sure How didn't hold back, continuously brandishing the sword core. Heads fell one after another, tumbling and rolling all over the ground, blood everywhere. These creatures were all killed. Unfortunately, the heavenly deity tree ran. He wasn't able to catch it. However, Sure How wasn't in that much of a rush, continued to follow its traces. Along the way, he encountered several groups of creatures. They were all killed in the end, burying several groups of people. Hehe, I reckon Huang has probably already been captured by now. 5 or 6 groups have already been sent in, and there are even some old fellows who followed along. This time, he's done for. Outside the mountain range, an elder stroked his beard, a smile on his face as he said, "Please don't accidentally kill him. We already agreed to capture him alive. This is something that the young great one from the emperor race instructed." Someone said quietly. Wu? Gu clan's people also said this, saying that they want this wheatstone to train their clan's unmatched youth. Another person said, "Bad news. Elders, something bad happened." Someone shouted from the distance, appearing extremely anxious. "What is it? Could it be that you accidentally half-crippled Huang, unable to properly capture and bring him back?" An elder asked. "We even brought in the 100 Calamity Stairway, an unmatched supreme treasure that can smoothly allow everyone to enter Divine Medicine Mountain. Don't tell me that they still encountered some trouble along the way." Another person asked. "No, it's not any of those. The one who came was drenched in sweat, incredibly anxious. How could he not be? The people who entered all died." Wu, speak slowly. There is no need to panic. It is okay even if you accidentally killed Huang. It's not that big of a deal either. As for the Emperor race young great one, I can help explain things. An important figure from a king clan said. The elders were all smiling, extremely calm, overseeing this place together with a few other middle-aged men. None of them were flustered, because the leading figures who secretly came were too strong. Haha! Don't rush. Tell us slowly. It's not like the heavens are collapsing. What is it? We'll take responsibility. An elder with 3 heads said with all smiles. Great one. The messenger's expression was sullen, kneeling down. Tell us, what exactly is it? It is just a trifling Huang. Any self-release realm cultivator can capture and kill him. What did you guys do to him? Another middle-aged man said with a smile, calm and unruffled, clearly not worried. It was because if it was just for killing Huang, any of those entering the mountain range would be enough, let alone the fact that so many cultivators came, and they even came with a trump card. The people who went inside have all been wiped out. The great ones all died. The voice of the creature who was kneeling on the ground was trembling. When these words sounded, the mountains became still, lacking all sound. All of the smiles froze. Time seemingly stopped. Freezing here. How could this be? It was just a single Huang. Even though he had heaven-warping talent, indeed extraordinary, he didn't mature to the point where the older generation figures would fear him yet. Still too young. However, he actually killed King Race's older generation experts. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 individuals who entered, but rather several groups. They all had older generation experts overseeing them. Just now, they were still calm, smiling and discussing here, as if there was nothing to worry about at all. It was because, in their opinion, the greater situation was already set in stone. However now, when they heard the terrible news, the expressions of these experts were as exaggerated as could be. It changed from a faint smile, to their expressions becoming rigid, then to frowns. Veins then covered their foreheads, expressions falling, becoming a bit malevolent. This really was a bit hard to accept, especially when these elders were so calm and easygoing before. Now, their faces were filled with humiliation and anger. This was too shameful. How is this possible? Those old fellas all died after entering? How could they be killed by Huang? That 3-headed elder asked with an overcast expression. On its left shoulder was a sheep head, golden and resplendent, even the horns golden. The center was a golden Huan head, not that ordinary either. On the right shoulder was a great pung bird, its gaze penetrating. I didn't see Huang. I only saw remains, all of them dying miserably, their blood pitch black, dyeing the mountain forest. Even their flesh and bones were rotten, the messenger said with a trembling voice. That scene was too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the younger generation cultivators or the older experts, they all met similar ends, becoming rotten bones. Who is the one doing this? Don't tell me that an Imperial Pass powerful expert infiltrated Divine Medicine Mountain Range without startling us? This doesn't seem too likely, the 3-headed elder said with a cold voice. That was a variant of the 3-headed king race. Its blood was golden. The 3 heads different from others in its clan. This creature was extremely well known. Enter the mountain. A monster covered in silver scales walked over from the back, its appearance similar to a pangolin. However, there were still some differences. For example, there were silver dragon horns on its head, on its back 8 silver wings. Something major happened. It should be an undead knight that was startled by someone, emerging from the earth. We have to enter the mountain and provide assistance. Hurry and bring the 100 calamity stairway, the 3-headed king said. They came to this conclusion from the conditions of the corpses. There was a high possibility of this being done by undead knights. However, they didn't associate the two too much, not believing that the undead knight was on Sure House side. It was because these types of underground creatures normally didn't walk together with humans. If there really is an undead knight that is running rampant, we might not necessarily be able to stop it. Another King Clan elder said with a sunken voice. They were extremely strong, but they still weren't supreme beings in the end. Even if they were stronger than other self-release realm cultivators, there was still a limit to this. But we have no choice but to enter. We don't have a choice. That young Great One already entered the mountain range. The expression of the silver-scaled, pangolin-like creature was serious. This was something major. An Emperor clan young Great One entered, so they couldn't afford to lose him. They had to go and provide assistance. It was because undead knights were too dangerous. Even if that Great One had foreign ancient treasures and other things, he might not necessarily be able to escape unharmed. There was a chance that he might be in great danger. We have to enter, perhaps the burial earth has split open. If that happens, no matter how many trump cards the Emperor Race Youth has, it still wouldn't be that effective. Once the burial earth is connected to the surface, it would be unimaginable. It was clear that they thought too much, worrying too much, fearing that there would be a disaster. Hurry and report to those old ancestors, the three-headed king said coldly, giving orders to those around him. They were all self-release realm great cultivators, so the old ancestors they talked about were clearly supreme beings. There were actually many of them who came. One could see just how deep their plotting ran. It was because the undying existences couldn't cross heaven abyss, unable to cross over. Supreme being level individuals were already the most powerful in Desolate Border. This time, there were indeed individuals at this level who personally came. However, none of them were here, instead hiding in another crucial place, protecting a few important locations. In every single spot was a formation core that they personally watched over and controlled. Once they were activated, the effects would be unimaginable. Without a doubt, this was prepared for Imperial Pass highest level. If they rushed over, then they would be completely wiped out, eliminating future problems. In reality, towards these old fellas' actions, to lay in there in ambush, it was something that some from the foreign side didn't agree with. There were some creatures who were opposed to this. It was because they felt like there was completely no need, that they really were making a big fuss out of nothing. In a few creatures' opinions, even though Huang was a genius, his talents exceptional, it wasn't to the point where it could move clouds, startle the higher levels. They didn't think this type of ambush would be useful, unable to catch the so-called big fish. However, there were some creatures who persisted with this idea, feeling that it had a high chance of succeeding. Moreover, once it did, Imperial Pass would quickly decline, losing the most powerful individuals who served as the backbone. Furthermore, if they were able to get rid of Imperial Pass' most powerful individuals in one swoop, this would be a fatal blow. It would drop their morale to the extreme. It was to the extent where at that time, as long as the undying existences issued the decree to enlist rebel soldiers, there would most likely be long-life families who would defect, open up that impregnable ancient city, welcome them in. Once this happened, there might be shocking results. Meanwhile, all of this was founded on an important judgment. Someone from Imperial Pass had previously passed through Desolate Border, heading towards the other side with goodwill, leaking out information there, offering some important news. That individual not only told them that Huang was in Divine Medicine Mountain Range, he also emphasized that this was someone Meng Tianzhang regarded with great importance, willing to take risks for him. Once Great Elder Meng Tianzhang convinced other supreme beings, even if it was just one or two unmatched beings who set out together, it would still be a great opportunity. All of them would be wiped out in one go. It could be said that the creature who came from Imperial Pass had a firm grasp on Meng Tianjing, Huang, and others, giving a group of foreign iron-blooded demon kings important information to consider. The foreign side's hardline faction wanted to make a large move. Once it succeeded, they could take down Imperial Pass in one swoop. Many families would most likely directly surrender, open up the city to welcome them. After giving out orders to send the information to the supreme beings, the three-headed king and others set out, using the Supreme Treasure 100 Calamity Stairway to make it into the mountain range depths, passing the Iron Blood Ancient Tree and other dangers. Regardless of whether it was for sure how or Imperial Pass, this was a huge crisis. Someone was leaking secrets from Imperial Pass. This matter was extremely serious. If they couldn't uncover this person, then it would always remain a shadow over their hearts, difficult for them to feel at ease. The only thing that prevented them from being too terrified was that if one wished to enter Imperial Pass, they had to enter through the formation core. There were great restrictions there, so until now, no accidents had ever happened. Imperial Pass was like a giant living creature, able to inspect all types of information regarding the individual's bloodlines and other information. Moreover, it was always only people who left Imperial Pass who could return. If not, then they weren't permitted inside the pass. Even though the youngsters didn't return, I do not believe it is they who are leaking out secrets. This is merely a coincidence. A few people were discussing things. Moreover, it wasn't only a few. There were over 100,000 individuals. This time, they held a great meeting precisely to have the various clans investigate their own clans, find out the creatures who have ulterior motives. From a certain perspective, the foreign side allowed Imperial Pass to know that there was someone leaking out secrets. This matter was a type of success and return in itself. At the very least, it made every clan uneasy, looking at each other with suspicious eyes, begin to investigate their own people. If this type of suspicion was exploited or guided in the future somehow, it might produce great results. I feel like it is definitely Huang. It is him who is leaking out information. Otherwise, why did he dare enter Divine Medicine Mountain Range alone? He is holding a meeting with the other side. Correct. We already investigated and found out that there are foreign creatures roaming about. If Huang isn't the one who is leaking information, he would have died a long time ago. There is no way he is still alive. There were people shouting, demanding for Huang to be punished severely, attaching an unforgivable crime to him. It was clear that these creatures who were shouting noisily were all people who followed Wang family and Jin family. The two great long-life families didn't get along with Huang, sharing a great grudge. These followers began to throw stones while the other party was already down. Detain all of Huang's gang of scoundrels. Interrogate them first. Let's see if we can find any clues. There were some who, for the sake of currying favor with the two great families, truly were going all out. It was because recently, the two clans were trying to gather as many people to their side as possible. There might be great benefits to be had. These people were indeed scared of Meng Tianjing, but they were even more scared of Immortal Wang and Jin Taijun joining hands. In their opinion, two unmatched beings were definitely stronger than one supreme being. Shut your mouths! Above the Copper Palace, a middle-aged man shouted, his eyes cold as they swept through them, leaving them horrified. Ha! At the same time, they were startled. Wasn't that one of Wang family's 9 dragons? His head was covered in gray hair, figure tall and big, eyes brilliant like golden lamps. These followers were greatly shocked, at the same time shivering inwardly. Use your brains. Huang killed the foreign young kings, establishing a great grudge with someone like his defect. Right at this time, an old woman also spoke up, expression downcast. Her eyes were even more terrifying, piercing like arrows, simply about to make one's body break apart. When one was swept through by her gaze, their bodies would crack open, blood flowing out. This woman's entire body was wrapped within chaotic energy, extremely powerful. Everyone shivered inwardly. This was one of Jin Taijuan's daughters, her strength exceptional. Today, she also appeared in the Copper Palace, leaving everyone in fear. These followers were shocked and fearful, at the same time a bit confused. Even though they knew that there was no way Huang would defect, so what if they spoke a bit of nonsense? Wasn't this what the two families wanted to see? These individuals were embarrassed, not expecting their flattery to end up working against them. The two clans didn't seem to feel any gratitude. Huang is still a child. He doesn't have the strength to affect the greater situation. But he is still worth saving, because his aptitude truly is unordinary, with endless potential to unearth. Right at this time, an elder spoke up in an extremely amiable manner. This elder had an amiable expression, his voice calm, suggesting for them to rescue Huang, that they couldn't abandon him in Divine Medicine Mountain Range. The individuals who were just throwing mud at Huang, saying that he leaked out information, were stupefied, because they recognized this elder. He came from the Celestial clan. Didn't they previously hear that this clan had a grudge with Huang? Wu, being young really is great, representing vitality and hope. Huang is someone with great potential. We shouldn't watch him die like this. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous type of loss. The old Celestial side, moreover, directly stating that in the past, Celestial clan let Shihao down. There were some conflicts before. However, now that he was in dire straits, they had to offer help. This made quite a few people reveal strange expressions. Was this old fella speaking out of sincerity? Or was he showing off, deliberately trying to get on someone's good side? Huang overestimates himself, rashly entering divine medicine mountain range, not knowing when to back off. Now that he is in this state, who can be blamed for this? There were some experts that followed Wang family who stepped out, speaking like this, trying to stop this. Just now, it was precisely people from their group who were splashing dirty water, and then in the end were berated. Now, they felt like as long as they were no longer attacking Huang, trying to stop this, prevent people from rescuing him shouldn't incur any blame. This is his own mistake. Why do our Imperial Pass elites have to save him? This is not fair for the others. Can it be that the lives of others are not lives? One creature spoke in a self-righteous manner. However, what was unexpected was that this worked against them again. In the Copper Palace, on a praying mat, the eyes of that middle-aged male with a head of gray hair erupted with divine radiance, mouth and nose releasing streaks of chaotic energy. He coldly swept his eyes over them. This was one of Wang family's 9 dragons, his strength deep and immeasurable. There were only a few people in Imperial Pass like Great Elder who could suppress him. All of you, shut your mouths. Before the greater situation, all of you are always scheming like this, trying to do things. You all ought to be punished. This was what Wang family's 5th dragon said directly. His figure was large and tall. Even though he was seated, he was still a head or 2 taller than others. His figure was robust, blood energy surging like a human-shaped barbaric dragon. The one who spoke out just now immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood, staggering backwards. They panicked a bit, speaking the wrong things again and again, incurring Wang family 5th dragon's dissatisfaction. They never expected Wang family to actually be partial to Huang this time. These people were inwardly conflicted, feeling like Wang family was only putting on a play, not necessarily really wanting to save Huang. However, they still didn't dare rashly express their opinion anymore. Then let's discuss a bit what type of help would be the most effective. It is best if we don't lose our Imperial Pass elite members either. Jean family's old woman spoke up. In my opinion, we should directly meet with a few supreme beings in Ancestral Altar, ask them to come out of seclusion. They can definitely quickly rescue Huang. Someone said like this. Right at this time, outside the Copper Palace, many people got up, bowing respectfully. It was because there was a streak of golden light that extended out from Ancestral Altar, leading here. An elder appeared, crossing tens of thousands of li, directly descending here. It was precisely Meng Tianjing. We pay our respects to Senior. Everyone got up, no one daring to act rudely here. Great Elder Meng Tianjing retracted all of his aura, becoming like an ordinary elder. He stepped off the great golden path, entering the Grand Copper Palace. Senior, we are discussing how to save Huang. Jean family's old woman got up, explaining like this. Even Wang family's 5 dragons, even though they bore deep hostility against Great Elder, right now, they still stood up respectfully, not acting too rudely. All of you should continue. Great Elder sat down, having them continue their discussion. Then he frowned, his expression becoming grave, not saying a word. It was because after news of Divine Medicine Mountain Ranges events passed over, Meng Tianjing truly became worried for Shihao. Shihao's whereabouts were actually leaked, because foreign experts went to hunt him down. This was extremely terrible. Senior, I feel like we should immediately rescue Huang. What does your distinguished self think? Someone asked. Great Elder sighed. His eyes suddenly opened, the gaze intimidating. He swept across everyone's eyes, nodding and saying, I will personally set out. Who is splashing dirty water on my brother? All of you are acting self-righteous, saying what Shihao is the one who leaked out information, defecting to the other side. In my opinion, it seems like your brains were kicked around by Wang family's dragons. Right at this time, a disturbance could be heard from the Copper Palace. Fatty Chow hurried over. Apart from this, there was the Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chang Gongyan and others. Normally, youngsters didn't have the right to enter this Copper Palace. But today, an exception was made. They were permitted inside. It was because previously there were people throwing mud at Hao, saying that Hao might have done something really bad, needing to investigate his friends to bring them here for interrogation. Many people revealed strange expressions. This fatty really dared to say anything. The phrase brains being kicked by donkeys ended being brains kicked by Wang family's dragons. It really was a bit bold. Is no one going to save Hao? I'll go ask my master, having him leave the pass. I refuse to believe that he can't be saved. Fatty Chow stirred up a ruckus. His master was extremely mysterious. Apart from a few people, no one else knew about him. However, those who knew a bit all felt great restraining fear, because that old monster was too terrifying, able to foresee many secrets. For example, Fatty Chow had previously said that he was going to be buried, that he was fated to reappear in this world after countless years had passed, moreover achieve immortality. This was what his master foresaw. Ignorant fool, what are you stirring up a disturbance here for? Leave. On the praying mat, Wang family's fifth dragon spoke up, his voice ringing through the copper palace like thunder. His strength was deep and immeasurable, just a short shout enough to make Chao Yuxing's body break apart, explode here. Right now, even though the fifth dragon didn't deal the fatal blow, it was still enough to make Fatty Chow cough out large mouthfuls of blood, fly out from the copper cauldron. However, right at this time, Jin Taijuan's daughter, that old woman, suddenly reached out a hand. Her sleeves moved, severing the fifth dragon's sound waves, protecting Chao Yuxing. Great Elder Meng Tianjing looked at the fifth dragon coldly, his gaze filled with chilly energy, immediately making the fifth dragon's scalp go numb. Even though he was arrogant, incredibly powerful, when faced with Great Elder, he still lacked confidence, his body shivering. Send my regards to your master in my place. Great Elder turned around, speaking amiably to Fatty Chow. Just this sentence alone made everyone's expressions change. No one daring to speak out against Chao Yuxing again. Even the fifth dragon was inwardly shocked. What kind of status did Great Elder have? He actually acted politely to the little fatty, old friends with his master. Everyone knew that the origins of Fatty Chow's master were extremely great. Senior, hurry and save Hao. I'm scared that something bad will happen to him, the lunar jade rabbit urged. It was because, in their opinions, if they were a step late, Hao's situation would become many times worse. It was to the extent where there were some who suspected that Huang most likely already died. Senior, should we head to Ancestral Altar and invite a few other supreme beings? Jin Taijuan's daughter asked. Wang family's fifth dragon would never take the initiative to talk to Great Elder. He was forcefully dispatched to Desolate Border, the grudge between them too deep. There is no need, I will go alone, Great Elder said. Senior, it is too dangerous. If you go alone, that is not some good place. Divine Medicine Mountain Range can be considered an extremely malevolent place. Someone said, I haven't fought a true battle in many years. My weapons haven't rusted yet. Today, I am going out for a bit, Great Elder said. Senior, you have to make sufficient preparations. It is best if you request for the assistance of one or two supreme beings, someone advised. Huang can be considered my disciple. If he has any difficulties, then I will be the one to set out. If others in Imperial Pass were to suffer losses because of him, I would not feel at ease. Great Elder replied calmly. At the same time, everyone felt a trembling from their very souls. It was because at this moment, they seemed to have seen a flame burning within Meng Tianjing's ordinary body. It was surging, about to rush out, engulf the star dome. Everyone knew that was the fighting spirit of a supreme being. Once revived and fully released, it would be world-shaking, the sun, moon, and stars would move along with it. It was rumored that a drop of supreme being blood could shoot down a star, bury suns and other things, basically endless divine might. Only normal people never saw this before, nor did they have any way to see it. Today, many people understood that Great Elder was going to release his fighting intent without any restraint. This wasn't for exchanging pointers, but to fight with his life on the line. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Great Elder left the Copper Palace. The bones within his body released pi-pa noises. A wave of terrifying aura covered heaven and earth. shaking up all of Imperial Pass. One had to understand that Imperial Pass was endless. The walls piled up through stellar remains. It was on an unimaginable scale. However, right now, everyone in the city felt a wave of pressure, as if the entire world was trembling. Meanwhile, this was still the result of Great Elder not completely erupting. He was only letting his supreme being blood revive, raising himself to his peak state. Hong Long. A great rumbling noise sounded again, originating from Great Elder Meng Tianjing's figure. This was the surging of supreme being blood, all restraints undone, released outwards. It was even greater than thunder, more ferocious than a mountain torrent. It was simply unimaginable. Great Elder was still suppressing it a bit, not allowing the power to affect Imperial Pass. Moreover, the changes were only restricted to his body, or else it would create a huge disaster. Could it be that he broke through? Wang family's fifth dragon's expression changed, feeling a wave of panic. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but tremble, feeling an urge to bow down. Right now, Great Elder was already towering in the heavens, rumbling noises sounding endlessly from his body. His supreme being blood revived, surging through his body quickly transforming. Recovering youthful vigor, did he obtain a new life? There was someone who shouted out, their soul trembling, Long kneeling on the ground, voice trembling. At this time, countless creatures in Imperial Pass fell powerlessly onto the ground. This was still the result of Great Elder suppressing this power. In the skies he was changing. His body's bones released pi-pa sounds, his flesh shining, figure changing greatly, continuously expanding. At first, he was only a dry and shriveled old man, the endless years leaving behind too many traces on his body, extremely aged. However now, his figure was shining, his bones growing, flesh reforged, changing greatly, as if he became a completely different person. Hong! Everyone was stupefied when they saw that man in the sky who was surging with vitality. That was a young man, black hair scattering down. His appearance handsome and heroic, figure tall and straight, eyebrows sharp like swords, pupils deep like stars. He was full of life aura. This was Great Elder Meng Tianjing. He looked at most 25 or 6 years old, at the peak of his life, body tall and robust, almost perfect. His face was flawless, extremely handsome, heroic and powerful. He wore golden battle clothes, golden radiance wrapping around him, making him look like an unmatched war god who walked over from an unknown ancient era. He was suppressing himself, preventing his blood energy from spreading. But there were still countless people who trembled, kneeling on the ground. This was completely a type of instinctive act. Even the fifth dragon and Jin Taijuan's daughter's expressions paled, almost unable to withstand it anymore, about to bow down too. This type of divine might was irresistible. At this moment, that young man in the sky was like a boundless starry sky, unimaginably profound, powerful to the point where he was difficult to even look up to. Meng Tianjing's black hair fluttered about, his figure heroic and vigorous. What similarity was there compared to before? This was a completely different person. He wore golden battle clothes, making him look heroic and unrivaled. He looked like he was at the prime of his life, 25 or 26 years old, possessing a type of unmatched power. When his eyes opened and closed, divine radiance flickered about. Outside his body was a dazzling golden divine ring, as if he was a war immortal from the last great era, stepping over the long river of time to arrive. There was an unknown and mysterious aura to his body. This was precisely the current Great Elder, this transformation hard to believe. An astonishing transformation had taken place. Many people suspected that he might have broken through his shackles, taking that crucial step. The fifth dragon trembled. He knew that he didn't have the qualifications to challenge Great Elder at all, perhaps only the youngest of the 9 dragons still having some confidence. Within the Wang family's 9 dragons, the last one was the greatest. According to legends, he wasn't much weaker than Immortal Wang, possibly Long stepping foot into the unmatched domain of the mortal Tao. Qi. When Great Elder Meng Tianjing raised his leg, Stars swirled about. Primal chaos surged. He stepped on a great golden path, disappearing into the limits of the horizon. He wanted to head to the city gate, leave the pass through the formation core. The young great elder was extremely decisive, leaving just like that, not staying here for even a moment. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did everyone who fell weak onto the ground stand up. They were incredibly shaken. Was this the appearance of a true revived supreme being? No. I suspect that Senior Meng has already taken a step beyond the highest level of enlightenment. Someone said. This wasn't something entirely out of the question because Meng Tianzheng didn't walk a normal path. When he was young, he used his body as the seed, almost succeeding, but something unexpected happened at the last moment. It could be said that in that era, this type of accomplishment surpassed all others of its kind before and since. This type of talent was incomparable. No one in the ancient times able to reach this step, glorious and world-shattering. It was precisely because of that defeat that his Tao body split apart, his body and spirit almost erased. He remained low profile for a long time, lingering about the border of hell, enduring endless torment. However, Meng Tianzheng didn't give up, never feeling discouraged. He went into seclusion while half-crippled, slowly recovering, adjusting his body. As he watched others of his generation rise up one after another, he instead stood firm in his original place. His Tao body was half-crippled. That type of suffering was something ordinary people couldn't imagine. However, in the end, he still returned. After many years, it was as if he was reborn from the ashes of disaster, rebirthed in flames. His Tao body's cracks disappeared, and then he rose up again, moreover ultimately standing at the greatest peak of mortal Tao. If not for the environment changing greatly, he would have long become an immortal. That was why everyone knew that Meng Tianzheng was heaven-warping and incomparable. If not for him being half-crippled when he was young, hacked by the will of heaven, perhaps he would be even more powerful right now. Senior Meng's young appearance is actually this handsome. He really is dazzling. I feel like this is true heroicness. There were young ladies whose faces blushed, becoming starry-eyed here. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two. There were many young ladies whose eyes swirled with brilliance. The group of older generation figures were all speechless. This old fella really is abnormal. Don't tell me that he recently underwent a successful rebirth, surging with a sea of life vitality again. The fifth dragon said quietly, his tone extremely unwilling. Divine Medicine Mountain Range, the deepest region. Xianxia was running crazily, the undead knight following at his side. They arrived in a verdant and lush region, this place brilliant and crystalline. Those trees were all shining, rising and falling like green waves. On the ground there were many white bones. It was clear that this wasn't some good place. Tao brother, please save me. Within the trees, there was an old tree that was howling, calling the other shining trees, having them revive and protect it. Heavenly deity tree, don't run anymore. I really don't mean any harm. Look, your brother is following at my side, and there is all life earth to nourish you. It'll help you flourish even greater. Xianxia shouted from the back, trying his best to show that he was harmless and pure. These are all corpse trees that grew from piles of corpses. Inside of the pot, the heavenly deity tree following at Xianxia's side said. Its knowledge and experiences were more vast, able to see through these ancient trees' origins. You've fallen, actually asking corpse trees for assistance. The golden heavenly deity tree in the pot shouted. Still better than you following at the side of a damned thing. These corpse trees don't have true consciousness. They wouldn't run around and cause trouble. In the sea of trees, that scarlet-red heavenly deity tree shouted. When the undead knight heard this, the black mist around it became even thicker. Then, it chanted a type of ancient incantation with a low voice, making this place become a bit more strange. It was clearly still day, yet it darkened. Then, chilly winds howled, bloody mist pervading the air. It was as if hell itself descended upon this world. Soon afterwards, the sea of trees shone, surging with a wave of great power. All of the trees trembled, and then they reached out their branches. Ah! That scarlet-red heavenly deity tree screamed miserably, extremely frightened. It was because the so-called corpse trees all moved, trapping it. Those trunks were like crocodiles, about to tear it apart. "Let me go!" the old tree screamed. Xianxia was scared, never expecting the undead knight to have this move. Could actually control the corpse trees. "These were planted by my clan, rooted in the tombs of the deceased. They are a type of low-level trees that protect burial earth," the undead knight said. Xianxia was stunned. There was actually this type of saying. The corpse trees were actually related to the undead earth? This meant that some things from the 9 heavens 10 earths like all life earth, corpse trees, and other things all came from the ancient burial region? Haha, brother. Don't struggle anymore. We finally meet again, we should become one now. The golden heavenly deity tree at Xianxia's side was extremely happy. Black mist surged. The undead knight suppressed that heavenly deity tree. It couldn't escape anymore. When Xianxia hurried over, it was already completely listless, in low spirits, pressed down by the corpse trees. Even though crimson multicolored light overflowed, it was still in an impossible situation. This tree was quite interesting, the tree trunk having tree holes and other parts, making it look not much different from a human race mouth and nose. The treetop was lush and flourishing like thick red hair. "Why are you staying together with an undead knight? Their bodies carry death energy, it clashes with us. If we associate with them for a long time, it will make you fall into darkness," the scarlet heavenly deity tree said angrily. "You are thinking too much. I have nothing to do with it," the golden heavenly deity tree explained, not wishing for it to misunderstand. It was because it wanted to merge together with it. "Heavenly deity tree senior, you've really misunderstood," Xianxia also said. He didn't plan to suppress it, but instead frankly explain the situation. It was because he didn't want to offend the other party. In the future, he still wanted it to transform into a heavenly immortal tree. This tree was too important, able to allow one to immediately ascend to immortality. In the current circumstances where the environment changed, this was definitely a ray of hope. The crimson ancient tree was incredibly shocked. Eventually, it slowly felt at ease, believing what they said. It was because it didn't sense any death energy from the two's bodies. So it should be an undead knight who had just left the earth. Is the immortal tree that formidable? It's not like I've never seen any before in the depths of ancient burial region. Right at this time, the undead knight suddenly spoke up. The scarlet ancient tree's words clearly left it rather unhappy, treating it like some great disaster, not willing to get close. "What did you say?" The two heavenly deity trees were shocked. "How does one enter the depths of ancient burial region?" Xianxia also asked. "It is extremely far, you all cannot enter." The undead knight's words immediately stopped their follow-up questions. It wouldn't bring them there. "Are there immortal medicines there?" Xianxia's eyes shone. He really wanted one. If he could gift one to Great Elder, he would most likely be able to advance by leaps and bounds, become an immortal Tao expert, fully freed from the shackles of heaven and earth. There are, moreover, not just one stalk. I have seen them, but they aren't very useful for us," the undead knight said. Xianxia felt a bit dizzy, as if he was going a bit crazy. There was more than a single stalk of immortal medicine running around in ancient burial region. What kind of concept was this? Just the thought alone made him drool. This was but an opportunity for achieving immortality. If it could be brought back, it could immediately create many long life beings in the 9 heavens 10 earths. "Big bro, we're already in this together. How about you just bring me with you?" Xianxia's skin was as thick as a shield, directly moving over to hug the undead knight's arm, the intimacy making the undead knight feel a layer of goosebumps. It quickly backed up, saying, "Our auras clash. Don't randomly touch me. It's fine, I don't really care. Also, it's not like you're female undead knight, so what is there to be scared of?" For the sake of maintaining a look of enthusiasm, he looked like he didn't mind at all. "I care." The undead knight was dumbstruck, but still said resolutely. "Why?" Xianxia wasn't willing to give up, still trying to worm his way into being friends. It's the same as a toad crawling up your arm, same reasoning. I will feel extremely uncomfortable. The undead knight was this direct, immediately making sure Hao's face fall. He was quite unsatisfied. This was just a corpse, yet it actually avoided him. It really was ridiculous. You are going too far. I didn't even avoid you. Sure, Hao grinded his teeth. But I really am avoiding you. Alright, if you feel like you're hurt, then let's change the saying. Men and women shouldn't touch hands when they exchange things. It was unknown if the undead knight was unsophisticated or cold, adding another cut to Sure Hao's wounds. Sure Hao immediately became dejected. His face widened. At the same time, he was a bit stunned, saying, "You are a female undead knight? Is this not okay?" The undead knight calmly said, "It's fine, no problems." Sure Hao closed his mouth, feeling a bit dizzy. Then he couldn't help but speak up again. He really was interested in the immortal medicines, desiring them greatly, wishing to bring back a stock or two to Imperial Pass. "I don't believe you. Why would immortal medicines go to ancient burial region? Are they not scared of falling into darkness, be consigned to eternal damnation?" That scarlet heavenly deity tree didn't believe either. "Actually, what you said isn't correct. It is those immortal medicines not wishing to leave. By growing in ancient burial region, they are extremely safe," the female undead knight said. "Leaving them there is a waste though. Why don't you catch them? I'll exchange for them with all life earth." Sure Hao rubbed his hands, directly swallowing his saliva. The undead knight frowned and said, "Immortal medicines are useless to me, however, perhaps they are useful to the existence of the burial region depths." When Sure Hao heard this, he immediately became nervous. He was still scheming before. Could it be that there was no hope now? That makes sense as well. Your body carries death energy. It clashes with immortal medicine. But aren't there unmatched existences among the undead knights? Who knows, maybe they got rid of all their death energy. Sure Hao said with a light sigh, "It is indeed a bit useful. I recall that there was a great one who cut down an immortal tree, using it to carve a coffin." The undead knight said to itself, "What? Treating others this badly? Tell me, where is it? I'm going to beat the shit out of it." Sure Hao couldn't hold back, immediately becoming furious, not even considering if he had that type of strength himself first. "Just a chicken raised by that type of great one will eat you in one gulp." The undead knight felt disdain, rarely revealing a bit of emotional fluctuation. "Are you really a female undead knight? If you aren't, do you think I can't beat you up?" Sure Hao was furious. Just a chicken, yet it dared claimed it to be that strong. How were others even supposed to live? "Woo, I forgot to say this. Before that chicken lost its feathers, I believed it seems to be called some true phoenix outside the ancient burial region." The undead knight said slowly, "Can you really not live without showing off?" Sure Hao really found this a bit hard to bear. Just a chicken raised by an undead knight in the ancient burial region was a true phoenix before it lost its feathers? This was just too extravagant. He really didn't believe this. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Either way, there were rumors that the bird failed a rebirth through flames, and then Great One offered it shelter. After being buried in a type of priceless burial earth for many years, it ultimately became a chicken that wanted around the gate. When he heard this, Sure Hao really wanted to roll his eyes. If this was true, then ancient burial region's history and reserves were simply unimaginable. "Why aren't Shuchuo and Anlin digging over there? I just want to see who is more fierce." Sure Hao grumbled. "If someone digs into our burial region, once they truly make contact with a Great One's family, they will definitely be dealt with properly," the female undead knight said with a stupefied expression, carrying a wave of cold intent. "A bunch of nonsense. If there were immortal medicines living in ancient burial region, would they not be scared of being eroded? Moreover, not even fallen immortal trees would be willing to be cut down by another and be turned into a coffin, right? It's completely absurd." That scarlet heavenly deity tree sneered, not believing the undead knight at all. In its opinion, long-life medicines were prideful. How could they fall to that level? "Do you think the very depths of the ancient burial region is guaranteed to be overflowing with death energy?" The undead knight looked towards the heavenly deity tree, and then hinted for it to carefully examine the pot in Hao's hands. This so-called all-life earth is one of the most precious burial earths. It further explained, with this type of unmatched burial earth, even if the immortal tree was cut down once, it could still regrow its tree body. Its vitality wouldn't be greatly damaged. If it was truly as it said, then it really was too shocking. There was a mysterious undead knight who turned an immortal tree's trunk into a coffin. This really was a bit world-shocking. I'm starting to become a bit envious of the burial region. Is there really no way for me to go? Hao looked at the undead knight. He felt like if he couldn't get his hands on at least one stalk of immortal medicine, he wouldn't be able to take it. When did you see it? The scarlet heavenly deity tree asked. I've seen it before my sleep, because I've previously went there a few times. The undead knight replied. How long would each sleep last? The golden heavenly deity tree asked. 100,000 years when short, countless when longer, the years endless, perhaps half a great era. Said it like this. Hao was immediately speechless. A single sleep lasted almost forever. How was one even supposed to live? If one just slept like this, would there be any enemies left in this world? Is there really no way for you to bring me into ancient burial region? Hao asked again, dawdling around to see if there was a way. It's not like it's completely impossible, but it will be 9 deaths, 1 life. Do you want to give it a try? The undead knight looked blankly at him. Hao didn't want to throw away his life. After thinking for a bit, can you let me take a look outside the burial region? On the side, the 2 heavenly deity trees were both a bit dizzy. This youngster really was a bit too daring, right? He wanted to enter the burial region? Was he tired of living? We have to leave the mountain range and head here. The undead knight drew out a simple map on the ground. Hao's expression became slightly rigid, taking a deep breath. He never thought that it would actually be that place. Go. I have to take a look. Hao nodded without hesitation. It was because the place they were headed in was precisely his target this entire time. This was the area marked out on the beast skin diagram in Imperial Pass. It was adjacent to Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Heavenly Beast Forest, and Ancient Burial Region, a danger zone. Hao began to make his preparations. He was looking forward to this, wishing to understand the burial region, get to the bottom of its secrets. Of course, what was more important was that he was originally going to go anyway. He was going to search for astonishing natural luck in that place recorded by the ancient beast skin. Are you two going to merge together? Hao asked the 2 heavenly deity trees. Of course. Hao and the undead knight watched over them. This process was extremely mysterious, the 2 ancient trees clashing in the void. In that instant, following rumbling noises, life aura spread outwards. In the air, a blast of immortal mist surged intensely. One could see the 2 roots merging together, becoming one. This was a true immortal tree root. After they connected, life aura flourished with increasingly powerful vitality. Walala! The branches and leaves swayed, releasing hua-hua noises. Strand after strand of essence energy fell like starry streams, making the life force here rich and more astonishing. In the end, the tree body was brilliant red, golden light flickering about. The 2 trees merged, radiance also heading towards an equilibrium. However, this wasn't the completion of the transformation, it was still being carried out. They needed a large amount of time. Chi! The merged tree rushed into the pot, taking root in all life earth, absorbing life energy. I am going to sleep too, going to spend half a great era in self-cultivation. The old tree said, completely copying the undead knight's way of speaking. Hao naturally didn't believe that it could sleep for that long, thinking that it will wake up soon. Recover well. After you 2 transform, I will find the other 2 heavenly deity trees. Then Hao encountered a few foreign cultivators. He raised the sword core, directly cutting them down without mercy. Once they encountered a self-release realm cultivator, black mist would inevitably surge, the undead knight moving out, wiping out these creatures. These people are plotting something. They not only want to kill me, they also want to catch some bigger fish. Will they end up drawing in Great Elder? Xianxia said to himself. Before leaving Divine Medicine Mountain Range, he was extremely worried. It was because he saw some clues. The other side might have very well transferred out supreme beings. They were hiding outside, quietly waiting for Imperial Pass's people to come rescue him. Soon afterwards, he obtained concrete information. He learned from the mouth of a captive that there were definitely those types of old ancestors outside the mountain, already arranged in a world-shaking great formation. Xianxia was fretful. He walked back and forth, extremely uneasy. It was useless no matter how many creatures he killed in the mountains. Even though self-release realm cultivators continuously died, it was still hard for him to calm down. We have to think of a way to warn the outside world, or else if Great Elder and the others hurry over, they will be ambushed, Xianxia said. He asked the undead knight if there was a way. It was because relying on Xianxia himself, there was no way he could slaughter his way out, but right now he really had to warn Imperial Pass. There is an extremely simple solution. The undead knight's reply was also extremely succinct. What should I do? Xianxia was surprised. Divine Medicine Mountain Range's burial region below has underground veins that lead to the Great Desert. Death energy from that battlefield absorbed here. I can use this to send a message, the undead knight said. Not long afterwards, in the desert, below the golden sand, large amounts of skeletal remains emerged, producing characters in the Great Desert. It was extremely shocking. The undead knight's skills were extremely strange, able to control corpse trees, move skeletal remains. Even from this far away, it was still just as effective. In the Great Desert, the characters pieced together through skeletal remains were what Xianxia told the undead knight to write ahead of time, using this to express what Xianxia wanted to say to the outside world. Xianxia's message was extremely simple, informing the outside world that he was doing fine, that he doesn't need reinforcements. Right now, he was currently cooperating with an undead knight, unleashing a great massacre, making the foreign creatures suffer great casualties. I am preparing to bury all intruders, give the foreign side a pleasant surprise. Xianxia's message repeatedly mentioned that there were supreme beings laying in wait, that there was no need for those in the city to take risks, that they don't have to risk losses to rescue him. Meanwhile, what he spoke was the truth. Right now, he wasn't in danger. There was no need for rescuing. And Xianxia was shocked. There was a large group of people who entered, among them a few elders as well as some middle-aged people who successfully entered the mountain range. Are you going to enter burial region or continue killing them? These people aren't easy to deal with, because they came with a supreme treasure, the undead knight said. Xianxia was shocked. He saw a small stairway in one of the individual's hands. It was less than a foot long, snow-white and sparkling like jade, but was actually made of bone material. Was this the 100 Calamity Stairway? Xianxia revealed a strange expression. With this type of powerful precious artifact in hand, many of the mountain's dangers could be avoided, allowing them to reach this place. We'll ignore them for now. Let them emerge and perish on their own. Xianxia didn't want to clash with them head-on. This time, there were many more elders and middle-aged individuals. The supreme treasure they held was too astonishing. Either way, there was the Bloodvine, Golden Bull, and other vicious beings here. If these people accidentally enter those places, they'll definitely have to pay the price in blood. Let's go, Xianxia said. Divine Medicine Mountain Range is too vast. If we are really going to go like this, walk there, it is too slow. Let's take an underground burial vein, the undead knight said. Then, Xianxia underwent a bizarre journey. He entered the ground with the undead knight, seeing a pitch-black underground vein. There was a rusted war chariot here. After they stepped onto it, that tattered chariot directly disappeared from this place, taking them with it. This type of spatial transport crossed who knew how many tens of thousands of li. In an instant, Xianxia trembled, appearing in another region's underground vein. He was standing in the middle of many stone coffins. Then, under the undead knight's lead, they quickly left the underground world, reaching the surface. Xianxia was incredibly shocked, turning around from time to time. This undead knight's transport formation was just too strange. What kind of place did we arrive in? When he just arrived on the surface, Hao immediately felt like something wasn't right. His entire body went numb, his mouth and tongue going dry. Then, he discovered that his body released large amounts of light, that it shone extremely brilliantly. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There was verdant plant life in this region, as well as barren areas where grass didn't grow, lacking all life aura, making one feel incredibly suffocated. Ah, where's my flesh and blood? Hao couldn't help but scream out. It was because he discovered that his flesh and blood had turned into light, disappearing without a trace. Right now, he was completely a skeleton. Meanwhile, he discovered that the undead knight on the other side also became different. The black mist disappeared, turning into pure white mist, moreover revealing its true form. This was a young lady, one who was outrageously beautiful, difficult for him to pick a single flaw. Her skin was tender and replete, fair and sparkling. Beautiful hair scattered down, sleek and glossy. Meanwhile, behind her were a pair of pure white wings that carried immortal energy. It was incredibly divine and holy, like an aloof fairy, as if an angel descended onto this world. Impossible! Hao's expression changed. Even though he never saw the undead knight's true appearance, he knew that the wings behind it carried corroding aura. Why did everything change now? Of course, the most terrifying thing was his own transformation. Why did he become a skeleton? There is no need to be worried. A beautiful voice sounded by his ears. It came precisely from the perfect, holy, and incomparably beautiful undead knight. What you see is not necessarily the truth, of course. It might very well also be the very essence. Nothing bad will happen to you. The undead knight consoled. This place really was strange. He felt a shiver run through his body. This type of inconceivable transformation actually happened after he entered this place. Was this your appearance when you were alive? After Hao calmed down a bit, he asked like this. I have always been alive. What do you mean when I was alive? The young lady revealed a faint smile, beautiful and charming, completely different from before. If you are alive, then what am I? Hao stared at her. This was just too strange. The undead knight who had rotting wings now became a graceful and elegant young lady, full of beauty and youthfulness, completely changing her appearance. Meanwhile, there were only bones left on himself. Even though his bones were sparkling white, not looking all that sinister, his flesh and blood did completely disappear, no longer looking like a living person. If I am alive, then what do you feel like you are? The young lady calmly asked, retracting her smile. There was a pair of pure white wings on her back, her graceful and elegant figure accompanied with immortal mist, as holy could be. This is an illusion, Hao cried out. The young lady walked forward, not saying anything, only lightly tapping his arm. The white bone there released a clear sound, extremely sturdy. Hao was stunned. He reached out his hand to touch himself. There really was no flesh and blood feeling. If this was an illusion that blurred his eyes, then could it be that even his feeling of touch was also off? At the same time, he felt the softness of the young lady's hands. That was a true flesh and blood body. Don't provoke me. Hurry and scatter this illusion, Hao said. Reality is before you, yet you refuse to believe it. One will always be reluctant to leave behind what has passed, still constantly lingering in the mind. This pure and beautiful woman said with a soft sigh. Wait, could it be that you are? Suddenly, the young lady backed up, revealing a look of alarm on her face. It was because she recalled a legend here. That skeleton under the Holy Land? The young lady was shocked. She stared at Hao, and then her face was filled with shock. Hao was a bit frightened by her sudden staring, completely confused. The young lady's body trembled slightly. Only after a long time did she calm down. She took a deep breath, restoring her composure. She produced a copper mirror that was sparkling and glistening, handing it over to Hao. This was a powerful, precious artifact, but it also served as the basic function of a mirror. Hao received it and looked at the surface. There was a skeleton reflected within. He opened his jaw, silently staring at the mirror. Meanwhile, inside the skull was a sphere of light that flickered continuously. That was a soul flame. It never went out, continuing to burn with life fluctuations. Xianxia quickly threw out the copper mirror, refusing to believe his current state. This was too absurd. He ended up turning into a skeleton for some reason. He wouldn't believe this even if the world itself collapsed. "What is your intention in bringing me here?" Xianxia shouted. "Perhaps I should change my way of speaking. What is seen isn't necessarily the truth. That is only an imperishable will, but what is seen might perhaps also be the essence." The young lady said in a profound manner. "Don't give me this nonsense. Explain it to me a bit more directly," Xianxia shouted. It was because he really was a bit worried. His primordial spirit shone, reflecting himself, allowing him to see everything clearly, examine himself. He was indeed just a skeleton. His flesh no longer existed, only having bones left. The only fortunate thing was that his primordial spirit was unharmed. What kind of damned place was this? Why did this type of thing happen? "Have you heard about the achievements of certain burial kings?" The young lady said. "Where would I hear about them? I never even entered burial region before." Xianxia was discontent. That burial king underwent a great tribulation, body and Tao disappearing, ultimately buried in a tomb. However, its will never scattered, flesh turning into a butterfly, soaring in the world. That burial king always believed that he was still alive, but the butterfly fluttered about, one day landing on an ancient grave, seeing a skeleton. At that time, it suddenly became lost, asking itself who it was. What was itself? Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end. He took a few steps back and said, "You witch, I always thought that you were quite emotionless, but now, I feel like you're quite cunning. Are you trying to make me lose my bearings? This is impossible. My Tao heart is tough like steel. What is the use in my fooling you? When you were a butterfly, my strength was greater than yours, able to kill you with just a raise of my hand. What is the point in deceiving you?" The young lady shook her head. Her eyes were intelligent. She looked towards this remote and still land. "There is nothing more real than this. This is the past holy land of the burial region, able to reflect one's true innate essence." Xianxia laughed coldly and said, "It really is absurd. Are you trying to say that I am that burial king, and recently, I turned into a butterfly returning and seeing my own corpse? Meanwhile, right now, I am precisely in that great tomb." "Naturally not. You aren't that burial king. But you are even more terrifying than him." When she spoke up to hear, the young lady's eyes became brilliant. She looked at him, sighing with astonishment. "I am more terrifying than him? Why?" Xianxia asked. "It is because when he died, his will didn't scatter. Flesh only turned into a butterfly, still able to wander the world. Meanwhile, you, even after death, your divine will didn't scatter, difficult to extinguish. Billions of years later, your flesh turned into a person, identical to before, still walking this world." The young lady said, voice extremely high, extremely moved. These words struck down like thunder, shaking up Xianxia until he felt like his body was trembling. He couldn't help but take steps backwards. "Don't try to shake my resolution. Do you think I'm some 3-year-old child? Like I'll be fooled that easily." Xianxia was now scared, about to become hostile. It was because what the young lady said was too outrageous. If what she said was real, then it was simply unimaginable, too horrifying. It was difficult for him to accept. "Sai, why don't you believe me? As a past unmatched existence, you have already died. Now only a will that hasn't scattered, having unfinished wishes, hence, you continue to roam this world." The young lady carried an expression of pity as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless, really not knowing what to say. He wanted to retort, but his body lacked flesh, his bones snow-white like jade, sparkling and smooth. When he examined himself with his primordial spirit, he discovered that his body was a set of bones. "Why don't you believe me? This is a holy land, previously an unmatched burial land. Can reflect the essence. You ought to wake up. Allow the will to return to the body. The young lady said. At the same time, she was moved, saying, The legend was real. I witnessed a miracle. What miracle? This is nonsense. I am going to stake it all against you. Xianxia said angrily. The will of an unmatched existence is steady after all. Even after passing away, you still aren't willing to believe that you died. The young lady released a deep sigh. She explained further, saying, Ever since you came here, I watched the entire transformation, personally saw you fall, turn into a rain of light, your flesh scattering, proving the legend. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Xianxia shouted angrily. Your will didn't scatter. The past flesh turning into a human body, roaming the earth. Now, the great dream has already been woken from. After returning to the past land, seeing your own skeletal remains, only then did the flesh turn into light, all true essence revealed. The young lady said. Xianxia didn't say a word. He turned around to leave. He didn't want to stay in this place. Only when he stepped on the ground, caca sounds rang out, the sounds of joints touching. This drove him crazy, difficult for him to bear. What was going on? What kind of blasted place did he enter? Everything was so sinister. He really couldn't believe the young lady's words. However, the various signs all pointed towards the young lady's words possibly being true. Do you know what kind of place this is? This is one of my burial region's 3 great sacrificial holy lands. It is all because an unmatched existence was later buried here that this place became so strange, later abandoned, all undead knights withdrawing. Now, I have seen a miracle verifying that the legend was real, the young lady said, becoming increasingly excited. How about you hurry and wake up? Xianxia said, losing his temper. It is you who needs to wake up. What is buried here are precisely your remains. Many undead knights have all searched for it before, but never seen it, moreover encountering strange things. Now you have returned as a butterfly, everything proven. Look, this place is reviving, becoming a holy land once more. The young lady said. This quiet region was indeed changing, some giant rocks and other things appearing from the ground, piece after piece. They were even more grand than a mountain range, too large and majestic. There were many ancient characters carved on these giant rocks, ancient and illegible. It's you, it's definitely you. Look at these recordings. They clearly explain the reasoning. Only when your butterfly incarnation returns will this place revive again. The young lady cried out loudly. Xianxia really was a bit stunned, because the surrounding burial earth continuously split apart, giant monuments appearing one after another, towering into the clouds, all of them curling with great Tao aura. This type of Tao aura was too terrifying, incomparable, simply able to suppress the heavens' immortals and devils. In the beginning, I felt like there might be a large chance that your butterfly incarnation returns, but I didn't really believe it, still not minding it too much. However, now there is proof. Heavens, I am witnessing a legend. The young lady cried out, becoming more and more excited. This legendary holy land has revived. There will definitely be heaven-shocking changes, she said with a trembling voice. Xianxia's expression became completely blank, truly like an undead knight. He felt a headache carrying too many questions. Furthermore, as if in a daze, he seemed to have heard someone calling out to him. Huang, the soul has returned. Should just allow yourself to be reconstructed. Woo-woo. Someone was crying, clearly extremely broken-hearted. Xianxia was sure that this wasn't an illusion, that he really heard this. Who is cursing me? He was furious, not believing that he died this whole time. Great One. The young lady first bowed down, and then she was alarmed, staring into the distance. In the limits of this burial region's horizon, there was a hazy expanse. It split apart, a river of time flowing over, primal chaos mist surging. What is this? Xianxia was confused. Heaven change. The young lady was actually shaking. What is heaven change? Xianxia didn't understand. Due to the Holy Land's revival, even the heaven and earth here are undergoing a shocking change. The long river of time might have been torn in this instant, revealing people and events that normally should not appear. Based on what the young lady said, this holy land was unimaginable. The instant it revived, it would trigger heaven change. Perhaps it would allow one to see the gate of the future or eras past. Xianxia was confused, taking a step forward. He wanted to see what rested in the limits of the horizon, who exactly it was that was weeping. The young lady was incredibly nervous, the pure white wings moving gently, raising her feet from the ground. She followed behind him, also heading in that direction. Huang, my brother, where are you? A great era has passed. Heavenly Emperor, did you really die? Someone was crying, in incomparable grief. Wu, how could you have died? What did you encounter? The immortal path should have your name on it. Reincarnation itself carrying your markings. A single fist smashing through everything in your path. However, you still haven't appeared. A whole great era has passed. Did you truly die? You were nowhere to be found. I have already buried myself for 9 worlds, watching the vicissitudes of time pass by, generation of heaven's pride elapsing, replacing each other. But why have you still not appeared? That voice was extremely sad. That person in great grief and sorrow, sobbing endlessly. Xianxia's scalp went numb. What was going on? Xianxia's entire body was shaking uncontrollably, chills running through his entire body. It was because everything he experienced was too strange, difficult for him to believe and accept. There was someone crying, tears shed. There were others standing at his side, all of them saying that he had already died, now nothing more than an imperishable will. When he combined all of this, it made him shiver in fear. Xianxia reached out his limbs, his bones releasing caca noises. He opened his mouth, his lower jaw releasing jba noises, the sounds extremely sharp and clear. He didn't stop, quickly rushing towards the limits of the horizon. Primal chaos energy spread, the great river of time stretching from past to present. A Taoist priest was weeping. Heaven change. This type of transformation was too great, its effects unimaginable, involving unfathomable time and space, which was why it obtained the name Heaven Change. Now, he could roughly make out that place. Even though it was still extremely blurry, Xianxia was now sure that those were some old friends that he should be familiar with. Huang, my brother, your soul must return. With your skills, might devouring past and present, how could you no longer exist? That Taoist priest was weeping, the Taoist robes on his body extremely loose, woven out of many types of immortal gold. This was a set of unmatched precious clothes, but now it was actually tattered, carrying blood traces. He clearly experienced a bloody battle. Otherwise, how could the unmatched immortal gold battle armor be torn apart? Who can stop you? Who could harm you? Immortality itself has your name left behind on it. All lands now still chanting your name. One sword cutting through endless time. Where are you? Even though this was an unimaginable expert accompanied by rich immortal energy, he was still sobbing greatly, shaking up the river until waves rushed into the heavens. Woo! The whimpering sounds carried emotions, carrying an endless regret and sorrow for a past old friend. There are so many ancient lands. The great earth is so vast. But I still haven't given up. Even if I have to dig up the entire world, unearth all of the great graves from the ancient times, I will find you, he repeated again and again. Xianxia shivered inwardly. If he really died, it definitely wouldn't be in this type of quiet manner. However, he felt a bit of grief inside, also a bit moved. Did he really die? There was someone searching for him, hoping that he was still alive. Master, the underground dangerous tombs from the last few great eras have all had portions dug out. Continuing like this isn't a solution. That person has disappeared for too long. There are no clues, too hard to find. As for where he is buried, it is just too hard to surmise. Someone advised and said. After Xianxia heard this, he became speechless. It was because he didn't see the second person, only seeing the weeping indistinct fat Taoist priest. Heaven change happened, the long river of time torn, but not everyone will take form and become visible. Only those whose strength is world-shaking can be seen, the female undead knight said. Master, It's time to go. The enemy is about to arrive, we have to fight. We cannot always immerse ourselves in the past. That voice said, "What do you understand? My brother is still alive, many things. Do you understand the darkest era of history? Do you understand the decisive clash of several great eras? You don't know shit." The Taoist priest was surrounded by rich immortal energy, magical force matchless. However, when he criticized his disciple, his tone really wasn't like that of a capable individual. "Master, you don't know about that stuff either, right? As for that period, it was too chaotic. No one from the later generations able to say exactly what happened, only a few rumors. You have to understand that there are all types of sayings, even now, no final conclusion has been reached. There are all types of rumors, from something about someone who raised a group of phoenixes, treating them like chickens, waiting every day for eggs to eat, something about crossing several great eras, ancient corpses that have always floated in outer space, something about the undead lord sealed within its coffin being released, something about the old monster sleeping within some immortal smelting pot, something about how 2 great eras ago, the body was hacked into 6 parts, the unmatched ancient existence separately sealing 6 stalks of immortal medicines in each part, something about a terrifying great world that is as vast as an immortal realm, something about needing immortals to abandon everything, and only then can the other side of the sea be reached, something about how even after death, the flesh can become an immortal butterfly, roam different worlds, will not scattering, an existence that wanders the ancient river of time, something about inside the primordial era's most ancient temple. Someone who had not moved all this time opened its eyes. That disciple immediately said many things. After pausing slightly to take a breath, he continued, "These people and matters, if any of these were real, they would be inconceivable. Can they really be believed? Moreover, the most ridiculous part is that, Master, you said that these people and matters are only a small splash in that darkest period, that the true great waves, that the truly magnificent accomplishments are 100 times, 1,000 times more ridiculous. I really have no way of imagining it, nor do I dare imagine it. You dare doubt this old one? You ungrateful little bastard." The Taoist priest immediately gave the back of this disciple's head a slap. So many legends, yet only the 3-world coffin remains. The only thing that's concrete. Apart from this, Anlin and Shuchuo are also clear. Everything else lacks proof. Let me tell you right now, that true period of history is not just 100 times more crazy than this, but many times more. That era truly surpassed everything people knew. That Taoist priest released a long sigh. "Master, you only heard rumors too. It's not like you experienced it yourself. What reason do you have to be so sure?" That disciple was unconvinced. This old one was long born in those times. "You tell me if I experienced anything." The Taoist priest was extremely discontent. "Whatever. Master, don't think that I don't know." For some reason, even though this disciple was being scolded, he wasn't all that fearful of the fat Taoist priest. He curled his lips, muttering softly, "I already heard this about this a long time ago. Your body might be ancient, but at that time, you were already buried by someone. So you never witnessed the darkest and most chaotic times at all." Nonsense. This old one traveled unhindered through the heavens above and earth below. At that time, even though I was young, I still took action before. The fat Taoist priest widened his eyes. "Why did I hear that Master was dug out by someone from the netherworld, that you never experienced those types of things? Moreover, you were fast asleep, carrying out a flesh corpse transformation. After endless years passed, all of your enemies passed away, winning and achieving immortality in this way." The disciple said with a soft voice. With a pa sound, the fat Taoist gave him another slap to the back of his head, saying, "This old one is world-shaking, cultivated for endless years. What do you know? Master, I say, are you really you? Are you still the you from Huang's era? You shouldn't be right? Why do you have that type of determination? Feeling like you have to find that old friend?" The disciple released a light sigh, wishing to share the emotional burden. "I am, yet I am not. You won't understand. Do you think I really was dug up from the netherworld? The reality was that I have been facing reincarnation all this time. My will experienced 9 worlds, 10 worlds, or was it more? I experienced years the outside world could not imagine. That is why when I talk about the most terrifying and darkest age, it is real, even though I've only seen a corner. After saying this, the fat Taoist priest was no longer absent-minded, putting away his thoughts. He gave the back of his disciple's head another slap, and then said, "Continue digging at the graves. We still have to continue?" That disciple cried out, "Dig up everything under the sky." This old one achieved immortality precisely this way. I believe that one day, when a certain ultimate ancient grave is unearthed, it will be like tearing through a sheet of paper, suddenly revealing a boundless territory filled with brilliant colors, immortal energy like a sea. This place connected to this ruined world. The Taoist priest shouted, "Master, the enemy has come." That disciple was nervous. That fat Taoist restrained his frivolousness and laughter. He looked into the distance. Prepare for battle. His immortal energy was rich. He already became an unmatched expert a long time ago. However, the battle clothes were tattered, his entire body covered in bloodstains. One could see just how terrifying the enemy was. Otherwise, how could he have been injured? "Okay, we're going to risk everything. Fight a decisive battle against them to the end." That disciple released a low roar. It was because he rarely saw his master act this decisively. "Precisely. We are going to fight to the end. Dig everything clean." The fat Taoist priest said. "Dig? Of course. This old one achieved the Tao by digging up everything under the sky, so we are naturally going to dig. We'll deal with their ancestral tombs first." The fat Taoist priest had a firm expression on his face, saying this extremely seriously. That disciple immediately became discouraged, originally thinking that his master was going to fight boldly. "Go, we are going to launch our attack. Fight with this old one. We are going to dig up their ancestral tombs first." The fat Taoist priest directly brought his disciple with him, disappearing from this place. That disciple knew that the enemies in the back were too strong, and now that they were encircling them, retreating was the best choice. Of course, his master saying that he wanted to dig up their ancestral tombs also left him speechless. No wonder this person had such a graceless title. Only, he knew that his master was also left without a choice. The present world was too cruel. A gust of wind blew past, chaotic energy surging violently. There was a group of creatures that rushed past, also disappearing from that place. At the limits of the horizon, Xianxia was stupefied. He stood there, not saying anything for a long time. Was that an illusion or the truth? "Chao Yuxing." She spoke these 3 words. That fat Taoist was too similar to Chao Yuxing, only one was a middle-aged man while the other was a youngster. Is what he said real? Xianxia clenched his fists. It was because this affected too much. This was a corner of the great situation spanning across endless generations. "It should be real," the female undead knight said, the pure white wings gently moving behind her. She also looked in the direction where that figure disappeared. Unfortunately, the ancient river of time rested there, separating everything. "Why can't he see me?" Xianxia asked. "Heaven change is too complex, too profound, unimaginable. No one truly understands it. Most of the time, this place can witness heaven change, but the other side might not necessarily be able to carry out the same thing." The young lady said. Just now, that fat Taoist priest's disciple didn't even fully form. They could only see the fat Taoist priest weeping within an ancient tomb. "Chao Yuxing!" Xianxia shouted, screaming at that ancient lake, wishing to call that other person back. "Someone, tell me what is going on!" Xianxia screamed. Shua! Suddenly, a figure appeared, forming by the ancient river's shore. It was extremely hazy, surrounded by immortal energy, strange and powerful. It was precisely that fat Taoist priest. He appeared again. "Strange. Why did I hear someone call me by my past world's name?" he said to himself. "Fatty Chao Yuxing!" Xianxia screamed, his voice like thunder, shaking up this entire ancient burial region holy land. And the entire body of the fat Taoist priest on the other side was covered in blood. He was confused, sensing something. His pupils contracted, And then he said quietly, "Could it be a door?" Suddenly, his body moved powerfully, entire body shining, immortal light surging, terrifying beyond compare. He immediately passed through that ancient river, looking in this direction. He noticed the situation here. At this moment, on Shao's bones, flesh reappeared. In that instant, that Taoist fatty trembled. He saw Shao, his entire body as if struck by lightning, immediately dumbstruck, his lips trembling slightly. "Huang, is that you? You are still there, still alive." He released a low roar, forcefully suppressing a type of emotion. However, in the end, he still couldn't help but roar out. He sat down on the ancient tomb, tears continuously sliding down, looking at Shao just like that. From the conversation between him and his disciple, it could be seen that he carried himself rather frivolously, quite easygoing, but right now he was crying, a bit grieved. It really was unimaginable. "Tell me, what happened?" Shao roared out. That fat Taoist opened his mouth, wishing to say something. However, as a result, immortal Tao lightning hacked down, blasting him until he trembled. His body was scorched black. Shao wasn't able to hear anything. The fat Taoist sighed, closing his mouth. "Why is it like this?" Shao clenched his fists. "It is because your conversation involves too many major events. It might have long-lasting effects, affect the endless river of time, which is why there is interference, suffering the wrath of heaven." The female undead knight's voice was shaking. She was incredibly shocked, utterly shaken. She simply didn't dare believe that she was seeing this scene. That fat Taoist was enduring punishment, but he didn't leave, instead clenching his teeth, forcefully enduring the unmatched immortal Tao lightning. Shao didn't dare ask, fearing that the other party would incur a greater disaster. "Are the two of us separated by space, or is it time?" Shao asked himself. Then he looked towards that fat Taoist priest, saying, "Have you been well?" These words wouldn't affect the greater events, not bringing down terrifying interference. The fat Taoist priest said, "Before I achieved immortality, things weren't too bad, just constantly being bitten by dogs. After achieving immortality, I truly never thought. Unfortunately, the most important latter half was drowned under thunder, stopped by the heavenly might." What happened after he achieved immortality? Shao wanted to know, but the other side was submerged in lightning. It was incomparably dazzling, hacking apart the sky, shaking the ancient river of time. Bitten by dogs? Shao wanted to laugh. Was this Chao Yuxing far into the future? What did he experience actually being chased and bitten by dogs? However, from the way he spoke of it, it shouldn't be some type of difficulty, but rather just an unforgettable experience. At the same time, Shao also felt a bit of grief, his emotions immediately becoming complicated to the extreme. It was because the fat Taoist wasn't the little fatty in Imperial Pass anymore, but rather already someone who experienced endless time, long became a Taoist priest who achieved immortality. It was difficult to imagine how many bumps he experienced. From this simple sentence, Shao already knew that Chao Yuxing had been buried for 9 worlds, each time undergoing a flesh corpse transformation, and then crawled out of the grave, cultivating in this way. Just how cruel was this? A living person had to be buried underground for 9 worlds, relying on the flesh to develop intelligence, undergo corpse transformation, and then continue living like that, accumulate world after world like this. Each time he underwent a corpse transformation, it would be the start of a new life, experiencing all types of mortal affairs, the vicissitudes of life, all types of emotions, everything the world had to offer. After leaving the tomb, living in 9 worlds, it looked like he obtained a lot, but who knew just how much he lost? Every single world had unforgettable events, unforgettable people, things that couldn't be parted with. However, in the end, he could only let them go, enter the grave alone, bury himself. If one thought about it carefully, this fat Taoist priest experienced too much. Even though he achieved immortality, just how many regrets were stored in his heart? The things that were lost, the things that elapsed, those could never be grasped or remembered again. Even if he ultimately stood at the very peak, becoming extremely glorious and brilliant, when he turned around, he would still feel disappointment and frustration. The past laughter and grief were impossible to be compensated for. Not to mention, after Chao Yuxing was buried for 9 worlds like this, each time he revived, it was through corpse transformation, a strange reincarnation. Was he even still himself? This question was perhaps something not even he himself was willing to face. After all, the past primordial spirit had long rotted away. The only thing that remained unchanged was the flesh. The powerful flesh body would create a new spiritual will. Even though it would grow, moreover obtain things left behind from the past, recorded memories on other artifacts and other things, he was still different in the end. Xianxia sighed, tasting a bit of bitterness in his mouth. After billions of years, perhaps even a great era passed, what is even left? Xianxia asked himself. He looked at the figure on the other side. Not even this old friend was truly himself anymore, right? Xianxia didn't know how many years passed, what will happen, what exactly took place. However, he knew that under the effects of endless time, all of his close friends of this world might no longer exist. They might grow old over the ages, or perhaps they would fall in battle. It was because he sensed something from Chao Yuxing's words. That day will eventually come. Huang, brother, I am still me. On the other side, the lightning stopped. The fat Taoist immortal's armor was tattered, but he largely shouted out, as if he could guess at what Xianxia was thinking. I didn't do a simple corpse transformation. I cultivated 9 reincarnation imprints, truly remembering the past. I am still me, he shouted. Even though his cultivation was deep and profound, right now he still forgot his manners, even more emotionally stirred than Xianxia. It was because after endless time passed, this was the first time he saw an old friend. This was especially the case when this person was Huang, someone who had left behind countless legends, endless brilliance, but never appeared again. The last great era was too bloody, too dark, too cruel, too difficult to describe. The fat Taoist priest's eyes were red. When he saw his old friend standing before him again, there were actually glistening teardrops, as if he returned to when he was still young, remembering the past, the events that were full of happiness, as well as those that were filled with sorrow. All types of old events and people appeared before him. The pretty and lively little rabbit who ate large mouthfuls of meat and drank large bowls of wine. The heavenly horned ant who was always noisy and feisty. The powerful 10-crown king. In the end, he could only sigh. There was nothing endless time couldn't bury. This was especially the case with the one before him. In that era, he withstood and propped open the darkness, slaughtering his way into the distance alone, gradually heading further and further. He wanted to help before, but it was regretful. At that time, the heavens collapsed and earth split. Ghosts wept and deities howled. It was too frightening. Moreover, in the end, he returned underground, was buried, carrying great regrets. Chao Yuxing really didn't know if anyone could fight with Huang side by side. If there weren't any, then it was unimaginable, just too bitter. He had to face too much alone. Even if that dark era was buried, only legends left in this world, the truth impossible to trace or investigate. He knew that the great error of the later stages would become even greater, that it would be 10 times, 100 times more difficult. That was why when Chao Yuxing saw Xianxia, saw that he was still young, he couldn't help but forget himself. It was because he thought of too much. The current tender youngster, just what kind of broken path did he have to take in the future? He wanted to know, but couldn't know. It was precisely like his disciple said. In the end, he was buried in the ground. After remaining underground, he didn't know what happened in that most important segment of history. After seeing this old friend disappear, and then seeing him before his eyes again, seeing that he was still young and full of youthfulness. Even though he knew that Huang was extremely optimistic, Chao Yuxing still couldn't help but feel the innermost part of him twitch. Could this youngster still continue laughing in the end? Or was he going to fight with the heavens on his shoulders? However, he remembered, at the very least, before he left, Huang was still smiling, only a bit exhausted. That heaven-warping battle, I believe in that era, you are the strongest, that you will live. Only, why did you disappear? When he thought of the later events, how Huang never appeared again, he couldn't help but roar out. It was because when he saw the young Huang, Chao Yuxing became even more disappointed and frustrated, even more grieved. He really wanted to cross over the ancient river of time, meet him, and then sit down to talk about everything, to drink and chat merrily. However, he was unable to do this, no one able to do something like this. Moreover, it was precisely because he knew that the later world didn't have Huang, his whereabouts unknown, that he felt an even stronger suffocating feeling in his chest. The world is so large. There are naturally places for me to go. I won't die. Even though sure Hao was still young, he saw a corner of the future, able to feel the loneliness of endless time. He understood how Chao Yuxing was feeling, so he spoke out this way in consolation. Right, you won't, you will appear in the end, haha. I am waiting for you. Chao Yuxing laughed loudly. He was normally a rather frivolous person, but today his nose became sore, constantly feeling the urge to cry. Hong! Electrical radiance overflowed, carrying immortal mist and chaotic light, all of it immortal lightning, hacking down on Chao Yuxing's body. Even when their conversation didn't touch upon secrets, not involving those great topics that affected past and present, he still suffered heavenly punishment, taking on the wrath of heaven. This could destroy all living things, cut down unmatched experts. Why? Why am I not being punished? Sure Hao was confused. It is because that person is forcefully receiving heavenly might, taking it all alone, taking the initiative to receive all of it. The female undead knight said with a light sigh. She found it hard to calm down. She was incomparably shocked. Everything she saw today was definitely rarely seen throughout the ages. Even if all of history was examined, it was difficult to find another terrifying event like this. Yet she witnessed it today, witnessing heaven change. This will become a piece of hidden history. Not long afterwards, the lightning disappeared. Chao Yuxing grimaced, cursing the heavens, returning to his true nature. How are they? Sure Hao wanted to know. However, he knew that he shouldn't ask this. However, he trembled inwardly, really wishing to know how these people were. Chao Yuxing naturally knew who he was asking about. It was about that era, those people they were familiar with, those mountains and rivers, wishing to know about what happened to them. Only Chao Yuxing felt embarrassed. There were some things not even he was clear on. When I was buried, When he spoke up to hear, a streak of light pierced Chao Yuxing's body. It was too terrifying, that streak of light powerful to the extreme, blasting his body until it cracked apart, making him suffer a great disaster. This heavenly might was unfathomable, about to destroy him. Sure Hao's expression changed. He regretted it greatly, blaming himself, realizing that he shouldn't have asked this. It was clear that this fat Taoist understood that things would be like this. Yet he still replied, answering him, not fearing life and death. They followed you. Chao Yuxing roared out, in the end still spitting out these words, about to be blasted into nothingness by the lightning radiance. However, his strength truly was great, shouting out, "Tribulation crossing immortal art." In the end, his body reassembled, not destroyed. The main reason was because these words didn't affect the past and present much, the karma not that great. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to even open his mouth. Sure Hao relaxed a bit, feeling like there was hope. The road ahead wasn't that dark. Everything could be changed. Only Chao Yuxing on the other side still felt a great emotional burden, because even after endless years, only the name Huang was heard, the old friend nowhere to be seen. This most likely foretold some things. When he thought of these things, Chao Yuxing also began to ask himself just what the truth really was like. Why did it seem like everything was covered in dust? In later generations, many people were researching that piece of ancient history. There was only the name of Huang that was circulated about, one blade severing endless ages, passing judgment on time itself, too terrifying. Even though Huang was nowhere to be seen, Chao Yuxing knew that that era definitely had a conclusion. After things were settled came a long period of peace, with no individuals that popped out. I searched for you for many years, but still failed to find you. After searching through all different regions, I still couldn't find you alive. Being able to see you today truly makes me happy, extremely moved. I now have no regrets in this life. It has already been many years since I last felt the urge to cry. On the other side, Chao Yuxing really wanted to cry, but he was smiling instead, yet it looked even uglier than crying. He really was moved, his fists tightly clenched. Then he took a deep breath, having himself calm down, moreover becoming serious. He wanted to tell how some things. Even if he was going to suffer the wrath of heaven, even if he died, he had to speak of these things, he had to tell the Huang who was still young. This was just too important. Chao Yuxing risked it all. Even when faced with death tribulation, he still had to explain it. As a result, his entire body shone. Immortal energy surged. Light instantly illuminated the world. The sun and moon even dimmed. Before it, he was like a firefly, even the river of stars extinguished. He took a deep breath, taking in and sending out the most fundamental heaven and earth energy. As he breathed, his power made the world itself fisher. He was making preparations, gambling with his life. Then he opened his mouth, roaring out. As a result, when he just opened his mouth, countless true dragons swooped down, wrapping around him, trapping him. Upon closer inspection, these weren't true dragons, but rather ones formed from lightning. They were accompanied by immortal light, all of them possessing world-shocking power. This type of scene immediately left the female undead knight shocked. This Taoist priest was too powerful, and he recognized Huang, recognized this youth, the two sharing great karma. This person was actually about to take action from the other shore of the ancient river of time. Was he trying to cross over? When Chao Yuxing roared, he wanted to roar, but he failed. He wanted to transmit sound through divine will, but it was cut off by thunder. As a result, he truly wanted to cross over, slaughter his way here. His entire body surged with essence energy. This was all of his body's essence, and right now, it turned into a burning sphere of light, already blazing. In that instant, the ancient river of time swayed, about to be severed. He wanted to cross the river. Hong! Unfortunately, waves rushed into the heavens, about to blast him back. There were some actions that were destined to incur the wrath of heaven, suffer harsh interference. Otherwise, it would break the balance. There were some mysteries that could affect the past and present, couldn't be exposed, or else one would suffer the destruction of heavenly might. Lightning hacked out streak after streak, just too resplendent. True dragons wrapped around him, crazily twisting and killing, about to forcibly crush him. The lightning was endless, drowning out this place. Don't say anything else. Just hurry and leave. Hao shouted. Chao Yuxing was still unwilling, his eyes even becoming red, resisting there, doing everything he could, continuously roaring out. However, his voice just couldn't transmit over. Stopped. Without a doubt, if this continued, he was destined to die, be blasted into ashes. Stop! Don't say any more. I am not scared of anything that is to come. Hao shouted, telling Chao Yuxing to leave, to stop this. He definitely couldn't bear to watch him throw his life away. However, Chao Yuxing still became nervous, risking his life just to send that divine will, inform Hao about a few things. Even so, the excessively powerful terrifying lightning was created specially for dealing with creatures at his cultivation realm. Continuously hacked down, drowning him underneath. In the end, there was just too much of the dragon-shaped lightning blasting that place. From the distance, it looked like a nest of 10,000 dragons, leaving one completely horrified. This was a type of miracle. Who would be able to see something like this normally? This really was unfathomable, that the lightning would be powerful to this extent. Chao Yuxing was doing everything he could, crazily roaring out. His voice was like thunder, releasing a few blazing streaks of light. This light secretly transmitted over. Be careful. Hao only heard these two words, the voice extremely faint. In reality, the fat Taoist priest risked life and limb, struggling with everything he had. He was already about to be blasted apart, struck to death, but he previously established an unmatched method, able to control lightning and other things, which was why he didn't immediately have his body and spirit wiped out. But if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Don't say any more, Just hurry and go. Shihao roared. The previous scene left him shocked and worried that the Taoist priest died. Even if he really wanted to know what he wanted to say, he still didn't want to see this scene. The results were impossible to endure. With a Hong sound, the fat Taoist priest's body was broken apart by the lightning dragons. His immortal energy was scattered, almost completely exploding, but in the end his body quickly recombined. Palace! In the final instant, the fat Taoist unexpectedly spat out this word, exhausting all of his body's cultivation. He truly went for broke, all for the sake of transmitting sound to Shihao, telling him what to pay close attention to. Unfortunately, at this final moment, even though there were a few words that were extremely important, their effects likely extremely profound, they failed, not transmitted over. The fat Taoist priest exhausted everything. After this word sounded, lightning pierced his body, turning him into a bloody mist, his figure nowhere to be seen. No! Shihao felt like his eye sockets were splitting, screaming out. If the fat Taoist died like this, how could he accept such a thing? After a long time had passed, the lightning on that side calmed down. A blast of bloody mist scattered, that place becoming extremely peaceful. Shihao clenched his fist. He couldn't help but scream out. How could it be like this? His eyes were entirely red. Cough! That blast of bloody mist gathered again, and then it quickly assembled. Coughing sounds could be heard. That fat Taoist appeared again. He didn't die. Only his injuries weren't light, but he made it through this beyond dangerous situation. He was that close to dying. Even he felt a wave of lingering fear afterwards. Shihao's breathing was extremely rough, loosening his fist, finally releasing a breath of relief. Otherwise, if the fat Taoist died, then he would feel guilt and uneasiness for the rest of his life. There really is no way. On the other side, the fat Taoist side. He already did everything, yet he could only transmit one important character, but not explaining it clearly. It is enough, don't say any more. Shihao was scared that he would risk everything again. The fat Taoist noted he really had no choice. He knew that if he continued to go against things, he would immediately die. Moreover, the things that would be passed on would also be cut short. There was no way he would succeed. This world was one of balance. It wasn't something you could defy just because you wanted to. Altering time, even in the slightest, would cause the heavens to collapse and earth to cave in, causing one's own burial and destruction. That fat Taoist didn't understand the latter half of history. In reality, no one understood it or knew the truth. It was because there was no way to investigate it. The truth was already buried. However, the fat Taoist had heard some rumors that there were some things that might have a long-lasting effect on Huang, which was why he wanted to warn him, tell him to be careful. It was because there were some rumors, all of them pointing at the things he wanted to mention. What was unfortunate was that the fat Taoist priest's understanding was still not deep enough. He had been searching all this time, hoping that one day he would learn the truth, and then find a way to reveal it. I have to find people to work with me to get to the bottom of these things, the fat Taoist priest said inwardly. Shihao didn't dare have him say too much, fearing that he would incur something bad again. The two looked at each other across the ancient river. In reality, there were too many things to say, but in the end, they could only open their mouths. It was because some things, just mentioning them a bit, would immediately bring down immortal Tao lightning. Sigh! The fat Taoist priest released a deep sigh. While looking at that young figure, he began to reminisce, think about the past. He thought of all those people and events back then, but everything already went up in smoke, couldn't be seen again. Even the young man before him, for the fat Taoist priest, was only an illusion, not the truth. It was because the effects were too profound and long-lasting. They were separated by time, the past already buried and gone. He really hoped to be able to see Huang again one day. We had a huge disaster here, only a few omens seen, yet things already got out of hand, the fat Taoist priest said to himself. However, he had no way of saying too much about these things, no way of talking about them in detail. It hadn't been that long since he achieved immortality. There were many things that he was still learning and testing out. Eventually, there wasn't much time left, the great river of time also becoming unstable. They knew that they were going to part here. However, there were too many things that they wanted to say, yet couldn't. The two were helpless, only able to sigh. After this separation, even if countless generations pass, I still hope you will remain well, that we can meet again in this world one day, the fat Taoist said while carrying great emotions, extremely serious. Even though Huang was still a child, comparatively speaking, still too immature, Shi Hao nodded. Regardless, he wanted to live until that era. Sigh, that Chao Yuxing wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he released a light sigh again. When he saw the young Shi Hao, he naturally thought about the others, too difficult for him to forget. He unexpectedly felt a bit of disappointment and frustration. Even though he achieved immortality, there were some memories that were still this deeply engraved, impossible to erase. What do you want to say? The lunar jade rabbit, Chao Yuxing couldn't continue speaking. Even after achieving immortality, there were some things from his youth that, when recalled, still made him feel some emotions. I hope you can protect her well. In the end, the fat Taoist priest only had these words, not wishing to continue speaking. Back then, those were just innocent, beautiful, brilliant memories. Now, what was there left to not be able to let go of? He really wondered to himself. He even achieved immortality, so why was he thinking about the past? Why was it that memories from those pure times were the greatest? Chao Yuxing immediately became absent-minded. Perhaps these memories represented bliss, a time filled with hope, full of unforgettable memories. Shi Hao looked at him strangely. The old Taoist couldn't forget about the little rabbit. You are thinking too much. I just regret not being able to eat meat and drink wine with you all again. Unable to return to the past again. The fat Taoist shook his head. He then said, after a great era has passed, I do not know where you are, nor do I know where she is, let alone how the others are doing. Chao Yuxing recalled fondly of the past, and then said, in later generations, there was a rabbit that was incomparably heaven-defying, dominating an era, unrivaled in the world, known as the Evil Emperor. I suspect that he might be the little rabbit's descendant. Shi Hao spoke up, saying, I will do my best to protect everyone. Right at this time, a voice sounded from the ancient river shore. Master, you actually have a woman you hold dear? That voice was extremely excited, as if it grabbed the fat Taoist by the handle, becoming extremely lively. Little bastard, acting all sneaky, actually running here to eavesdrop. Get your ass over here. The fat Taoist immediately carried him over. Master, are you talking to Huang? Encountering a legendary gate? Heavens, let me take a look. What does Huang look like? Did that person really exist? That disciple was beyond excited. Chao Yuxing's arm shone, grabbing that person. A bald head appeared soon afterwards, a youngster with large eyes that were clearly up to no good as they looked around. Not only was Shi Hao able to see him, he saw Shi Hao as well. Everything was brought about by Chao Yuxing, using great magical force to make him appear before the gate. This is Huang. He was shocked, looking at the youngster across from him with shock. Don't speak randomly, Chao Yuxing shouted, fearing that he might speak something taboo and provoke Immortal Dao heavenly punishment. Shi Hao was a bit speechless. Chao Yuxing was a Taoist priest. Why was his disciple bald? Moreover, with monk markings. You took on a disciple from the ancient monk bloodline. This doesn't really match your status as a Taoist priest, right? Shi Hao was a bit skeptical. A disciple I borrowed from someone else. For the sake of enhancing this old one's method, having a Buddhist monk become my disciple, isn't this more controversial? He laughed. I already had a master. The young Baldy wanted to say something, but the fat Taoist priest immediately gave him a slap to the back of his head, making him swallow his words. Originally, the Taoist priest was still sentimental, frustrated, immersed in the past, but it was all interrupted. He released a hollow laugh. Shi Hao also laughed. Perhaps it was best for the fat Taoist priest to forget about the past. Goodbye. Shi Hao took the initiative to wave his hand. The fat Taoist priest's smile disappeared, looking at him. They were going to separate again. This time, possibly never to meet again. A heavy sigh sounded, stirring up time fragments, fluttering about here. The ancient river of time disappeared. The master and disciple on the other side thus vanished. Gone, disappeared. This burial region became peaceful again, lacking all aura. Xianxia stood there quietly, not saying anything. He still looked into the limits of the horizon, not moving even after a long time. The female undead knight didn't disturb him. She stood off to the side, her eyes flickering with divine light. Even now, she was still experiencing great emotions. What she saw just now was too shocking. Even now, the female undead knight couldn't calm down. Everything she experienced was a bit inconceivable. Heaven change took place right before her eyes. After another period of time, Xianxia silently turned around, leaving this place, walking towards the depths of this ancient burial region. Back then, this place was known as a holy land, a place that carried great secrets. Multicolored light flickered about, a rain of light scattering down. Xianxia's body immediately trembled. He was stunned. In the back, the female undead knight was also stupefied. Xianxia's flesh disappeared without a trace, right now returning to being a skeleton. This immediately made his head hurt. Didn't his flesh return just now? Why was it like this? Can you explain to me what exactly is going on? Xianxia asked the woman at his side. The female undead knight's long dress fluttered about, elegant and aloof. The pure white wings on her back gently moved, making her look like an otherworldly spirit. When she heard this, she frowned. She didn't understand it at all either. If it was the unmatched existence's inextinguishable will, the butterfly incarnation roaming the various words, its divine senses should have scattered when it returned here, everything returning. His flesh and blood shouldn't have been restored. However, Xianxia's body was exactly the opposite, the flesh and blood separating and then being reborn, completely different from the legends. According to the female undead knight's understanding, once the butterfly incarnation returned, the will would scatter, and then nothing would exist any longer. However, this person was still here. The remnant will is too strong. This was her assessment of Xianxia, believing that he had too many unfulfilled wishes, which was why he wasn't willing to die, still wishing to roam the world of the living. Remnant will my ass. Xianxia's expression was unkind. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't her opponent, he would have long gave her a strike on her forehead. From start until now, he didn't believe that he died, that he was some unmatched great figure's fusion of flesh and remnant will. He was himself. Inside the burial region, there were many areas that were bare, not a single blade of grass grew. However, there were other places that were lush with plant life, surging with vitality, the contrast great. This was especially the case with a region up ahead, because this area of the Holy Land was mysteriously reviving. There were many giant monuments that reached out from the ground, towering into the clouds, strange and massive. From far away, Xianxia already saw a few buildings between the massive monuments. Even though they were damaged, they were still divine and imposing. Only what was somewhat disharmonious was that there were some large graves between the buildings. Ah! The sacrificial ancestral land appeared? The female undead knight cried out in alarm. There were 3 great sacrificial holy lands, and this was precisely one of them, appearing at the heart of this place. It was rumored that this ancient region was incredibly mysterious back then. Only, because of those old matters, it was gradually abandoned, the undead knights withdrawing. Xianxia walked forward. The white-clothed young lady was also extremely moved. She also got closer, wishing to see this to its end. You were full of death energy before, wings rotting. Why is it that you now look divine instead after arriving here? Along the way, Xianxia asked. The female undead knight gave him a look, clearly upset at these words. She said with a dull voice, "This is the sacrificial holy land. It reflects the true scene, allowing my true self to take form, eliminating all of the decaying aura." In that instant, black mist spread from her body, as if she was going to become that apathetic, indifferent cold female undead knight again. And, Xianxia was startled. Was it really just a cover? Why was it that right now he sensed this type of coldness? The female undead knight became a bit quiet, Only after a moment had passed did she say, "After leaving this burial region, I will indeed possess death energy, no longer be divine and transcendent." According to what she said, she still didn't free herself from the undead knight in body. Only when her strength was powerful enough, when her yang energy reached the peak, would she transform into her pure and holy self, become no different from the human race. Meanwhile, this used to be a holy land of the ancient burial region. So by staying here, all undead knights would be nourished, as if their bodies had all in energy removed, flesh becoming holy. Xianxia was stunned, blurting out, "This is nothing more than a dead person, and then gaining intelligence after corpse transformation. You become an ordinary person after forcing out the death energy?" He shivered inwardly. He had thought that there was no way of understanding the undead knights, but now, he felt like they were born precisely from corpse evolution. "You are wrong, we are indeed a race innately like this. Only by continuously evolving can the death mist be removed." The young lady retorted. How could that be possible? Xianxia didn't really believe her. But this is the truth. We weren't buried by others, but rather emerged naturally in the burial region. The young lady said, "I don't believe it. Don't tell me you all have mothers and fathers, that you were birthed." Xianxia asked. It was because he really felt like something wasn't right. Who would have imagined that the female undead knight would nod, restraining the black mist just now, becoming holy and perfect again. Her skin was sparkling white, a drizzle of light around her. This was her future appearance. While obtaining the burial region's nourishment, she temporarily obtained a yang energy body. "You have a father and mother? Were they birthed too?" Xianxia was stupefied. Obviously. The young lady glared at him. Xianxia's mind was in a bit of a mess. Undead knights weren't formed from corpse transformation. There are some undead knights that have a yang body from birth, the same as you humans and other species. While walking under the sun, they are no different from you all. They are known as golden undead knights. The young lady said. Xianxia was stunned. He recalled that when he was in Divine Medicine Mountain Range, when the foreign creatures saw him working with the female undead knight, their expressions all changed greatly, one of them thinking that he was a golden undead knight who entered Imperial Pass, interacting with humans and others. When he thought of these things, he felt a headache, many different thoughts appearing in his mind. Burial region, just what kind of place was it exactly? There were so many strange existences, even golden burial knights. If they really appeared, it really wouldn't be easy to tell them apart. Do you understand now? The ancient burial region's depths aren't necessarily overflowing with black mist, corpse fog roiling. The places where the great figures reside might very well be a beautiful place with flowers and birds, full of divine aura. The young lady said. Xianxia rubbed his chin, thinking to himself. The burial region really was mysterious. No wonder there was someone who raised a true phoenix, treating it like a pet, letting it roam about the mountain gate. Turns out the depths of burial region weren't overflowing with black mist, that it could actually be like a wonderland. The true phoenix was a pure and holy existence. There was no way it would reside in a land of death. Of course, there are some great ones who, even if they discarded all of their energy, still don't enjoy places full of divine light, still preferring to reside in the darkness. Study the secrets of the source of undead knights. The young lady said. Those places were destined to be pitch black like ink, filled with death energy. They were terrifying danger spots not only in name, but also in reality, a place with countless great tombs. There's something over there. Suddenly, Xianxia was shocked, sensing the astonishing spiritual nature of the sacrificial land's innermost depths. There was a fragrance that transmitted even from far away. The female undead knight also revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that there really were medicines the outer world's creatures most desired? Xianxia and the female undead knight entered precisely to try their luck. He wanted to find long-life immortal medicines, but his heart was pounding, actually a bit nervous. They both closed their mouths, no longer saying anything. They were like leopards, silent, but nimble, extremely fast, quietly rushing forward. Soon afterwards, they already approached that place. They saw broken walls everywhere, as well as some grand ancient palaces that hadn't collapsed yet. Apart from this, there were also dark red great tombs towering here. There were some tombs that were really tall, even greater than mountain peaks. Are there supreme treasures in this tomb? Xianxia asked quietly. You cannot touch them. The female undead knight shook her head. There was previously an unmatched existence who was buried here. These were all tombs, they couldn't be touched. Of course, when she thought about how the person before her might very well be the result of that unmatched existence's flesh and remnant will, she didn't know what to say. However, Xianxia definitely wouldn't admit that he was created by the remnant will of another. He naturally wouldn't take risks not digging up these graves. Moreover, the fragrance didn't come from these large dark red tombs, but rather from behind them. Even with several dozen to over 100 li between us, the fragrance could actually travel that far, Xianxia said with shock. Finally, they saw it. Several dozen li out, behind a few giant monuments, there were some lights jumping. The divine aura was released precisely from that area. They were getting closer. They passed through the divine light mist, now able to see everything clearly. There was a Dao platform that was more than 100 zhang tall. It was covered in cracks, about to completely collapse, yet it still barely managed to stand. Purple liquid gushed out from the cracks covering its surface, rich with the most auspicious aura. Purple multicolored mist surged, filling this place densely. This really is an excellent place. Xianxia sighed with praise. This was a grand Dao platform that was now already about to collapse. However, it became the place where heaven and earth essence gathered. Xianxia could tell that this was purple manner elixir with just a single look, a type of divine precious liquid. Apart from this, there was earth essence from the ancestral veins, spiritual roots, and other things. The ancient platform was mottled with colors, unexpectedly producing this type of divine liquid from its cracks. Immortal medicine. Xianxia's breathing immediately became hurried. He finally saw it. After circling around, he saw a plant rooted in the Dao platform's cracks on the other side. No wonder there was purple manner elixir, earth essence, and other things gathered here. It was because there was a stalk of long-life medicine rooted here. It wasn't short, a meter or so in height. 5-colored divine light surged. Immortal mist overflowed, wrapping around it. Hazy immortal light was released, incredibly auspicious and peaceful. Just a stalk of medicine alone actually turned this place into immortal earth. With it here, this ancient land immediately became much more hazy and sacred. Xianxia had previously seen the white tortoise carrying immortal ancient medicine, but was unfortunately unable to catch it. Also, when he was in Origin Ancient Mine, he had also noticed a stalk of medicine, but in the end, he was even more out of luck, not even able to clearly see what it looked like. It was because long-life medicines were intelligent, able to fly in the sky and escape through the earth, break through all types of restrictions. They were almost impossible to capture. Apart from this, they had powerful awareness, not purely plants. Instead, they should be considered to be sentient beings, having their own thoughts. This is a tree. The female undead knight was astonished. Immortal medicines were rare. As for trees, this was even more true, almost impossible to find. Only in the depths of Burial Region were there 2 trees, both of them rooted in different areas, belonging to different great individuals. One of them was here. This tree has been cut before. Look, there is a cut tree stump. Right now, the ancient roots are germinating. Xianxia was also extremely moved. This immortal medicine was a meter or so tall, only recently did it produce soft shoots. They were sparkling and replete with moisture. 5-colored immortal light flickering about, releasing astonishing divine immortal mist. The leaves are all different. Xianxia mumbled to himself. This ancient tree recently sprouted. The leaves on it were all different, appearances not repeating. It was strange, those leaves' colors were different, shapes all unique. Some of them were weapons, some of them medicinal furnaces, some creatures. It's actually this medicine, the most ancient immortal tree. The female undead knight was shocked. What kind of history does it have? Xianxia quietly asked, scared of startling that immortal tree. The female undead knight said, there is an unmatched undead king who wanted to dig out its trunk and turn it into a coffin. but he always felt reluctant. It was rumored that this immortal tree is extremely special, effective even for us undead knights. If we cultivate at its side, it will be easy to comprehend the Tao. Who was the one who acted this wretchedly? Actually still cutting it? Sure how felt an urge to curse out. It actually ran from the depths of the burial region. Something most likely happened, the female undead knight said. This was a stalk of immortal medicine, a long life tree that was hard to find throughout the world. Sure how watched from the distance, drool about to come out, but it didn't. Right now, he was only a skeleton. Only now did a blank expression appear on his face. He could smell the fragrance even without flesh, the smell penetrating deeply into his mind. It seemed like this immortal medicine really was formidable after all. It was clear that this was used on the soul, even his primordial spirit able to sense it. This type of fragrance could enter the spirit. No wonder it could prolong life, allow one to achieve immortality. This type of medicine made one's primordial spirit change, not only the flesh undergoing rebirth, even cultivators undergoing a complete evolution. Sure how immediately realized something. Normal medicines had to be taken orally, but this medicine would most likely be equally effective when ingested by the primordial spirit. The immortal tree should have grown in burial region's depths, planted by an unmatched burial king's clan entrance. Roots adjacent to the great tomb. Why did it suddenly escape out? This really did make one think. I know what's going on. There was most likely a battle in burial region's depths. This world is about to fall into chaos. The female undead knight's expression suddenly changed. Is this extremely serious? Sure how asked. Of course it is. The female undead knight's expression was extremely unpleasant. Her sparkling white charming face full of worry and fear. It was because according to what she said, undead knights normally remained asleep. The endless years for them were only a number, it didn't represent much. Many undead knights never left the tombs, always asleep, accumulating power. It was because being buried underground was precisely their way of cultivation. In the burial region, it was normally extremely peaceful, lacking sounds like a land of death. It was precisely like how the outside world saw it, completely barren, lacking all activity. Clearly, silence and peacefulness was their normal state. At the same time, he also understood that this race was extremely terrifying, a place that definitely gave birth to unmatched experts, those who were powerful to the point of making even Shuchuo and Anlin feel restraining fear. Otherwise, they would have long dug up this burial region. Ancient burial region is so mysterious. Not even your own people understand the inside information? There was an exceptional undead knight that wished to unify a certain part of undead earth. In the end, under his great tomb, there were actually cracks that appeared, revealing a black underground abyss. The female undead knight randomly gave an example. As a result, after that abyss opened, several ancient graves were revealed. An ancient burial knight crawling out from one of them, directly grabbing those powerful undead knights who were close to being unmatched, about to unify burial earth and drag them into the underground ancient tomb. Sure how was completely stupefied when he heard this. Ancient burial region truly was hard for one to understand. Not even we ourselves know how many secrets there are underground, how many levels there are in the burial earth, how many great eras they had existed for. There is no way for us to ascertain any of this, the female undead knight said. Sure how was stunned. But now wasn't the time to sigh with sorrow. He wanted to capture the immortal medicine. The fact that he was able to understand this much already wasn't bad. The female undead knight wouldn't be willing to leak out anymore. Can it be captured? Sure how asked the female undead knight, wanting to restrict this long life tree with her help. Take it for his own. It is extremely dangerous. This type of immortal medicine is able to vanish instantly as long as they are connected to the ground. Escape if there is wind. It comes and goes in the void. All types of restrictions are ineffective, too difficult to capture. The female undead knight shook her head. Sure how plotted with her, wishing to get closer and closer, and then suddenly take action. Of course, there were still some precious artifacts, formations, and other things prepared. Even if it could break through them, they still had to give it a try just in case they did succeed in stopping it. The immortal medicine's vigilance is too great, possessing a type of inherent spiritual nature. Before we truly take action, it will notice something, the female undead knight said. She gave Xianxia a few suggestions, for example, exhaustion method, which was to keep chipping away at it until the immortal medicine was completely drained. It was because she didn't think Xianxia could succeed right now, even though they weren't that far now. I just refuse to believe in the supernatural. With such a small distance between us, I can even lock down this heaven and earth. Why wouldn't I be able to catch it? Xianxia was unconvinced. All types of preparation work was already done. He felt like silently approaching had a great chance of succeeding. Immortal medicines have always been intelligent. It wouldn't take root in a normal place. This Dao platform was used by an unmatched undead knight. You cannot underestimate it, the young lady reminded. Xianxia was inwardly shaken. The Dao platform looked tattered, covered in cracks, about to fall apart. But there was indeed a mysterious Dao aura swirling about. I won't worry about everything anymore. How can I give up on this opportunity? Please help me. Prepare to take action, Xianxia said softly. They used divine will to communicate, so it naturally wouldn't startle that stalk of long-life medicine. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia took action, turning into a streak of flowing light, rushing out. His large hand unfolded, grabbing the Dao platform, his speed fast to the extreme. Sure enough, this immortal tree really was too sensitive. The instant Xianxia moved, it reacted, entering the Dao platform, wishing to enter the depths of the ground and use this to escape. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia shouted out. In his surroundings, all types of precious artifacts danced about, all of them rushing over. There were formation patterns that covered this place densely, sealing heaven and earth. Apart from this, he released a barrier of light, locking this place down. For someone as powerful as him to lock down everything within 100 li was just too easy. It was like the other party had its wings pinned down. The void couldn't be passed through. The great earth couldn't be shaken. Everything was sealed up. A smile appeared on the corners of Xianxia's lips. Even though that Dao platform was in tatters, it released an indescribable aura that made all of the precious artifacts he controlled scatter. Moreover, there was a wave of terrifying power that began to spread, leaving his palms in intense pain, as if they were going to crack apart. In that instant, the space between Xianxia's thumb and forefinger began to bleed, trickle down. That area split open. The aura on the Dao platform covered heaven and earth, as if a slumbering great vicious being revived, about to swallow him whole. Hurry and retreat, the female undead knight cried out in alarm, dragging him backwards. At the same time, the female undead knight's expression paled, face carrying fear, truly extremely frightened. She felt a soul-shaking feeling from that sacrificial stage. Even Xianxia shivered inwardly at this moment, feeling as if he had been targeted by a prehistoric beast, cold eyes sweeping towards him, the feeling extremely merciless. On the tattered Dao platform's stone walls, a blurry face appeared. Couldn't be seen clearly, but it really did make one feel its coldness. The Dao platform, an unmatched existence, has sat on cannot be destroyed. The female undead knight said quietly, extremely nervous. She had a terrified expression on her face. The ancient Dao platform actually developed intelligence, producing this type of irregular scene. This was an alarming sight for any undead knight. Xianxia sighed. He underestimated this Dao platform after all. There was something strange about it. Immortal medicines really weren't easy to catch. They retreated a great distance, and only then did the face on the Dao platform disappear. Xianxia stared at the earth the immortal medicine entered. It broke through the restrictions, escaping without a trace. The formation patterns were useless against it after all. Where do you think you are going? Xianxia chased after it. He moved around the Dao platform, chasing straight towards the direction where the long-life medicine ran. On the Dao platform, all types of divine liquids already dried up. These were drawn up from underground by the immortal medicine, so now that it left, those spiritual roots naturally scattered. It most likely can't be captured, the female undead knight said, because once the long-life medicine escaped, there was pretty much no hope left. However, contrary to what she thought, multicolored light flickered from the horizon. That immortal tree emerged from the ground, appearing again. Moreover, it was quite daring, removing its roots and fully appearing on the surface, starting to run. Correct, its main roots were exposed from the ground, continuously moving them like human legs, running extremely quickly. Did all divine medicines and immortal trees act like this? The female undead knight was also a bit speechless. It was because the previous heavenly deity tree was also like this medicine even more daring. It clearly knew that those behind it wanted to capture it, yet after escaping it actually dared to reveal itself again. Dark lines appeared on Xianxia's forehead. This immortal medicine was definitely provoking him because it was still turning around to face them, stopping from time to time. It was to the extent where the newborn tender shoots were lowered, slapping its buttocks. Those buttocks was naturally the stump. Its trunk had been cut away by someone. Motherfucking. It's clearly provoking me. Xianxia grinded his teeth. He was being looked down on by a tree. Where do you think you're going? The female undead knight was also angered badly. This tree was too strange, actually looking down on them like this. And, suddenly, the two of them noticed that something wasn't right. It was because this tree was definitely doing this on purpose, leading them in a certain direction. What was it plotting? This scoundrel. It actually wants to get rid of us, bring us into a danger spot? Xianxia was suspicious. The female undead knight slowed down. She frowned because normally speaking, immortal medicines were not daring at all, not willing to stay behind. Sure enough, this tree stopped again, wobbling around, the new branches like fingers, making hook-like motions in their direction, continuing to taunt them. It left the Holy Land, the female undead knight said. They were going to leave this ancient burial region if they proceeded a few more li. I am a bit interested in seeing just where it wants to bring us. Xianxia didn't believe in the supernatural. He wanted to continue chasing it. Several li for them was but a very close distance. They could rush over with a single step, leave this burial region just like that. Suddenly, the female knight staggered, almost falling. Her body swayed about, immediately stopping, unable to continue. What's wrong? Xianxia was startled. This region has problems greatly affecting undead knights. I feel the energy within my body surge. I cannot proceed any further, the young lady said. At this moment, her true body was covered in black mist. When they left this holy land, death energy surrounded the outside of her body, covered in dark clouds, the divine and auspiciousness all disappearing. Undead knights were a mysterious race. Even though they didn't like sunlight, they didn't fear it either. They could enter any type of environment. Meanwhile, she encountered a restriction here. What was going on? The two of them revealed shocked expressions. No wonder the immortal medicine led us here. It seems like it knew this place can deal with undead knights. The place ahead is definitely harmful for you. You should stay behind. Xianxia said. That long life tree was extremely lowly, wishing to deal with the two of them. Xianxia was unaffected because he wasn't an undead knight. Right now, he was in skeleton form. I remember. This place is a restricted region for undead knights, adjacent to our holy land, the female undead knight said. It was because this holy land had been abandoned. No undead knights coming here anymore. All of them pretty much forgot about that legend. Holy Earth was accompanied by Vile Earth. The so-called Vile Earth was precisely adjacent to this place. There was this type of saying? Xianxia was shocked. When undead knights are asleep, their place where they reside is carefully chosen. Only a few Vile Earths able to restrict us. This place ought to be one of them. Of course, for a powerful golden undead knight, the effects of Vile Earth are also practically negligible. The female undead knight said. You all, wait here. I'm going inside. Xianxia had her return. They were drawn to this type of place by a stalk of medicine, and it even wanted to continue leading them by the nose. Xianxia's expression wasn't that pleasant. He prepared to enter by himself, personally catch the immortal medicine. You need to be careful. The Vile Earth isn't some auspicious place for us undead knights. But I don't know if it will affect you all too. the female undead knight warned. It should be fine, or else I would have sensed something a while ago. Moreover, this is a chance. I'll pretend that I am affected and stagger my way over. Maybe it can drop that medicine's guard. Catch it this way. Xianxia snickered. The female undead knight didn't say any more. Backing up, heading towards that ancient Dao platform. She wanted to see if there were any great opportunities there. This region really was incredibly strange. There were plants inside, but it wasn't full of life, lacking animals, to the extent where not even an insect could be seen. It was completely silent. Wind blew past. This was a chilly and desolate place. Xianxia staggered over, several times almost falling, but he was still getting closer, entering that ancient land. That stalk of immortal medicine appeared several times, walking and stopping, wishing to lead him deeper. When I catch you, I'm going to leave the roots, but the tender shoots are all going to be made into a pot of immortal pills. Xianxia grumbled. This immortal medicine was just too daring, continuously provoking him. Suddenly Xianxia was shocked. There were traces up ahead, covered densely in black spots, forming strange patterns. These spots were separately distributed on the ground, extremely vast. Nothing much could be seen when he walked close. However, Xianxia felt like this should be a diagram that represented the laws of this place. He jumped up, entering the skies, looking down. His body immediately shook. When those patterns were viewed together, it was actually a black skull, extremely sinister and strange. This was formed from the black earth on the ground. He quickly descended, feigning to be staggering a few more times. It was because he didn't know if that immortal medicine was still nearby. Xianxia began to think to himself. This black skull was exactly the same as the marking on that beast skin diagram he saw in Imperial Pass. At that time, they thought that it was a warning sign. Now, it seemed like it was a real pattern. Did he finally reach that ancient land? Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Heavenly Beast Forest, Ancient Burial Region. The place the three surrounded was precisely that place of natural luck, as well as Xianxia's objective for this trip. Previously, he thought that the female undead knight was leading him to a holy land. He never expected to end up here. Vile earth. He shivered inwardly again here. Just what kind of place was this exactly? What was hidden here? The foreign creatures should know a few things. Previously, it was precisely them who were looking around, wishing to come here, while the restricted regions of the Nine Heavens should also know a few things, also wanting to come and investigate. This place should be extremely terrifying. If I enter recklessly, it will be extremely difficult to make it out alive, Xianxia said to himself. Until now, even though he entered, nothing dangerous happened. Moreover, that long life tree also came, wishing to draw them into the innermost depths. Could it be that this stalk of medicine knew this place's secrets? After advancing a bit of distance, Xianxia didn't continue forward. He was worried that something bad might happen. Moreover, the reason he even came this far was for the immortal medicine. He staggered a bit, becoming weaker and weaker, completely imitating the female undead knight's state. In the end, he even searched for a place to fall down, and then he stopped moving. Would baiting the immortal medicine like this be of any use? Xianxia didn't know. He even felt like acting like this was a bit too stupid. That stalk of medicine should be extremely slippery. This was completely continuing to try everything out of desperation. That medicine will definitely still be on guard for some time. It wouldn't be easy to catch. Xianxia was extremely patient, not moving even after many hours, even retracting all of his life aura. He didn't move at all. Shameless immortal medicine. How can you still stay calm? Xianxia cursed inwardly. That stalk of medicine didn't reveal itself from start to finish, as if it disappeared. Xianxia was a bit speechless. Was that medicine watching him make a fool of himself? If this really was the case, then it was too hateful. Suddenly, he heard footsteps sounds from the distance. This left Xianxia shocked. There were living creatures here. Before, it was extremely quiet, not even an ant visible. Why did such powerful blood energy fluctuations suddenly appear? The vital force was extremely vigorous. Was there danger? Xianxia wanted to get up, but he endured it. Soon afterwards, A cold smile appeared on the corners of his lips, because he knew who it was. When those creatures passed through the region where the black skeleton skull was, everything could be clearly perceived. Before, with that black skull marking in the way, he actually couldn't even sense who it was. The golden creature was incredibly majestic, comparable to 3 mountain peaks. It gave off an extremely terrifying, oppressive feeling. These were 3 lions, all of them as if cast from gold. They were massive, fierce, and horrifying, so powerful even space itself seemed to be distorting. There were energy fields protecting their bodies. However, when the 3 lions came here, they also became extremely cautious, reducing their body size, turning into around a zhang in height, fearing that bodies that were too massive would easily give them away. There were 3 fearless lion clan experts who actually came here, leaving Xianxia considerably shocked. Emperor Clan's young Great One entered first. I really hope he doesn't seize the opportunities away first, a golden lion said quietly, voice overcast, extremely worried. He has a supreme treasure on him. This time, quite a bit was invested in order for him to come in here without any hindrance, enter first. In the end, the fact that we are able to enter is also partly because of him. Another golden lion said. Everyone thought that he came to kill Huang. Only a few people knew that he actually came for the things here. The 3 golden lions conversed quietly, the divine radiance in their eyes like rainbows. Meanwhile, their bodies were also extremely brilliant, throbbing like golden flames. Xianxia's mind jumped. The foreign side's Emperor Clan's young Great One came for the natural luck here? This made his mind sink. It was best if he could stop the other party from obtaining it first. Say, do you think he can obtain it? I think it's hard to say. After so many years passed, all of the experts who came have failed, leaving behind many corpses. I refuse to believe that he is this heaven-defying. Actually, we have to be careful too. If we continue forward, there might be danger to our lives. This place is too terrifying. Xianxia could hear everything from his hidden location. He found it hard to calm down. What exactly was there here? Right now, the 3 golden lions approached. None of them noticing the skeleton not far out was a living creature. It was because Xianxia retracted all of his life aura, so he looked no different from a set of dried-up bones, difficult for others to tell the difference. Huang mysteriously came to Divine Medicine Mountain Range, so he most likely came for this place too. Only a few people have come here, the others all unaware, thinking that we are here to kill Huang. However, in reality, the Emperor Clan individual and Gu Clan's person's objectives are both this place. When he listened up to hear, Xianxia felt a wave of killing intent within him. They actually all came for this place. If he ran into him, then he'll just get rid of them along the way. I wonder if Huang came here. He is quite frightening. Don't tell me he really is a golden undead knight. When they recalled news of Xianxia walking together with an undead knight, all of their expressions became ugly. Impossible. He is the 9 heavens 10 earths creature, we are certain of this. The one from Imperial Pass has given us sufficient proof, a golden lion said. The strength he displayed really is too powerful. It is best if we can kill him to avoid future disasters. Avoid him entering my clan to settle things. Another golden lion said coldly. The killing intent within Xianxia became stronger. He understood these golden lions' misgivings. It was because the fearless lion race came from the 9 heavens 10 earths, originally not a foreign creature. However, in the end, before the great battle of the last era, they defected over to this side. The effects of this were severe, causing many other powerful clans to also defect. Moreover, when the true great battle descended, they were extremely vicious, helping the foreign side attack the 9 heavens 10 earths, killing countless creatures, their hands soaked in blood. What is there to be scared of? It's just one Huang, he still hasn't grown up yet. He'll be killed sooner or later, a golden lion said coldly. Exactly, there's nothing to worry about. Moreover, there's no need for us to fear him either. Forget about the seniors. Even in this generation, my clan has produced someone who retraced his ancestry. He should have the strength to stop him. The other golden lion nodded. The divine flame in Xianxia's skull glowed slightly. He didn't want to continue waiting, wanted to take action. kill the 3 golden lions here. One of them was just too close to him, having its back to him. Hong! Shihao jumped up, instantly arriving. A palm descended like a heavenly blade, drawing out a dazzling streak of blade radiance. Who? The 3 golden lions were all on guard, immediately sensing that something was off. They hurriedly activated great divine abilities to intercept this attack. However, it was a bit too late. The lion that was targeted by Shihao screamed miserably. Even though it avoided getting hit in the vitals, its tail was cut off, blood splashing everywhere. Moreover, Shihao was like a flash of light, arriving forward. His fist smashed downwards, striking its back. You dare! The other 2 lions roared out. The golden lion who was struck erupted with divine radiance, using its divine force to crazily attack. This was an extremely powerful golden lion, long possessing self-severing realm cultivation. However, in the end, it still suffered greatly because there was no way it could move faster than Shihao. Pooh! Shihao's fist blasted through its body, sending golden blood splashing out. Chi! Immediately afterwards, Shihao grabbed its neck, capturing it alive, and then quickly backed up. Tell me everything else you all know, or else I will definitely kill it, Shihao said coldly. He wanted to know what laid in this piece of vile earth. At the same time, he didn't have any good intentions towards the fearless lion bloodline. Back then, this clan contributed to evil, severely wounding the 9 heavens 10 earths. It really was a great bloodthirsty clan that was beyond vicious. Huang, stop! The other 2 lions were both shocked, not expecting it to be him, recognizing his identity from the primordial spirit light. Pooh! Shihao didn't say anything. An arm descended, directly removing one of the legs of the captured golden lion, blood gushing everywhere. If you waste any more time, I am going to directly slaughter it, Shihao said coldly. Oh! The golden lion that was restricted by Shihao released a low roar, the voice carrying anger, as well as a type of humiliation and unwillingness. It was the fearless lion's descendant. Back then, their ancestors could challenge the immortal Dao Monk King, its reputation widespread. This clan always acted powerfully. When had they ever become prisoners, humiliated like this before? If you continue crying, I'm going to directly skin and eat you, Shihao threatened. Moreover, he didn't show any mercy. His palm descended, breaking the golden lion's vertebra. Even though it was powerful, a divine Dao expert, right now its damaged body was trembling uncontrollably. The damage it suffered was too great. Stop, we'll talk. The 2 other lions couldn't resist anymore, scared of their brother being killed. Their breathing was rushed, eyes staring at Shihao, their golden pupils filled with hatred. However, when faced with Huang, they still felt extremely helpless, momentarily left without a choice. Shihao didn't say anything, waiting for them to speak. There is a mysterious object here. It is related to too much. When great ancestor Shichuo excavated ancient burial region back then, he unexpectedly obtained an ancient scroll. Even though it was tattered, there was a mysterious location marked on it, stating that an ancient object was buried there. The 2 golden lions had no choice. Their eyes flickered about, speaking about the mysteries of this place. Something Shichuo cared about? The effects of this were just too great. Shihao immediately became fearful. One had to understand that Anlin, Shichuo, these were terrifying existences who fought with immortal kings and ultimately survived. Something that Shichuo desired. Just what exactly was this? Too vague. These things you all talk about have no significance. I already knew there was great natural luck here. Even though Shihao was actually struggling to calm down, his voice was instead extremely cold. There's no way great ancestor Shichuo would tell us what it is, a golden lion hurriedly said. However, everyone knew that this thing was definitely formidable. Right now, there were several rumors being passed around the outside world. There were some who said that there was a scripture, unknown if it was immortal or demonic. It was incredibly astonishing, containing the highest profound mysteries, even making Shichuo and those other individuals extremely moved. There was another type of saying, that there was a burial artifact here specifically used to restrict undead knights. For the ancient ancestor who had always wished to explore ancient burial region, this was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. It was also said that there was a type of extremely mysterious power here that could be extracted. Once it was obtained, the owner would become unmatched under the sky. Apart from this, there were other sayings. For example, this place had a creature that was continuously nurtured, its Tao body unrivaled, unprecedented from past until now, incomparable. It was rumored that if one could send their own primordial spirit in, remove and replace the one inside, they would obtain an unmatched magical body. Xianxia frowned. After hearing them speak about all of these rumors, he began to silently think to himself. Regardless, this place indeed had great natural luck. You all really aren't sincere. There are some things you still haven't spoken about, right? Xianxia said coldly. A finger pointed out, and then the captive in his hands released a roar of pain. A blood hole appeared on his body. Stop! A golden lion shouted. The depths of this place has dangers. If you enter recklessly, only withered bones will remain. The other golden lion shouted, hurriedly speaking about these things. After all these years, Shuchuo and Anlin sent people over again and again, but in the end, they all failed. There was a mysterious power in the depths of this region that could kill intruders. The undying existences couldn't cross heaven abyss, so they had no way of coming here. For cultivators of other cultivation realms, they all failed, more than one supreme being dying miserably. Their blood dyed the ancient land, turning into skeletal remains, forever unable to leave this place. Even supreme beings who went in died? Xianxia frowned. This place was too dangerous. Did this mean that he didn't have any hope? Correct. From past until now, not a single supreme being who came returned alive, all of them dying here. A golden lion nodded, speaking in an extremely unwilling manner. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have spoken about this matter. Yet you all still came? Xianxia looked at them. It is because even though the cultivators of other cultivation realms came here before, even after they failed, some of them still returned alive. The other lion said, how could this be possible? Xianxia didn't really believe them. However, after listening to them speak about this in detail, he began to think to himself. Oh! Suddenly, the lion in Xianxia's grasp released a world-shaking great roar. It was one of this clan's sect protecting divine abilities, Fearless Lion Roar. It was originally suppressed, but it was able to mysteriously break through its seal, and then it immediately released a roar at Xianxia. At the same time, the other two lions' long golden fur also surged, standing on end, releasing even more deafening roars to attack Xianxia. They suddenly acted out, wishing to kill Huang immediately with this attack. For the Fearless Lion clan, becoming a captive was shameful. It wouldn't be willing to just accept this. It secretly tried to break the seal, kill this great enemy. Xianxia's body trembled, his fingers becoming a bit numb, loosening. That seriously injured golden lion struggled free, but immediately afterwards, it coughed out large amounts of blood, its body breaking apart. It was because at the crucial moment, Xianxia's fingers moved, striking its body, almost crushing half its bones. How could this be possible? It was shocked. How could Huang be this powerful? Move! Kill him! Oh! The other two lions protected their injured brother. Their bodies shone, golden flames raging. Precious technique rushed at Xianxia. Xianxia's hands interweaved. A Kuan Peng emerged together with lightning, interweaving together, blocking their divine abilities, neutralizing them. His expression was unpleasant. The three lions were much stronger than he had thought, almost making him suffer a great loss. You? The three lions turned pale with fright. They launched a sudden attack that was supposed to result in inevitable death. Yet in the end, Huang wasn't even injured. This was just too crazy. Since you all want to die, then I'll help you satisfy your wishes, Xianxia said with an ice-cold voice. The three golden lions all surged with raging flames. Golden light rushed into the heavens, all of them activating their bloodlines, using the greatest power they could display. Activate the ancient treasures, the three lions said with a low voice, secretly transmitting sound. They knew that if they relied on their true strength, they wouldn't be Huang's match. They could only entrust their hopes to those two ancient treasures. They absolutely refused to believe that the fearless lion bloodline at the self-severing realm couldn't defeat a void Dao realm human. Quang Dang. A vibration sounded. One of the golden lions stood up, in its large claw and alms bowl. Even though it was simple and ancient in appearance, there was primal chaos aura within. This was an extremely powerful precious artifact. Used to be an ancient monk's magical artifact. What a pity. It has cracked apart. A golden lion said with regret. This magical artifact was covered in fine cracks. Otherwise, it would be incredibly terrifying, able to store the sun, moon, and stars. Huang, just hand over your life. A golden lion roared out. The alms bowl it held shone, and then rushed at Hao, continuously enlarging, actually about to collect him inside. And Hao was shocked. This alms bowl was just too powerful. He couldn't struggle free, actually about to be sucked in. Haha. It is effective after all. A golden lion said excitedly. Hao's body shrunk, half his body even entering the alms bowl, buried in primal chaos. What a pity that it isn't the immortal Dao Monk King's alms bowl. Otherwise, it could suppress and kill even immortals. A golden lion said with a sigh. Huang, so there is a day when even you fall to this type of state. Back then, my ancestors had eaten even true immortals. You think you are anyone special? You actually dare to oppose my clan. The injured golden lion roared out, finally spitting back some of its resentment. However, this still wasn't enough. He wanted to see Huang become refined into a bloody paste. Just a group of scum who defected to the other side. After doing such things, you all still have the nerve to glorify your shameful ancestors. Hao said with a cold laugh. Right now, even though he was restricted by the alms bowl, he wasn't flustered. Hong. On the side, the other golden lion also stood up. There was a demon fall pestle in his large claws. It was purple gold in color, flickering with chilly metallic radiance. It was like the alms bowl, its surface also covered in cracks, an ancient monk magical treasure. After these two magical artifacts were activated, divine might surged, immediately making this place tremble. Heaven and earth split apart, the scene terrifying. You are courting death. That golden lion released a great roar, brandishing the demon fall pestle, smashing it in Hao's direction. Dang! Hao blocked the demon fall pestle with his bare hands. While standing in the alms bowl, he resisted the purple gold precious pestle weapon that struck down from above. The losers are always in the wrong. Many great clans from the 9 heavens were wiped out in that battle, while my fearless lion bloodline became a foreign king race, only becoming even stronger. This is reality. Whether you accept it or not doesn't matter. My fearless lion bloodline is still faring extremely well, while many of the past families all became history's smoke and ashes. There were some families' ancestors who were even more so refined into puppets, my clan alone having a few servants like this. A golden lion roared out, trying to disrupt Hao's state of mind. You've already spoken enough? I'll send you all on your way. Hao suddenly shone. A sword core rushed up, directly piercing through the alms bowl. Then it released magical force. Following a loud noise, that precious artifact exploded. Right at this time, he brandished his fist, continuously smashing at the demon fall pestle in midair, making the cracks on its surface quickly spread. In the end, with a kacha noise, it also exploded. Ah! The 3 golden lions screamed miserably. It was because after those fragments exploded, they stabbed into their bodies, drenching them in blood, suffering heavy injuries. Run! At this moment, the 3 lions' souls all shivered. They were sure that Huang couldn't be faced, even more powerful than they imagined. It's too late, Hao said with a cold laugh. Pong! The golden lion that was previously captured was grabbed. With a pu sound, its skull was removed, primordial spirit split through. Then Hao unleashed a great slaughter on the other 2 lions. Even if they had the fearless lion's bloodline, when faced with Huang who didn't hold back, they were still quite lacking. After all, they didn't truly retrace their ancestry. In the end, blood radiance flickered in this place. The two lions left also died one after the other. An hour later, Sherhao's hair stood on end, because he ended up heading into this ancient land's depths, feeling great danger, as if a disaster was about to descend. Hong! Suddenly, a muffled noise sounded from the very depths of the vile earth. Moreover, a wave of black energy swept over. Sherhao's entire body went ice-cold. He turned around to leave because he could feel a great disaster descending. Did something disastrous happen in the ancient land? At the same time, he heard a long roar that shook the ancient land. There was someone else here? That was a human-shaped skeleton that ran out from the restricted region depths, frantically running. Why is it just like me? A skeleton? Sherhao was shocked. Oh! Then, Sherhao heard another lion roar from the other side. He saw the second creature. It was also fleeing. It was a lion, also lacking flesh, only a golden skeleton, currently frantically running, wishing to escape from the black tide. This is... Sherhao was immediately alarmed. This lion skeleton was ridiculously powerful, far greater than those three lions. Could this be the one who retraced its ancestry? Soon afterwards, he saw another terrifying creature quickly fleeing from a different region. Time fragments danced about one hand, spatial power surging in the other, tearing apart heaven and earth. Meanwhile, this creature was also a skeleton. Gu Clan. Sherhao narrowed his eyes. He actually encountered the fearless lion who retraced its ancestry, as well as the extremely powerful Gu clan who dared fight against immortal kings. Could that human skeleton be the Emperor clan's so-called young great one? Sherhao was suspicious. This time, the three most powerful great experts were all here, just like Sherhao, all of them skeletons. They were all fleeing for their lives, trying to escape the black energy tide behind them. I wasn't the only one who turned into a skeleton. There are others. Sherhao was shocked. What exactly was the thing Shuchuo wanted? Sherhao quickly escaped, but he also turned around to look at the surging great black mist from time to time. Honglong. Raging waves beat against the shore, rubble collapsing the clouds. This scene was extremely grand, the black waves producing heaven-reaching splashes, directly submerging the clouds in the sky, covering this expanse of vile earth. This was too fierce, incredibly intimidating. In reality, these weren't true waves, but only a type of black energy. However, it seemed no different from a raging divine sea, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. Sherhao was running, frantically fleeing. That type of energy was too terrifying. He was sure that it could kill cultivators of even higher cultivation realm. Even gods would fall before it. In the rear, the three great cultivators were even more so, fleeing frantically for their lives. They were all charging towards roughly the same position, their bodies burning, not hesitating to ignite their source. Pong! Sherhao tried to tear open space, wishing to cross this area of heaven and earth. In the end, his arms became numb, fingers in pain. Even though he ripped open a small crack, he discovered that he couldn't completely open it. At this moment, he finally understood why the Gu clan expert had time fragments dancing about one hand, spatial fragments flickering in the other, yet still couldn't open up the world. It was because this place was sealed up, spatial passages couldn't be opened. There was no way to directly travel through this region. As a result, they could only walk, run like they were crazy to escape this source of destruction. Not good. Sherhao became more and more horrified. It was because he discovered that even after doing everything he could, he still only ran 600 li or so. The Earth 2 inches divine ability was ineffective. Moreover, during this period of time, he actually didn't leave the ground in flight, suppressed by a wave of great power, unable to charge into the skies. This made his scalp numb. They were gradually being crushed into the ground, unable to immediately leave. The black waves were like a giant army, roaring, releasing ear-splitting sounds, hiding the sky and covering the earth as it swept over. The origins of the three great experts in the back were great, but right now they were in an incredibly sorry state, forced to run for their lives. Comparatively speaking, Sure Hao was still rather safe because he was ahead of them. What kind of secret force is this black energy? Sure Hao ran while looking back from time to time, carefully examining it. This type of secret force was extremely strange, influencing the world, interfering with the stability of space, precious techniques actually unable to be effectively displayed. Otherwise, with a spread of Kuan Peng technique's wings, he would have rushed into the heavens a long time ago. Sure Hao's pupils flashed. With a raise of his hand, he smashed it backwards. As expected, powerful divine abilities couldn't take form, unable to gather. However, his divine force remained. Even though it was considerably suppressed, there was still a portion that turned into divine light, rushing backwards, facing the great black wave. The result was completely beyond his expectations. Hong! When the streak of light landed in the black waves, it immediately stirred up a mountain collapsing sound, shaking up the heavens above and earth below, moreover transferring terrifying energy radiance. After the divine radiance and black energy encountered each other, it triggered an incomparably powerful retaliation. It was as if over 1,000,000 volcanoes erupted at the same time, drowning out the heavens. Only, this power wasn't red, but rather black, like magma that originated from hell itself, purging the heavens. Oh! The golden lion bones released a soul-shaking roar. It was absolutely furious because after this black wave erupted, it was affected just happening to flare out where it was. What race are you? Are you courting death? The fearless lion that retraced its ancestry really was angry, completely erupting into fury, directly roaring out these words. It was normally cool-headed and ruthless, a few words. It wouldn't speak these words that carried great emotions at all. It would only directly take action. Right now, while in critical danger, it couldn't worry about that much. Its most instinctive emotions revealed. Didn't your clan's ancestor tell you before you come that you can't face it head-on? The stronger you are, the stronger it is. That human skeleton also spoke out. This was a powerful disciple from a certain emperor clan. After tens of thousands of years, the emperor clans sent someone out from the ancient land again, entering desolate border. This individual's divine might was unimaginable. However, before it had time to even display its power, it encountered danger here. Sure Hao was moved. There was even this type of saying. He understood their intentions. For this type of black energy, the more powerful the energy that attacked it, the more explosive it would become, the retaliation greater. In this instant, Sure Hao was tempted. He wanted to compete in strength, attack this black sea, have it completely swallow up these three great experts. However, soon afterwards, he shook his head, because right now, divine abilities were hard to display. Magical force also no longer that powerful. Even if he took action with full power, the result wouldn't be that great. Otherwise, just now, the fearless lion would have died, and not only being affected a bit. In that instant, Sure Hao's thoughts moved quickly. Right now, he was in a skeleton state, moreover hiding his true body's aura. Perhaps he could pretend to be a foreign cultivator right now, and then at the crucial time deliver a fatal attack on the three great experts. I'm sorry, I was a bit nervous, I forgot. Sure Hao transmitted sound. That human skeleton no longer said anything, the Gu clan expert remaining silent the entire time. Only the golden skeleton released a low roar of anger, because its tailbone was in intense pain, swept through by the black radiance, having a piece cut off. This was truly a great humiliation. The fearless lion who retraced its ancestry, if it grew up, could contend against immortal Dao experts. When had it ever lost its tail before? Two streaks of cold golden light shot out from its eyes, but it didn't say anything else, instead focusing on running. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flickered. There was a creature that appeared from the rock forest, also running, unable to hide its true body any longer. Sure Hao immediately saw that it was precisely that immortal medicine. It was also fleeing, likely not expecting this place to be this dangerous. Sure Hao cursed. This crafty old tree purposely led him here, wishing to eliminate him. This made him furious. Now that he saw it again, he directly rushed over. An AO sounded. That old tree actually cried out, so scared its tree branches shook, running even faster. Couldn't move through the void. nor could it run through the earth, only able to frantically flee on the surface, now completely exposed. For a long-life tree, this was incredibly dangerous. However, its speed was too fast. Even if it couldn't move through the void, when its large legs moved, it was still extremely fast and slippery. In the back, when the Emperor Race Great One, Gu clan inheritor, and fearless lion who retraced its ancestry saw this, their eyes immediately revealed brilliance, minds incredibly shaken. If it was anyone else, they would have long released cries of alarm. They actually unexpectedly encountered a long-life tree. The value was just too great. Even undying existence's eyes would become red. These three great experts changed their directions, chasing directly in his direction. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia risked it all, chasing after the immortal medicine. This was a rare opportunity. The old tree couldn't hide effectively anymore. The old tree's roots were like tentacles, landing on the ground, extremely fast. This type of speed left the young great experts all stupefied. It was because it began to risk it all too. If it was just a bit slower, it would definitely be caught, and then there wouldn't be a good end for it. This was especially the case when it had provoked Xianxia before, knowing that once it was caught, it would definitely have to suffer the consequences. Its entire body shone, 5-colored immortal mist lingering about. The colors were mottled. A tender shoot's leaves moved, flickering with great Tao splendor. Xianxia's speed was increasing, even faster than when he was running for his life. All because he was stirred up by this old tree. It was because this bastard thought its speed was faster than the others. When it fled a certain amount of distance, it made a hooking motion with its tender shoots again towards Xianxia, provoking him. Chi! Xianxia was like a divine arrow that pierced the clouds, leaving behind dazzling radiance, immediately rushing over. Aya! The immortal medicine screamed, running even faster. Hong! Xianxia smashed his fist over from the back. From his stance, it seemed like he wanted to smash this old tree to pieces. So, suddenly, that aged tree trembled, the tender shook swaying. An immortal leaf fell, shooting in Xianxia's direction. And Xianxia was shocked. Was this an attack? It didn't seem like it because it didn't have much power. He reached out his hand, immediately grabbing it. He immediately sensed surging life force. It was too powerful, containing immortal Tao life aura. It was precisely at this instant that the old tree made its way through the vile earth, entering the burial region's holy land. With a Qilu sound, it entered the ground, thus disappearing. Just a moment of distraction and benevolence, and I ended up letting you run again. Xianxia was regretful. He also returned to the Holy Land. In reality, he knew that just now, he couldn't smash apart this immortal medicine no matter what he did. Moreover, he was still far away. Even if he really wanted to damage it, he still couldn't make it stay behind. Xianxia didn't stop, rushing forward. However, when the three great experts entered the Holy Land, they all stopped, turning around to look towards the black wave. They didn't die? Xianxia was shocked. Something miraculous happened. When the black wave rushed here, it seemed to have encountered an invisible obstacle, unable to enter the Holy Land. It was clear that the three great experts all knew that it would be like this. It's effective, actually. Opened up that place. That thing has appeared. Right at this time, the usually silent Gu clan young supreme being spoke, extremely excited. Xianxia also stopped, watching from the distance. In the depths of the Black Sea, dazzling light surged, incomparably divine and gentle. Shuchuo Anlin, the thing these two were concerned about, emerged. In the depths of the Black Sea, that sphere of light was extremely gentle and mysterious, carrying faint golden radiance, like a divine moon rising from the sea. Xianxia was unable to take his eyes off of it, staring in that direction. Just what kind of thing appeared exactly? Was there really an artifact? This immediately left everyone here greatly shaken. This was especially true for the Emperor Clan Young Great One. This time, he was the main force, coming here precisely to bring away the mysterious object. Now he saw hope. This is too inconceivable. After endless time, so many people died. The supreme beings who came even died. Yet we succeeded. The Gu clan young expert said. It actually really appeared. I thought it was just a legend, that it would never appear. But now, it is about to. The golden lion's bones shook, its eyes resplendent. Emperor Clan's young great one was also extremely moved. He clenched his fists tightly, because no one understood better than him just how great of price was paid this time. They all hoped that there really was hope, that this wasn't just a mistake. It was because they had already planned so much, prepared a lot of safeguards. For the sake of success this time, Shuchuo and the others had previously bestowed secret artifacts, informing Emperor Clan's young great one the deciphering methods, preparing many methods for him. Not long ago, they already lost count of just how many formation banners were destroyed. Those were all brought from the foreign region. There was no lack of flagpoles made of immortal gold among them. It has appeared, Emperor Clan's young great one said with a low voice, eyes becoming more and more resplendent. They didn't have flesh, but right now, there was a powerful wave of essence energy, every one of them releasing terrifying auras. They stared in that direction, scared of letting something go. Even sure how Long stopped all movements, fully concentrating his attention on the depths of the Black Sea. Just what is there exactly in the depths of the vile earth? For Anlin, Shuchuo and others to attach so much importance to it, continuously sending people to come and look? Sure how really wanted to know. In the depths of the black divine sea, waves struck the heavens. Meanwhile, that sphere of light became more and more brilliant, completely unaffected. Finally, it fully left the water surface, emerging from below. That is, the divine light within the Emperor Clan young great one's eye sockets erupted, staring into the Black Sea. The others were also all shocked, because what they saw was completely different from what they imagined. In that place, there was a dark red large grave that appeared precisely from the Black Sea, rising to the water surface. This grave was extremely large. They could see how majestic it was even from so far away, its presence suffocating, the dark red color as if previously soaked in blood. It was extremely lofty, as if an imperishable immortal city descended through the great spatial crack, appearing in this world. Why would it be a grave? Was this what Shuchuo and the others were looking for? The divine radiance was released from inside of it. The fearless lion spoke. Even though it was shocked, it still kept its cool. Then that crack became larger and larger, the entire mountainous ancient grave splitting apart. A gentle golden radiance was released, as if a sun was rising from the darkness. What kind of object was that? It was actually hidden in the great grave. The great experts here immediately became nervous, also becoming extremely stirred up. The legendary object was finally going to appear in the world. This object attracted the attention of undying kings. Just what was special about it? Don't tell me it belongs to the undead knights? Sure how muttered. It was actually buried in a great grave. This really was the burial region style. However, that place was vile earth, not burial region. Moreover, undead knights loathed this place, not willing to get close, unable to enter. Could it be that it was precisely because of this artifact that undead knights left this place, disliking this ancient land? Sure how wanted to find the female undead knight. But in the end, he didn't find her, not knowing where in the Holy Land she was now. Normally, after such a great disturbance, she should have heard it. Hong! Black waves struck the heavens, the noise deafening, becoming more and more crazy. One could see tens of thousands of waves crashing towards the Holy Land, powerful and forceful to the extreme. Only this Holy Land really was too special, like a transparent wall. It directly and firmly stopped the black waves from rushing in, not letting them even half a step closer. The great grave is collapsing, the golden lion cried out. At this time, the ancient tomb in the depths of the restricted region caved in, cracked apart, releasing faint golden radiance. It was clear that the object inside was about to rush out. After so many precious objects were destroyed, all of them refined by undying kings, there is finally some return. It is going to appear. The Emperor Clan young great one side. In the distance, Sure How was shocked. For the sake of this object appearing in the world, the other side expended a great price after all. Shuchuo, Anlin, and the others all took action. Honglong. After a final great noise, black waves struck the skies, immediately drowning the heavens above and earth below, creating a boundless black expanse, nothing visible anymore. Only a bit of weak light transmitted from the depths of the sea. At this moment, everyone held their breath, quietly waiting, watching nervously. Finally, when everything calmed, where the graves were, the great tomb cracked apart. A chest appeared from within, surrounded by hazy golden light, rising and falling there. That's what we are looking for? Gu Clan's young supreme being was shocked. Even though they were still far away, after opening their heavenly eyes, they could clearly see that this was an extremely ancient wooden chest. It was extremely tattered and old-fashioned. It had existed for an endless amount of time, looking like it would break apart at any moment. But now, it released a faint golden radiance that was divine and auspicious. The black waves stabilized, no longer surging. In reality, this so-called sea was precisely a type of boundless energy. Right now, it calmed down, but it didn't withdraw, protecting the wooden chest. In the distance, Hao saw everything clearly, his mind rising and falling. What did he have to do to obtain that chest? Crossing that sea didn't seem realistic at all. Now, he already understood that great danger existed in the Black Sea. From past until now, it was unknown just how many people had died for the sake of this chest. The supreme beings who rushed here all died, not a single one succeeding. This time, Emperor Clan's young Great One joined hands with Gu Clan's inheritor. The main reason why they could succeed was because they brought personally refined secret artifacts from Shuchuo, Anlin, and the others with them. Just immortal gold alone, it was unknown just how much was used up in the process. Opening up this place cost even more than an incomparable great battle. We are superior to all those before us. However, the main thing is how we are going to bring that tattered wooden chest out. The Emperor Clan young Great One said to himself, frowning. We should make use of those powerful servants. Indeed, we should have them step up now. Gu Clan's young supreme being said coldly. At this time, the two of them produced beast skin pouches one after another, loosening the opening, releasing dazzling divine multicolored light. Then, there were 20 experts who appeared one after the other, all of them releasing terrifying auras. In the distance, Hao was immediately shocked. The ones who appeared were too familiar, too unordinary. Old soldiers. Hao immediately understood. It was because their uniforms were identical to the unnamed old soldiers underneath Heavenly Deity Institution, the feeling they gave off also similar. These were past old soldiers from the 9 heavens 10 earth side. They all wore ancient armor modeled with the passage of time, giving off an incredibly distant great wasteland aura. Correct, it was precisely those old soldiers. These are puppet servants my ancestor personally refined from the past battle. All of them extremely powerful, obedient like dogs. The Golden Lion said. This type of saving left Hao in the distance furious, really wanting to immediately rush over and kill it. These were all experts from the 9 heavens 10 earths, previously fighting while drenched in blood against the foreign side. In the end, they ended up in this type of state. Moreover, the fearless lion race were originally creatures of the 9 heavens, yet in the end they defected, moreover killing so many of their own people, refining a few into puppets, their actions extremely nasty. Gu Clan was similar, their situation not much different. They also defected, moreover they were extremely powerful, the damage they caused great. I have a few enslaved kings. Emperor Clan's young Great One said. He produced a spatial magical artifact, directly releasing 5 old soldiers covered in armor. With heaven abyss in between, the undying existences had no way of crossing over. Right now, these old servants became the 3 young experts' extremely important trump cards. In the distance, cold light flickered in Hao's eyes. He really wanted to kill these 3 experts, because right now, anger was burning within him like a raging flame. Those old soldiers were past residents of the 9 heavens, but now they were in such miserable states. Some of them were refined after their deaths, some directly refined into puppets, their conclusions miserable. Now, endless years passed, but they were still enslaved here. It truly was lamentable. Go! Bring back that wooden chest. The 3 young experts separately issued orders. There were 25 old soldiers, their expressions blank, lacking all emotional fluctuations. They held black heavenly spears, war pikes, and other things. They walked out of burial regions Holy Land one after another, entering the Black Sea. Pooh! Unfortunately, as soon as they entered the sea, there were already a few old soldiers who broke apart, turning into lumps of bloody paste. Not good. This type of power is too great. The Golden Lion cried out in alarm. Emperor Clan Young Great One's eyes also fell. He knew that things were troublesome now. These old soldiers were extremely fast, rushing into the depths of the great earth. Only, when faced with this black energy wave, they all encountered great danger. Sure enough, not long afterwards, this wave of mysterious force wiped out the remaining old soldiers as well, body and souls extinguished. The black wave was far more terrifying than what they imagined. It couldn't be touched. No wonder the supreme beings who came here before all died. If we don't know when to come and when to leave, we will likely be finished as well. Right now, they felt helpless. It was because that wave of power wasn't something they could face. At the same time, Shurhao also experienced that feeling of powerlessness, feeling like it would be hard for him to accomplish anything here. Bringing away the wooden chest seemed impossible. There was no alternative. Right at this time, the Emperor Clan Young Great One's figure was powerful and heroic, shouting out, "Invite Shuchuo and Anlin to descend. Take action here." This left Shurhao completely stunned. The Undying Kings were going to cross Heaven Abyss? Forget about Shurhao, even the fearless lion as well as Gu Clan's inheritor trembled, turning pale with fright. How could it be like this? Shuchuo, Anlin, these 2 unmatched experts came? However, how was this possible? Those were unsurpassed Undying Kings. It was too difficult for them to enter Desolate Border. They were stopped by Heaven Abyss. All those who are undying couldn't pass through Heaven Abyss. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was. They would be rejected by the Tao laws of that place, the 2 not compatible. And Shurhao revealed a strange expression. It was because when Emperor Clan's Young Great One shouted out those words, nothing special happened here. There were no Shuchuo or Anlin's true bodies that took form. Up ahead, the black energy rose and fell, no longer surging chaotically, but it made everyone feel more and more ill at ease, feeling that they shouldn't provoke it. This place was comparatively speaking already calm, no undying existences appearing. Tao brother, this is? The Golden Lion also became suspicious, asking like this, "Are you sure you can call the 2 great, unsurpassed, undying existences?" Gu Clan's inheritor asked. It was extremely arrogant, never feeling like his clan was weaker than an emperor clan. In reality, they were indeed ridiculously powerful. In the past, they were able to contend against true dragons, wishing to seize the #1 race spot. True dragon, that was a race that was regarded by others as immortal kings. When they grew to their late stage, they would ultimately turn into unmatched immortal Tao existences. "Please wait a bit," Emperor Clan's Young Great One said, looking into the sky. His figure became more and more majestic, eventually starting to chant an extremely long and ancient name. Among them, keywords including Shuchuo and Anlin were mentioned. Shurhao shivered inwardly. He knew what this person was trying to do. He was chanting the true names, reciting all of the surnames and other things, calling out to them. Anlin, Shuchuo, these were the simplified names of 2 great undying kings. They still had extremely long surnames and other names. If these prefixes and suffixes were added, then there would be several hundred characters. Heaven Abyss separated this place. Normally, their true bodies couldn't cross over, so even if their true names were called, their true bodies naturally wouldn't appear. It was clear that Shurhao's previous worries were unnecessary when he read Anlin and Shuchuo's names in parts. In reality, with Heaven Abyss here, mentioning them in this region wouldn't trigger their appearance. I was worried for nothing. Anlin, Shuchuo, those 2 old bastards are restricted here. They still haven't defied the heavens yet, Shurhao said to himself. If the Golden Lion or Gu Clan's inheritor heard this, they might become stupefied. In all their time growing up in the other side, they had never heard of anyone speak about the undying kings with such disrespect. Hong! Suddenly, light flashed past the void. An indistinct figure appeared. That type of aura was too terrifying, overwhelming everything, making everyone tremble. At this moment, with this place at the center, Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Heavenly Beast Forest, and other places were shaken, the quaking spreading into the distance. They were summoned? Shurhao was shocked. Gu clan's inheritor and the fearless lion who were the closest trembled greatly, their bodies almost being blasted to pieces. They even more so wanted to bow down because they couldn't resist this type of might at all. Kacha. Unfortunately, this indistinct image was unstable. It cracked the skies, and then instantly disappeared. Emperor Clan's young Great One was stupefied. He originally thought that he succeeded, never expecting to still fail at the final moment. One had to understand that when they came here, they prepared too many methods. He had previously obtained a chance to have an audience with the two unmatched kings. This type of glory was something that hadn't been bestowed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Regardless of whether it was Shichuo or Anlin, their statuses were extremely high, rare for even other undying existences to meet them, let alone a younger generation individual. The two bestowed this Emperor Clan young expert all types of secret artifacts. All of it was for this day. What a pity we couldn't create a miracle. I originally thought that we might be able to obtain that wooden chest, clearing the fog that has shrouded this matter forever, learn what rested within. The Golden Lion was extremely regretful. This really is hard to accept. We all already reached this step, activated the vile earth, made the ancient tomb appear, even seeing the wooden chest, yet we still failed. Gu Clan's expert sighed. We still haven't failed yet. The Emperor Clan young expert put away his expression of regret, the expression in his eyes becoming even more resolute. This time he didn't say too much, becoming serious. He was much more focused than before, to the extent where his expression even became a bit heavy. His fingers were even trembling slightly. He produced a formation core that was a faint purple color, sparkling and shining. It wasn't tall, only 3 feet in size. It was made of bone matter. There was a type of incomparably powerful aura and power restrained within, as if there was a hibernating barbaric ferocious beast ready to revive at any time. What is this? The Golden Lion asked. A type of special summoning stage, the Emperor Clan young Great One replied. Then, he produced all types of small formation banners, placing them on the bone core. They arranged themselves on their own. Afterwards, he extracted sparkling bones piece after piece. They turned into symbols, releasing kong-chong noises that filled this place, as if scriptures were flickering about, releasing loud noises. These transformations truly left one stupefied. Hong! Immediately afterwards, the Golden Lion and Gu Clan inheritor couldn't hold on anymore, kneeling down. Meanwhile, the young Emperor Clan Great One, after activating the last bone piece, also became like this, unable to resist this type of pressure, falling down. A type of power began to stir about, trying to link up with this altar, threading into endless space to reach this place. As a result, in an ancient and barren region in the foreign side, after who knew just how many years had passed since they were disturbed, today, undying light lit up streak after streak. What? The ancient ancestors are reviving. Hundreds of thousands of li out, millions of li out. The clansmen who had blood relationships with the existences who revived in the barren land were completely shocked, even their souls shaking. Immediately afterwards, all of the creatures in this clan sensed something, and then they began to tremble with fear, bowing down in this direction, prostrating themselves in worship. Inside of the burial region Holy Land, the fearless lion, Gu Clan inheritor, and Emperor Race young Great One felt more and more uneasy, their bones trembling, releasing caca noises, as if they were going to collapse. Not good, we have to quickly push it into the black energy sea, or else we will all die as well, Gu Clan's inheritor shouted. They were pressured into kneeling on the ground, forced to endure incomparable power. Fine! The 3 great young experts did everything they could, pushing with all their strength. On this 3-foot-tall bone platform, they separated from the burial region Holy Land, entering the sea. With a pu tong sound, waves splashed outwards, black energy overflowing into the heavens. It was clear that this bone platform triggered an intense change in the sea of energy, causing this place to erupt into chaos again. However, this time, the bone platform wasn't destroyed like the old soldiers, instead rising and falling in the ocean. In the distance, Hao saw the truth. He felt deeply horrified, knowing that there was definitely going to be something happening now. Things were now incredibly troublesome, but he had no way of stopping it. When the bone platform landed in the Black Sea, Gu clan's inheritor, Fearless Lion, and Emperor clan's young Great One all released a breath of air, crawling up from the ground. It really was strange. This burial region Holy Land had a secret power protecting it. Regardless of whether it was the black energy or the bone platform, none of them were able to destroy this place. Kacha! In the Black Sea, a crack appeared on that bone formation core, wisps of blood seeping out, displaying many colors. They interweaved together, resplendent and shocking, impossible to look straight at. What kind of ancient blood is that? The Fearless Lion was horrified. When it saw the brightly colored blood, it became inwardly fearful. Shuchuo's blood, the Emperor clan young Great One replied. In that bone core, there was actually a bit of Shuchuo's blood hidden within. This was unmatched true blood, representing incomparable power. While speaking these things, the Emperor clan young Great One produced another object, a beast skin, on it great Tao characters that couldn't be distinguished. With a chi sound, this beast skin flew into the black energy sea, landing on the bone core. After being soaked in the blood, with a hong sound, it began to burn on its own. This was an expanse of scriptures, great Tao characters that summoned undying kings. Right now, deafening scripture sounds were released, speaking Shuchuo's entire name several times. True scripture summoning. Was this a summoning scripture piece written by the undying king himself? Gu clan's inheritor's expression changed greatly. Success or failure, this is it. Even though those two great ones prepared for many years, using up endless heavenly materials, paying an unimaginable price, they can still only pass through heaven abyss for an instant. The Emperor clan young Great One said. With a wong noise, an extremely muffled noise sounded. That bone core shone, its surroundings distorting. In addition, it quickly became dim, heaven and earth becoming pitch black. Then, it rushed into the sky from the sea, ripping apart the entire sky dome, opening up a gate, welcoming the undying king's descent. In that instant, heaven and earth trembled greatly, the world about to be overturned. That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see a large hand slowly reach out from the pitch-black heavens, truly descending. This wasn't the true body, but right now it was even better than the true body, similarly powerful, possessing matchless, unrivaled power. It was because for the sake of this moment, the undying kings had prepared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. This was his most powerful magical projection. If it wasn't for the burial region Holy Land's effects, all of the creatures would be dead. The instant the great hand reached out, that aura would make the sun, moon, mountains and rivers all collapse. One could see it slowly appear from midair. Moreover, when it reached towards the black energy sea depths, countless great stars fell from the heavens above, all of them exploding in the void. Later on, when the great hand descended, approaching that rotting wooden chest, a sea of stars poured down like a waterfall. What kind of power was this? This was simply unimaginable. A hand actually caused a sea of stars to fall, simply able to destroy the starry sky with a raise of a hand. Is this the power of great ancestor Shuchuo? He's too powerful. No matter who he faces, they would all explode on the spot, the Fearless Lion said in horror. They stood in the burial region, protected by the Holy Land. Otherwise, even if they were 100 times stronger, their bodies and spirits would still be destroyed, crushed by that wave of energy. He succeeded, Emperor clan's young Great One said with pleasant surprise. It was because that large hand was going to grab the rotting wooden chest. He really wanted to know what was inside of that chest. It was because for the sake of this moment, Shuchuo paid an extremely great price, using up endless time. Just what kind of thing was it that was worth him exhausting so much over? Hong! Suddenly, a terrifying vibration transmitted over. There was even more so a wave of terrifying aura that spread from the distance. It was as if a giant was reviving, about to come into being. Ancient burial land. Gu Clan's young inheritor turned pale with fright. It was because the ancient burial region he spoke of was not the place before his eyes, but rather a more distant region, the burial grounds country, the place Shuchuo and Anlin had previously excavated. There is something in the ancient burial land that is about to come out. Emperor Clan's young Great One was incredibly shocked, his emotions rising and falling intensely. Even the ancient burial region was disturbed, creatures about to emerge. Were they going to oppose the unmatched Shuchuo? Forget about sure how even the fearless lion as well as Gu Clan's inheritor trembled, turning pale with fright. How could it be like this? Shuchuo, Anlin, these two unmatched experts came? However, how was this possible? Those were unsurpassed undying kings. It was too difficult for them to enter desolate border. They were stopped by Heaven Abyss. All those who are undying couldn't pass through Heaven Abyss. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was. They would be rejected by the Tao laws of that place, the two not compatible. And, sure how revealed a strange expression. It was because when Emperor Clan's young Great One shouted out those words, nothing special happened here. There were no Shuchuo or Anlin's true bodies that took form. Up ahead, the black energy rose and fell, no longer surging chaotically, but it made everyone feel more and more ill at ease, feeling that they shouldn't provoke it. This place was comparatively speaking already calm, no undying existences appearing. Tao brother, this is? The golden lion also became suspicious, asking like this. Are you sure you can call the two great unsurpassed undying existences? Gu Clan's inheritor asked. It was extremely arrogant, never feeling like his clan was weaker than an emperor clan. In reality, they were indeed ridiculously powerful. In the past, they were able to contend against true dragons, wishing to seize the #1 race spot. True dragon, that was a race that was regarded by others as immortal kings. When they grew to their late stage, they would ultimately turn into unmatched immortal Tao existences. Please wait a bit, Emperor Clan's young Great One said, looking into the sky. His figure became more and more majestic, eventually starting to chant an extremely long and ancient name. Among them, keywords including Shuchuo and Anlin were mentioned. Sure how shivered inwardly. He knew what this person was trying to do. He was chanting the true names, reciting all of the surnames and other things, calling out to them. Anlin, Shuchuo, these were the simplified names of two great undying kings. They still had extremely long surnames and other names. If these prefixes and suffixes were added, then there would be several hundred characters. Heaven Abyss separated this place. Normally, their true bodies couldn't cross over, so even if their true names were called, their true bodies naturally wouldn't appear. It was clear that Sure Hao's previous worries were unnecessary when he read Anlin and Shuchuo's names in parts. In reality, with Heaven Abyss here, mentioning them in this region wouldn't trigger their appearance. I was worried for nothing. Anlin, Shuchuo, those two old bastards are restricted here. They still haven't defied the heavens yet, Sure Hao said to himself. If the Golden Lion or Gu Clan's inheritor heard this, they might become stupefied. In all their time growing up in the other side, they had never heard of anyone speak about the undying kings with such disrespect. Hong! Suddenly, light flashed past the void. An indistinct figure appeared. That type of aura was too terrifying, overwhelming everything, making everyone tremble. At this moment, with this place at the center, Divine Medicine Mountain Range, Heavenly Beast Forest, and other places were shaken, the quaking spreading into the distance. They were summoned? Sure Hao was shocked. Gu Clan's inheritor and the fearless lion who were the closest trembled greatly, their bodies almost being blasted to pieces. They even more so wanted to bow down because they couldn't resist this type of might at all. Kacha! Unfortunately, this indistinct image was unstable. It cracked the skies, and then instantly disappeared. Emperor Clan's young Great One was stupefied. He originally thought that he succeeded, never expecting to still fail at the final moment. One had to understand that when they came here, they prepared too many methods. He had previously obtained a chance to have an audience with the two unmatched kings. This type of glory was something that hadn't been bestowed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Regardless of whether it was Shuchuo or Anlin, their statuses were extremely high, rare for even other undying existences to meet them, let alone a younger generation individual. The two bestowed this Emperor Clan young expert all types of secret artifacts. All of it was for this day. What a pity we couldn't create a miracle. I originally thought that we might be able to obtain that wooden chest, clearing the fog that has shrouded this matter forever, learn what rested within. The Golden Lion was extremely regretful. This really is hard to accept. We all already reached this step, activated the vile earth, made the ancient tomb appear, even seeing the wooden chest, yet we still failed. Gu Clan's expert sighed. We still haven't failed yet. The Emperor Clan young expert put away his expression of regret, the expression in his eyes becoming even more resolute. This time he didn't say too much, becoming serious. He was much more focused than before, to the extent where his expression even became a bit heavy. His fingers were even trembling slightly. He produced a formation core that was a faint purple color, sparkling and shining. It wasn't tall, only 3 feet in size. It was made of bone matter. There was a type of incomparably powerful aura and power restrained within, as if there was a hibernating barbaric ferocious beast ready to revive at any time. What is this? The Golden Lion asked. A type of special summoning stage, the Emperor Clan young Great One replied. Then, he produced all types of small formation banners, placing them on the bone core. They arranged themselves on their own. Afterwards, he extracted sparkling bones piece after piece. They turned into symbols, releasing kong-chong noises that filled this place, as if scriptures were flickering about, releasing loud noises. These transformations truly left one stupefied. Hong. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Lion and Gu Clan inheritor couldn't hold on anymore, kneeling down. Meanwhile, the young Emperor Clan Great One, after activating the last bone piece, also became like this, unable to resist this type of pressure, falling down. A type of power began to stir about, trying to link up with this altar, threading into endless space to reach this place. As a result, in an ancient and barren region in the foreign side, after who knew just how many years had passed since they were disturbed, today, undying light lit up streak after streak. What? The ancient ancestors are reviving. Hundreds of thousands of Li out, millions of Li out. The clansmen who had blood relationships with the existences who revived in the barren land were completely shocked, even their souls shaking. Immediately afterwards, all of the creatures in this clan sensed something, and then they began to tremble with fear, bowing down in this direction, prostrating themselves in worship. Inside of the burial region Holy Land, the fearless lion, Gu Clan inheritor, and Emperor Race young Great One felt more and more uneasy, their bones trembling, releasing caca noises, as if they were going to collapse. Not good, we have to quickly push it into the black energy sea, or else we will all die as well, Gu Clan's inheritor shouted. They were pressured into kneeling on the ground, forced to endure incomparable power. Fine! The 3 great young experts did everything they could, pushing with all their strength. On this 3-foot-tall bone platform, they separated from the burial region Holy Land, entering the sea. With a piu-tong sound, waves splashed outwards, black energy overflowing into the heavens. It was clear that this bone platform triggered an intense change in the sea of energy, causing this place to erupt into chaos again. However, this time, the bone platform wasn't destroyed like the old soldiers, instead rising and falling in the ocean. In the distance, Hao saw the truth. He felt deeply horrified, knowing that there was definitely going to be something happening now. Things were now incredibly troublesome, but he had no way of stopping it. When the bone platform landed in the Black Sea, Gu Clan's inheritor, Fearless Lion, and Emperor Clan's young Great One all released a breath of air, crawling up from the ground. It really was strange, this burial region Holy Land had a secret power protecting it. Regardless of whether it was the black energy or the bone platform, none of them were able to destroy this place. Kacha! In the Black Sea, A crack appeared on that bone formation core, wisps of blood seeping out, displaying many colors. They interweaved together, resplendent and shocking, impossible to look straight at. What kind of ancient blood is that? The fearless lion was horrified. When it saw the brightly colored blood, it became inwardly fearful. Shuchuo's blood, the Emperor Clan Young Great One replied. In that bone core, there was actually a bit of Shuchuo's blood hidden within. This was unmatched true blood, representing incomparable power. While speaking these things, the Emperor Clan Young Great One produced another object, a beast's skin, on it great Tao characters that couldn't be distinguished. With a chi sound, this beast skin flew into the black energy sea, landing on the bone core. After being soaked in the blood, with a hong sound, it began to burn on its own. This was an expanse of scriptures, great Tao characters that summoned undying kings. Right now, deafening scripture sounds were released, speaking Shuchuo's entire name several times. True scripture summoning. Was this a summoning scripture piece written by the undying king himself? Gu Clan's inheritor's expression changed greatly. Success or failure, this is it. Even though those two great ones prepared for many years, using up endless heavenly materials, paying an unimaginable price, they can still only pass through heaven abyss for an instant. The Emperor Clan Young Great One said. With a wong noise, an extremely muffled noise sounded. That bone core shone, its surroundings distorting. In addition, it quickly became dim, heaven and earth becoming pitch black. Then, it rushed into the sky from the sea, ripping apart the entire sky dome, opening up a gate, welcoming the undying king's descent. In that instant, heaven and earth trembled greatly, the world about to be overturned. That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see a large hand slowly reach out from the pitch-black heavens, truly descending. This wasn't the true body, but right now it was even better than the true body, similarly powerful, possessing matchless, unrivaled power. It was because for the sake of this moment, the undying kings had prepared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. This was his most powerful magical projection. If it wasn't for the burial region Holy Land's effects, all of the creatures would be dead. The instant the great hand reached out, that aura would make the sun, moon, mountains and rivers all collapse. One could see it slowly appear from midair. Moreover, when it reached towards the black energy sea depths, countless great stars fell from the heavens above, all of them exploding in the void. Later on, when the great hand descended, approaching that rotting wooden chest, a sea of stars poured down like a waterfall. What kind of power was this? This was simply unimaginable. A hand actually caused a sea of stars to fall, simply able to destroy the starry sky with a raise of a hand. Is this the power of great ancestor Shuchuo? He's too powerful. No matter who he faces, they would all explode on the spot, the fearless lion said in horror. They stood in the burial region, protected by the Holy Land. Otherwise, even if they were 100 times stronger, their bodies and spirits would still be destroyed, crushed by that wave of energy. He succeeded, Emperor Clan's Young Great One said with pleasant surprise. It was because that large hand was going to grab the rotting wooden chest. He really wanted to know what was inside of that chest. It was because for the sake of this moment, Shuchuo paid an extremely great price, using up endless time. Just what kind of thing was it that was worth him exhausting so much over? Hong! Suddenly, a terrifying vibration transmitted over. There was even more so a wave of terrifying aura that spread from the distance. It was as if a giant was reviving, about to come into being. Ancient burial land. Gu Clan's young inheritor turned pale with fright. It was because the ancient burial region he spoke of was not the place before his eyes, but rather a more distant region, the burial grounds country, the place Shuchuo and Anlin had previously excavated. There is something in the ancient burial land that is about to come out. Emperor Clan's Young Great One was incredibly shocked, his emotions rising and falling intensely. Even the ancient burial region was disturbed, creatures about to emerge. Were they going to oppose the unmatched Shuchuo? The distant ancient burial land was who knew how many tens of thousands of li from this place. It should be an astronomical number. The only relationship it had to this place was that there was an underground burial region vein that led here, linked up with one of the burial regions past 3 great holy lands. Right now, the ancient burial land was alarmed. There were existences awakening, releasing a mysterious aura. This was the awakening of an undead knight from the ancient grave closest to this place. It was the first one to react, right now releasing incomparable fluctuations. Emperor Clan's young Great One, Gu Clan's inheritor, and the Fearless Lion were all alarmed, feeling like Judgment Day was about to descend. In the depths of the distant burial land, there was actually a creature who was about to come into being. In the black energy sea, a portion of Shuchuo's magical body, that large hand, quickly descended. It was because he sensed trouble, so he wanted to bring that wooden chest away first. In that hand's surroundings, endless planets appeared, all of them brought down by the large hand from outer space. They were all extremely large, rumbling as they moved, carrying primal chaos energy. Extremely shocking. Chi. Things didn't go as Shuchuo wished at all. There was divine radiance that rushed into the heavens, the large hand unable to grab the wooden chest. It was because in that place, scarlet multicolored light turned into divine swords, shooting up one after another, protecting the divine artifact. Even the hand of someone as powerful as Shuchuo was blasted aside. The sword energy here was just too powerful, blood red like blood, resplendent like starry rivers. Honglong. The large hand wasn't severed, nor was it damaged. It landed again, insisting on seizing the rotten wooden chest, wishing to bring it back to the other side. Chaotic energy surged intensely in the surroundings. The large stars couldn't withstand this type of power, all of them exploding, releasing extremely dazzling radiance. This was simply like the destruction of the world. From the distance, great rotating stars split apart, truly a bit terrifying. Only the black energy sea had a wave of extremely great power. It stopped the great hand, blasting him aside. "It's that dark red great grave," the Fearless Lion said with a low voice. Even though the great grave collapsed, sinking into the black energy sea, there were still ruins left over. Could display astonishing energy. This was too shocking. It was just an ancient grave. Who exactly built it? There was only a rotten wooden chest inside, so how could it have this type of power? Sure, Hao saw everything in the distance clearly. The broken dark red grave could actually stop Shuchuo's hand. This really was shocking. This time, Shuchuo seemed to be angered. It was just a ruined grave, yet it actually dared stop him. Hong! Red-colored mist filled the sky, emerging from the dark red great grave, covering that great hand. It was sinister and strange, leaving one feeling horrified. Only, this time, the great hand became completely different, insisting on grabbing the rotting wooden chest. The first reason was because he didn't have much time left. The second was that the other party's fluctuations became increasingly intense. The burial land's existence was about to cross over. With a PU sound, the large hand scattered the dark red mist, shooting straight down. Meanwhile, during this process, when the red mist scattered, all of the great stars that descended with the large hand exploded. One could see just how astonishing this type of mist was. Is this the corpse mist left behind by an unmatched existence? Emperor Clan's young Great One was endlessly shocked. He came from an emperor clan, so he naturally knew a lot. He had previously heard that in the distant past, there were unmatched existences whose corpses released a mist, this mist able to kill undying existences, even injure undying kings. This made one feel restraining fear. The ancient graves here definitely had great origins, having tremendous pasts. Even though there was no corpse body here, this kind of red mist was enough to prove that there was previously an unmatched existence buried here. Perhaps that unmatched existence's corpse was moved by another, and it was moved only for the sake of burying this rotting wooden chest. Gu Clan's inheritor said, "The chest seized the home of another?" The Fearless Lion cried out in shock. In the distance, Hao heard everything, seeing it all play out. He couldn't help but tremble as well. Was this really this type of situation? If it was, then it was even more terrifying. What exactly was there in the rotting wooden chest? What kind of background did it have? I have a bad feeling that the dark red great grave might have truly had an unmatched existence buried inside. But in the end, it was cast aside after being dug up by someone. That rotting wooden chest was placed in afterwards. Hidden here, Gu clan's young inheritor became increasingly certain. Honglong. The heavens fell and earth collapsed. The black energy sea released terrifying fluctuations, the aura covering heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. That place was hazy, primal chaos everywhere. Without a doubt, Shuchuo's great hand couldn't be stopped. It tore through the red mist, passing through the scarlet multicolored light, grabbing the rotting wooden chest. Even though Shuchuo suffered all types of resistance, the great grave's power was still not enough to repel him. Only the hidden fluctuations really left one horrified. Hao was sure that if not for his body being in the Holy Land, being protected, creatures more than 100 times stronger than them would immediately explode, their bodies and spirits all wiped out. The Undying King's power was incomparable, exceeding the limits of this world. It was something creatures of other levels couldn't understand at all. What a pity! Hao clenched his fists tightly, sighing with regret. The rotting wooden chest ended up being grabbed by Shuchuo. This chest originally didn't have any symbols flickering about it, nor were there any terrifying fluctuations that were released. It didn't resist, allowing itself to be grabbed. This really was a bit surprising. Ancient ancestor, be careful! The fearless lion roared out, warning Shuchuo. It was because right at this time, an ocean wave-like fluctuation transmitted from the burial land. Moreover, there was an expanse of black mist that surged over, about to completely cover Shuchuo's large hand. Hao was extremely regretful. He really loathed this race, hatred filling him. The fearless lion race originally belonged to the 9 heavens 10 earths, but they actually didn't feel any loyalty. Not long ago, this golden lion even forced those puppets refined from the bodies of the past people to enter the black energy sea, treating those old soldiers like slaves. In the end, all of them turned into thick blood. Meanwhile now, he called a foreign undying king ancient ancestor, carrying a respectful appearance, as if he was its dearest person. This made Hao really want to immediately remove its head. You traitor! Hao said quietly to himself, deciding that when he had the chance, he had to kill it. Wang Long. Like thunder, this black mist surged over. After wrapping around Shuchuo's large hand, terrifying dark light was released, as if it was going to burn the great hand into ashes. This place shook endlessly. Chi. At the same time, far away, there really was a creature who arrived in the burial land. That was a hand, white and wretched, as if it had been soaked in water for many days. It was extremely large, covering heaven and earth as it hacked towards Shuchuo's arm. Hong! Shuchuo's arm shone, resisting with mysterious ancestral methods. Moreover, it grabbed the rotting wooden chest, quickly rushing towards the great void crack. He wanted to leave, not wishing to fight here. It was because he came for this rotting wooden chest, not to fight. He didn't have much time left, and what he wanted was already in hand, so he had to hurry back. Only, this undead knight was too formidable, destroying this place. When the large hand descended, heaven and earth collapsed, cutting off Shuchuo's path of retreat, precisely wishing to stop him. Shuchuo's body couldn't cross over. Even though it was only a single hand, it was still extremely powerful. Right now, killing energy overflowed. He was truly angered. Pong! Shuchuo protected the rotting wooden chest, using his arm to strike the deathly pale, corpse-like large hand. A deafening sound was immediately released, the scene terrifying. In that place, apart from the black energy sea, there was only primal chaos. The two individual strikes seemed to have re-established heaven and earth, wiping out all things. Then undying light flickered. The undead knight's aura surged, the two starting to fight intensely. There isn't much time left. There won't be enough time if great ancestor Shuchuo doesn't return now, Gu clan's inheritor said softly, feeling extremely worried. However, that deathly pale large hand carried terrifying power, continuously striking out, stopping Shuchuo's return. It didn't come for the rotting wooden chest. It doesn't care about that, only emerging to stop great ancestor Shuchuo? The Emperor Clan Young Great One was confused. It was because he discovered that the deathly pale great hand continuously struck out, attacking Shuchuo, as if it wanted the other party to directly crush the rotting wooden chest, doing this intentionally. The deathly white large hand released a strange radiance, previously even hitting the rotting wooden chest several times. This left everyone shocked. That wooden chest actually wasn't destroyed. Even though it looked like it was already decaying, it still didn't completely shatter. Not good. The escape route is in danger. The fearless lion was worried, moreover carrying endless regret. Was this trip going to end in failure? One could see Shuchuo's hand turning indistinct, becoming more blurry. It was because the time was up, clearly about to disappear. Chong! Suddenly, the sparkling bone platform shone. It was less than 3 feet tall, but it possessed inviolable divine might. Right now, cracks appeared on its surface again. Another type of ancient blood appeared, quickly spreading out. Moreover, the entire bone platform began to burn, scripture sounds ringing out in a deafening manner. A resplendent golden spear appeared. Anlin's spear, it was actually this weapon that appeared. Of course, this wasn't that spear's true self, but rather its power that took form here. At the same time, space was linked up, a large hand reaching over, grabbing the golden spear, piercing out ferociously. Great ancestor Anlin has appeared, the fearless lion shouted with pleasant surprise. Anlin's large hand appeared at the same time as his weapon. With a piu sound, the attack was fierce and accurate. Anlin's golden spear pierced through the deathly white large hand, nailing it in the void. Anlin also appeared, holding the golden spear, nailing the large hand that pierced over from the burial land. This sudden change was extremely shocking, extremely sudden, exceeding everyone's imagination. Forget about their shock, even that existence from the burial region was stunned, not expecting this, unable to avoid this attack. The golden spear was too resplendent. The spear point stabbed through that large hand. There was black blood that flowed, surging with waves of sinister light, a mysterious aura also spreading from it. Hong! The deathly pale large hand shook, directly forcing out the golden spear. No matter how Anlin tried to stab deeper, the large hand still struggled free. Moreover, in the depths of the burial region, a world-shaking roar sounded, the voice like thunder, shaking up desolate border. Corpse energy overflowed, death mist spreading. This place immediately became like the underworld, incredibly cold and gloomy, making even one's soul become cold, as if it was going to be frozen solid. The burial region Holy Land shone, ripples spreading, stopping the aura, isolating the black energy sea's power. Otherwise, this would be a great disaster. One could see the deathly white great hand suddenly move, grab the golden spear, to the extent where it abandoned Shuchuo's indistinct large hand. What is this thing? Could it be a burial land's king? Gu Clan's inheritor's eyes surged with light. His soul was shaking. This was involuntary, even with the Holy Land's protection. His soul still almost scattered. This was the pressure of an unmatched expert. He was a bit scared. That large hand was deathly white, lacking color, carrying corpse mist. Heavy death energy lingered about it, so how could it withstand great ancestor Shuchuo? Even though it was injured by Anlin's spear, it clearly didn't feel fear. It struggled free, now starting its counterattack. Hao's mind rose and fell. He had previously heard the female undead knights say that the ancient burial region's true top-level figures might be holy, lacking heavy death energy, while their descendants were golden undead knights. However, there were a few matchless undead knights that didn't like the divine and holy, still being covered in overflowing death mist, existing in the vicious and vile lands, surrounded by demonic fog. It was clear that this undead knight was part of the latter. Even at such a high cultivation realm, possessing the bearing of being unmatched under the heavens, it was still shrouded in gloomy black mist. Hong! The most intense great battle erupted. Time was short, but the movements were fast to the extreme. reaching a level unimaginable for normal experts. Time and space in that place became chaotic because they were interfering with time itself. The long river of time could be seen. This was simply unimaginable. Just a battle alone even made the ancient river of time appear. Just how heaven-defying was this? Shuchuo didn't continue fighting, not because he wasn't strong, but because his time was up. He was about to disappear. That hand grabbed the wooden chest, quickly withdrawing, about to return to the foreign side. This was merely a part of his body, only a projected hand, yet it was already so terrifying, matchless, and incomparable. It truly was hard to imagine just what kind of terrifying things would happen if his true body appeared. Wang! Waves of roars sounded from the distance. A giant creature appeared, standing at the limits of the horizon. Before it even appeared, it opened its mouth, immediately firing out a streak of black energy. In that place, all things withered away, and then there were signs of life, the scene extremely shocking. An undead night actually revealed the process of the world's destruction, and then the return of all living things. Meanwhile, this was just a small portion of that type of profound mystery. That type of matchless Tao law was incomparable. Pong! The void was torn apart. The 3-foot-tall sparkling purple bone formation core in the black energy sea broke apart into pieces. Shuchuo's large hand immediately became dim. His time was up. Moreover, now that he suffered this type of attack, he couldn't maintain his form anymore, about to completely disappear. Shuchuo released this type of sound for the first time, carrying unwillingness. He sighed, his true body couldn't cross over. He had no choice, nor did he have time to fight. Pong! That rotting wooden coffin fell back into the black energy sea. Even though it wasn't that heavy, it instead stirred up great waves. Chong! 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 In the void, the noises were deafening. Anlin continuously clashed with that deathly white large hand. Sparks flew in all directions, Tao laws appearing and disappearing. Divine chains of order crashed down like an endless waterfall, pouring down from above, just too concentrated and powerful. One could see the sky dome become dim. Quite a few stars were pierced through by the endless light of order here, quickly being smashed apart. In the distance, that creature approached. No one was able to see things clearly, because the mist became even thicker, not even the heavenly eye's ability able to see through it. Even though it was getting closer, it was still who knew how many tens of thousands of li away. Only its size was too great, which was why they could see it. It took action with full force from far away. Hong! A pair of hands moved through the air, making the endless sky fall apart. What kind of scene was this? Regardless of whether it was Sure Hao, the Emperor clan's young Great One, or the fearless lion and others, they were all shocked, their souls shaking, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The long river of time appeared, passing by its body. Was this to prove that it was unmatched throughout time? Without a doubt, this was a burial king, an ancient creature that might have very well slept through several great eras. Once it emerged in this world, it immediately possessed an unmatched aura that engulfed the heavens above and earth below. Are you taking advantage of the fact that my true body cannot cross over? Anlin spoke, extremely cold. It was still the large hand holding the golden spear, pointing into the distance, moreover guarding the rotting wooden chest nearby. Hong! A wave of primordial aura surged, not like a living creature, but more like a portion of history that reappeared. That creature moved, both hands moving, forming an indescribable magical imprint, all of it smashing towards Anlin. Chong! The golden long spear in Anlin's hands shook, pressing forward, stabbing out, not shrinking back because of that matchless magical imprint. Hong! Moreover, at this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind the giant creature, fiercely striking down, powerful to the extreme. Shuchuo's palm clearly disappeared. So how did it appear again? Attacking the undead king. Pong! That creature took this palm, staggering. It suddenly turned around, pointing out a finger, chasing in that direction. Heavens! The fearless lion was fearful, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It understood, Shuchuo really did return a while ago, This was the time imprint he left behind, touching upon the ancient river of time. However, it could only cause this instant of distraction. Shuchuo definitely carried regret, only able to disappear after a single strike. It wasn't the true body, so no matter how heaven-defying his methods were, in the end, he didn't have the most effective killing methods. At the same time, deafening kung-chong noises rang out. The Burial King's matchless magical imprint smashed against the golden spear. This place became blurry, turning into primal chaos. What a pity, great ancestor Anlin's time has also arrived. Unable to make an all-out effort, no way of fighting a battle, Emperor Clan's young great one said with a sigh. Meanwhile, at this moment, the three great young experts' bodies became cold. If Anlin also disappeared, not only did it mean that their mission this time failed, they might also die here. The only fortunate thing was that when Anlin's hand and the golden spear became faint, that creature didn't cross over, still remaining far away. The fearless lion, Gu clan inheritor and Emperor clan young great one. None of them noticed that there was an indistinct vortex in the distance. Sure was far away, outside the battlefield, so he immediately noticed that scene. Heaven Abyss. He was extremely shocked. It was Heaven Abyss that was rotating, as if it was intimidating the Burial King, but also might be stopping Anlin and Shuchuo from truly appearing and descending. Dong! The rotting wooden chest fell back into the black energy sea again. Oh! The Burial King released a low roar, smashing out a type of magical imprint. Anlin and his spear completely disappeared because their time was up. In the sky, the giant vortex moved. Heaven Abyss was rumbling, covering desolate border. The Burial King didn't cross over. After standing in the limits of the horizon for a moment, it left into the distance step by step, continuously shrinking. In the end, it entered the ancient burial region, returning to its great grave. This, felt a wave of icy coldness. That part of undead earth vein was clearly within desolate border, not separated in the foreign side's territory. There was an undead king inside of this branch vein. This wasn't some good thing. Once it went crazy, attacking Imperial Pass had a high chance of happening. What made him feel a bit more relieved was that even though it was close, it was still restricted, Heaven Abyss opposing it. Heaven Abyss calmed down, not surging with boundless secret force anymore. That Burial King left, truly not appearing again. Moreover, it didn't come to pick up the rotting wooden chest. This really was shocking. Didn't it come for this chest? Did it really want to attack Shuchuo and Anlin, not wanting existences on this level to descend near it? No one said anything. The three great experts all looked towards the black energy sea. Hao was also staring in that direction, watching impatiently. No one expected that in the last moment, the Undying Kings had to return without anything, the Burial King also directly withdrawing. Hao turned into a streak of light, standing at the edge of the Holy Land, right outside the black energy sea. It was because he wasn't the only one, even the other three individuals saw the Black Sea quickly draw back. In that instant, it withdrew, entering the depths of the vile earth. The rotting wooden chest was left where it was. The rotting wooden chest released a faint golden radiance. It was extremely hazy, wrapped in light, giving one an extremely mysterious feeling. It quietly rested on the dark red earth, not releasing any strange fluctuations. However, everyone couldn't help but imagine what exactly was inside. The vile earth was extremely calm, the terrifying black energy sea completely retreating. Meanwhile, the Burial King, Shuchuo and Anlin all left as well, thus disappearing. No one expected things to turn out this way. This place became peaceful. The object that the foreign Undying Kings had set their eyes on this entire time was right here, currently an ownerless item. Could be said that right now, at this moment, regardless of whether it was Hao or the Gu clan's inheritor, they both felt a wave of restlessness inside, really wanting to immediately rush over and pick up this chest. However, they carried restraining fear. Even Shuchuo and Anlin were defeated, so would they be able to succeed? Even though the ancient land was quiet, extremely calm, that rotting wooden chest not releasing any dangerous aura, they were still a bit nervous, not daring to act recklessly. After all, this mysterious artifact had been passed around for too long. It could be said that even all those endless years back, the undying kings had already begun their plans, wishing to obtain it. However, they all failed, unable to obtain it in the end. Right now, with only a few youngsters here, would they really be able to succeed? This was but a great treasure that had existed through endless time. Shuchuo, Anlin, and the other unmatched existences made such a big fuss over it, so for a few youngsters to obtain it easily really wasn't very realistic. Thus, even though it was almost within reach, regardless of whether it was the Emperor Clan Young Great One, Fearless Lion, or Gu Clan's inheritor, none of them moved, only watching from where they stood. Their eyes were burning with desire, hearts surging with emotions, but they just didn't take action. Sure Hao was also like this. Even though he arrived at the edge of the Holy Land adjacent to the vile earth, able to see that rotting wooden chest clearly, he still didn't really take action. He was hesitating, inwardly feeling restraining fear. After all, this thing was too strange, buried within the dark red great grave for 1 or 2 great eras already. Only heaven knew whether or not there would be any strange things attached to it. What if after they obtained it, it suddenly acted out, releasing mysterious fluctuations? It might be able to directly blast him into a bloody paste. It was because this was something even Shuchuo had tried to seize. If it had any inherent power, it would definitely be unimaginable. What clan are you from? Suddenly, the Emperor Clan Young Great One spoke up, looking towards Sure Hao. Then, he nodded, saying, "Not bad. You were able to escape the dangerous situation just now. Not an easy feat," he was hinting at when the black waves rushed into the heavens, when they were running for their lives together. When Gu Clan's inheritor and the Fearless Lion heard this, they both nodded. When they faced Sure Hao, they weren't arrogant, rather quite moderate in their tone. Then, they extended an olive branch, inviting Sure Hao to go over, help them obtain that rotting wooden chest. Sure Hao had some hesitation. He didn't want to do this, but he had no choice but to act the part, seriously put on a display under the Emperor Clan's might. Even though he was a human skeleton, it wasn't all that strange, because many powerful creatures would become human form, for example. This was the case for the Emperor Clan Young Great One. Moreover, there were humans on the other side, large areas where the creatures were identical to the creatures from the 9 heavens 10 earths. Sure Hao put on a look as if he was bracing himself to do it. Meanwhile, he was considering who he ought to kill first when he got closer. At his level, if the other party didn't put on any guard, allowing him to approach, perhaps he might be able to kill them with one strike. Logically speaking, he should kill the Emperor Clan Young Great One, because this type of individual was the most terrifying, exceptionally powerful. However, Sure Hao also felt like the Gu Clan's inheritor's strength was similarly shocking, perhaps not inferior to the Emperor Clan's. Is it possible to kill both of them? Great waves surged in Sure Hao's mind. He was preparing to take action. It was because at this time he approached. For an expert at his level, the distance was already enough for him to make his move. Hong! Sure Hao took action, preparing to kill both the Emperor Clan Young Great One and Gu Clan's inheritor. His left hand displayed the 9 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art, right hand operating the imperishable scripture, multicolored light surging. Moreover, his other divine abilities, natural laws, and others were all unleashed, to the extent where he even used the magical force immunity strange secret method. All of this was for the sake of achieving a one-strike kill. However, what was shocking was that the 3 great experts on the other side also took action at the same time, attacking him fiercely. Ancestral methods shone resplendently, magical force surging, blasting over. In reality, at this moment, the 3 great foreign experts were even more shocked than Sure Hao. Not long ago, they carried suspicions, feeling that this human skeleton wasn't quite right. When they talked to Sure Hao, it was just to make him drop his guard, bait him over and then kill him. They never expected that Sure Hao carried the same goal, also wishing to eliminate them. Without a doubt, the 2 sides' intentions were the same, both wishing to suddenly take action, take down the other party. As a result, they ended up directly clashing like this. However, Sure Hao wasn't worried, because he used the magical immunity secret force. Back then, When he devoured the golden Bodhi fruit, he unexpectedly obtained this miraculous skill. In sudden battles, it could display unexpected results. Hong. What left him shocked was that the magic immunity this time wasn't effective, becoming neutralized. A black stone pendant on the Emperor Clan Young Great One's body shone, counteracting this effect. N. My side's extreme art? It belongs to an ancient Emperor clan. Yet it is actually grasped by someone in Imperial Pass. The fearless lion was shocked. The three foreign experts' pupils all contracted, clearly surprised at the appearance of this ability, becoming extremely fearful. You thing that retraced your ancestry, did you forget where you came from? You really are treating the foreign side as your ancestral earth. Sure how berated, finding it more and more unsightly, really wishing to slap it to death. The precious techniques and other things he displayed began to concentrate slightly more on the fearless lion. Courting death. It was you after all, Huang. The fearless lion's voice became chilly, pupils ice-cold and ruthless. My clan has long slaughtered its way out from the 9 heavens, arriving in a world that is much more vast. Where in the world can't one make their home? A descendant of the defeated like you will never understand, destined to be wiped out. Hong. At this moment, both sides faced off. Divine light surged. The divine ability sure how released clashed with the other party's ancestral methods, this place becoming incredibly brilliant. The three great experts attacked sure how from all sides. This was naturally an extremely grave matter. There is no need to worry about his magical force immunity. I can neutralize it. Right at this time, the Emperor Clan Young Great One spoke out. Previously, even though he was shocked, he still quickly calmed down. In reality, Gu Clan's inheritor and the fearless lion had long recovered their composure as well. Even though they felt restraining fear towards this type of ability, they still weren't that scared. The foreign side had an ancient emperor clan with this type of unmatched ability, known to be a restricted extreme art, so the other clans naturally researched it, wishing to find a way to neutralize it. Since both of them were emperor clans, they naturally attached even more importance to this. This Emperor Clan Young Great One before his eyes had a black pendant on him. This was the best proof of this. This was a type of magical artifact his clan's older generation experts refined. It could counteract the immunity's effects. Gu Clan's expert and the fearless lion also researched it before, the two also having a few methods of dealing with it. No abilities were truly perfect, impossible to defeat. Otherwise, the Emperor Clan who grasped the magical immunity would truly become unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. This type of skill could only make them stronger, give them the advantage. It couldn't ensure that they could dominate the world. It was because the other Emperor clans had always been researching ways to break through this method. Kacha! Lightning flickered, thunder roared, ghosts cried and deities howled. Rubble flew everywhere. A great explosion took place here, primal chaos light appearing, immortal light filling the air. Both sides fought fiercely. The sudden attack failed, so sure how didn't face them head-on. He didn't allow himself to be surrounded. He occupied the best position right from the start. It had to be said that the three great experts were too terrifying. This was just the start, yet the heavens already began to split apart, the ancient land about to cave in. Chi! Sure how flicked his finger out. A streak of divine light rushed out, not aiming at the fearless lion or Gu Clan's inheritor, but rather towards that vile earth. This made the three great experts' expression change at the same time. They knew what Sure How was doing. Dang! That streak of light struck the rotting wooden chest, sending it flying. There was still a gentle golden radiance being released. Nothing unexpected happened in the vile earth. The rotting wooden chest never erupted with strange force, nor did the black energy sea surge from the depths of this ancient land. Could be obtained? The other three individuals' eyes became like blades, sharp and penetrating. At this moment, the three individuals reached out their hands as well, releasing dazzling light, blasting at that rotting wooden chest, also testing things out. Sure enough, the chest flew out, the sound ear-splitting. It was still extremely stable, not erupting with much power. Moreover, the vile earth dried up, the black energy not rushing over. Apart from this, that dark red damaged grave, after disappearing not too long ago, didn't release power at this moment either. There was no danger the chest could be obtained. At this moment, four figures shot out like lightning, all of them rushing over with extreme speed. They all wanted to obtain that item, become the owner of the rotting wooden chest. What battle, what hunt? Right now, none of it was important. The most important thing was being able to grab the wooden chest first. Hong! In the void, divine light surged, the sky dome cracking apart. Four streaks of lightning interweaved. When one looked closely, these were individuals. They clashed in the air, to the extent where it wasn't just sure how facing them, the foreign three great experts even clashed with each other. It was because they all wanted to obtain the rotting wooden chest. Right now, the Fearless Lion and Gu clan inheritor both took extreme action. Originally, the Emperor clan young expert, Fearless Lion and Gu clan's inheritor traveled together, allied together. But now, there was a clash of interests. The rotting wooden chest was just too important. The three great young experts all wanted to obtain it first and then open it. Perhaps this might affect their ultimate natural luck for their entire lives. Otherwise, Shuchuo and Anlin, why would they fight over this scheme for endless years? Before was one thing, the three great experts didn't know if they could obtain it, so they advanced and retreated together. Now, with the opportunity right before them, they could clearly grasp it. That was why they attacked sure how while facing each other as well, clashing sometimes, interfering with each other. They wanted to be the first, seize it before anyone else. This scene was extremely strange. Sure how became the first target of attack, but the other three individuals also released killing energy towards each other, continuously erupting with ancestral method radiance. Pong! Even though they were clashing, these individuals didn't use great killing methods, because those needed time to prepare. They had to stir on their entire body's vital energy and magical force. What they were competing in right now was speed. Regardless of whether it was them charging ahead or taking action together, they were all as fast as lightning. Sure how released a roar, enduring the Fearless Lion's attack, borrowing its momentum to rush forward, throw himself at the rotting wooden chest. Hong! However, streaks of divine light shot at him one after another from the rear. The Emperor clan young expert took action powerfully, blasting that place apart, sending the rotting wooden chest flying. Chi! The Emperor clan young expert's speed was too fast, immediately rushing over, carrying dazzling electrical radiance, grabbing towards the rotting wooden chest. Only, during this process, the Gu clan's inheritor took action. Space fragments flickered about one hand, time force surging in the other, directly restricting and bringing over that rotting wooden chest. Ho! The Fearless Lion released a great roar, the divine ability world-shocking. This lion roar shook up the mountains and rivers, making space collapse. Large black cracks extended out who knew how many li. It was clear that this lion roar great ability temporarily collapsed space, intercepting the rotting wooden chest. Sure how couldn't help but release a sigh. This lion was far stronger than the other brothers. It really did retrace his ancestry. It was the same divine ability, yet the power was on a whole different level. Pong! Sure how rushed into the sky, enduring the three great experts' attacks. The radiance here was incredibly dazzling, immediately drowning him underneath. Even though the three great experts bore some hostility against each other, they were still focused him, rejecting him. After all, he came from Imperial Pass, so he was the most important enemy. Chi! Divine light rushed into the heavens. Sure how rose into the air, avoiding their attacks. With a raise of his hand, golden willow branches extended out one after another, turning into divine chains of order, about to seize that chest. Huang, others might be scared of you, but I am not. I wanted to kill you a long time ago, the Fearless Lion roared. Its entire body was golden. Even though it lacked flesh right now, it still had a terrifying abnormal appearance. Behind it, a massive lion appeared, towering into the clouds like a golden mountain. This was its ancient ancestor's imprint, engraved into its bones. Right now, that ancient lion's mane was even more resplendent than golden flames, the entire body releasing incomparable power, gradually merging with that golden skeleton, as if that old lion from the last great era reappeared in this world. Hong! Its claw slapped forward, immediately tearing apart the sky dome. Its form was massive, divine might world-shocking, simply like an unbeatable primordial demonic god. Xianxia remained extremely calm, directly smashing a fist over. Moreover, he said coldly, "A race of traitors even dare speak of bravery? Your clan has long bowed down to the other side." This strike caused heavenly winds to surge, the divine radiance powerful, the energy too intense, multicolored light filling this world. Hong Long. Before the two individuals' exchange ended, on the side, Gu clan's young inheritor took action. A lance appeared in each of his hands. He said coldly, "Huang, do not think that just because you defeated some king clans, you are unmatched under the sky. Take this." It had to be said that the Gu clan really was too terrifying. In Xiao's opinion, it was definitely a great threat. It was because those two spears were incarnations of great divine laws, each containing extremely terrifying auras. One spear was a time spear, carried the power of time. The instant it pierced over, time became chaotic, seemingly coming to a standstill. Everything here seemed like it was going to stop. The other long spear was a spatial spear, gathering the power of space. Pierced through all obstructions, carrying the power of this heaven and earth. This was simply unimaginable. Spears of time and space, the power was incomparable, making all others at this level horrified. Chang. Xiao used the 6 Tao reincarnations. 6 black holes appeared, devouring those 2 spears, using this to deal with the Gu clan expert. Hong. On the other side, a wave of berserk power that shocked the heavens above and earth below transmitted over. The Emperor clan young expert produced a weapon, hacking it over. This was a long blade, the divine might brilliant, intimidating to the extreme. This blade was exceptionally long, its power able to leave all creatures in the self-severing realm in despair. It was just too powerful. The Emperor clan young expert finally displayed his power, wanting to get rid of Xiao first. Blade energy surged, rushing out who knew how many tens of thousands of li, cutting down the life force within this territory. Even Gu clan's inheritor and the fearless lion became incredibly shocked. They began to suspect if the Emperor clan young great one also wanted to deal with them. Fortunately, even though the blade energy swept through the world, it only hacked towards Xiao. Chang. Xiao drew his sword. The everlasting sword core was brilliant, clashing with that long blade. In the distance, the rotting wooden chest continuously rolled about, unable to remain in one place under the blast waves of their great battle, flying everywhere together with rubble. The 4 great experts prepared to go all out, confront each other here. Without a doubt, Xiao was only one person, so if he was surrounded, he would be left in a passive situation. "Don't get in my way. Let me kill him," Emperor clan's young great one said coldly, having the fearless lion and Gu clan's inheritor not pull him back, to stop attacking him. "Stop boasting shamelessly. If not for time being pressing, I would kill all of you one by one," Xiao coldly replied. Hong. He hacked out with his sword and also sent out a fist. Imperishable scripture flickered about, shaking the skies. Xiao broke out, chasing after the rotting wooden chest. He really was scared of something unexpected happening. If another creature appeared and stole this chest, then things would become much more troublesome. It was because this wasn't impossible, because there was a burial region branch vein underground, so the slumbering undead knights might be alarmed. At the very least, there was a female undead knight in the Holy Land. But for some reason, she never appeared. "Kill!" In the back, the 3 great experts shouted, all of them rushing over. Divine light was released in tens of thousands of streaks, piercing through the great earth, sending that wooden chest flying again. Moreover, the 3 of them tacitly agreed to get rid of Xiao first, and then compete over the natural luck with each other. When the rotted wooden chest landed on the ground surface, it finally stopped moving. It was a bit further from the battlefield. And not good. A moment later, they all released a strange cry. They all rushed over, even losing the interest in killing Xiao. It was because that rotten wooden chest began to move, moreover increasing speed, inconceivably fast. The four great experts rushed out together, chasing after it. How could the chest run on its own? Soon afterwards, they knew what was going on. There was a creature dragging it, wishing to seize it. The four individuals all opened their heavenly eyes, immediately becoming shocked. Xianxia was a bit speechless. The plunderer was actually that immortal medicine. It also joined in on the action, getting involved. After it was discovered, this medicine no longer hid itself, wrapping its branches around the chest. Then it began to run at full speed, really too fast. At this time, the black energy sea had long withdrew, so the restrictions on this place became weak. This immortal medicine was extremely fast, moreover able to flee through the sky or earth. Show! It directly disappeared, moving through the void, thus vanishing. You can't escape, Gu Clan's inheritor shouted. He grasped spatial great Tao divine laws. The spatial spear in his hand smashed apart the void, immediately forcing the immortal medicine back out. With a chi sound, it used the underground. This was rather tricky because this was the holy land and vile earth, this ancient land extremely strange. Heaven knew what was hidden underneath the earth layer. This place easily isolated one's perception, difficult for one to fully grasp its whereabouts. You can't escape, Xianxia said coldly. Even this medicine dared compete with him. This chest gave him more and more of a mysterious feeling. At the same time, he began to wonder, did the long life tree previously guide him to this vile earth really just to deal with him? Perhaps it also wanted to borrow his strength, also having its eyes on this chest. Xianxia didn't worry for his own safety, entering the ground to chase after the long life tree. He wasn't scared of losing it, because he had a leaf on him that was previously obtained from the long life tree. There was a strong imprint aura on it. Xianxia locked onto this aura underground, directly chasing after it. The three great experts in the back frowned, feeling that things were a bit troublesome, scared that they might lose it. They felt that things were really bad, fearing that in the end, this chest might end up in Xianxia's hands. Underground, the immortal medicine was running extremely quickly. This really was a bit crazy. This was just a long life medicine, yet it was fighting with Xianxia over the rotten wooden chest.